Again, what is everybody? Welcome to the transparency change of venue hearing.
There's a history here. I'd like to get this hearing in today. You know, everybody needs to just focus on the relevant facts, okay? I know there's a history here.
Are you talking up by Sunset Mart? Up the hill by the gas station?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you?
It's here, finally. August 29th, Thursday.
All right, who's responsible here?
What's that?
Who's responsible here? Whose house is this?
Yeah, I've been drinking or anything, right?
No.
Okay, drive careful, okay?
Thank you.
This is what the other group had that ran away.
Oh, really? You just ditched it? Awesome.
Yeah, those ones kept walking in the car. And the other one.
It's truly to the win.
Idaho. Will Moscow, Idaho continue to be the venue? Or is this going to move elsewhere? Should it move? Should it not move? Well, I am under the impression, guys, this is kind of a big deal. The state does not have any experts testifying on the behalf of that it should stay, or that the logic and reasoning of the 4 experts that are about to be testifying on behalf of the defense. This is the defense's motion, so it's their burden. But the state, as far as I am under the impression that the state brings forth no experts to counter Mr. Kohberger's, who are all clear, then you must be changed in this case. So that means that the state is relying on cross-examination of these experts. That I was given to. So there was 2 different discs. Okay, they all knew about it.
We're not here to talk about the alcohol stuff, okay?
Okay, yeah.
But this is the second noise complaint we've had here tonight within 2 hours.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Is this your place?
Yeah.
Perfect. You know why we're here?
I see noise.
Noise, yeah.
Yeah.
Big speaker right there.
Yeah.
Nothing against having a party. Once neighbors start calling in, then we have an issue.
Like brains and
All right. All the paperwork that I've read said that this was supposed to be starting at 9 a.m. Not sure if somehow this changed to 10 a.m., which would be in an hour from now based on the time difference. But Judge's channel is not showing that it is live right at this moment. Double check. So we'll have it on standby. Here we go. We will also have the best notes in town. Remember that this is the defendant's motion. That means it's their burden. They have to show by the evidence that they're going to present that this case should, in fact, move. We had a state do a little oopsie. I talked about it back a couple nights ago. Just want to point that out again, that the state having this oops. Their first paragraph, basically, when they wrote their motion, their brief back, their answer. The court should decline defendant's invitation to parse and split hairs over an incomplete data set to reverse engineer a transfer to Latah County. Well, this was not an incomplete data set, guys. They were given the material. So then they had to come out and say, oopsies, we were incorrect. We were incorrect. And they were given the raw data. So portions of the state's brief indicate that the state was not provided comprehensive survey data from the defendant. This is incorrect. Okay. But it is so much an important part of their argument because literally it's the introduction page and it literally is the first paragraph. Okay. It's the first paragraph that talks about their argument. So I just swallow that for a second. But the state wants to come out because they knew that they were about to just get crushed if they didn't acknowledge this. So they acknowledge it a couple days ago when they made this slight notice. Okay. And they wanted us to know that, hey, you know what? We still object to this, but we were given the complete data set. So it's been that kind of a way for Bill Thompson's team over there, feeling like they don't know anything. I went ahead and I want to show you guys something from the declaration of Bryan Edelman, who did the survey. And I really want us to focus in on one of his paragraphs from his declaration. And it's right here. In my opinion, that the residents in Latah County have been exposed to extensive prejudicial pretrial publicity and social media surrounding the murders of Kaylee, Maddie, Santa, and Ethan. The coverage of Bryan Kohberger included interviews with former friends and students and old posts from his social media accounts dating back to years. This publicity painted a picture of a disturbed individual capable of committing violence. The media also saturated the jury pool with potential trial evidence and details, some of which proved to be false or misleading. That creates a presumption of guilt. The pretrial publicity is replete with reference to GPS phone data from the defendant's phone, video footage of the alleged getaway vehicle reported to be his make and model, evidence left by the killer at the crime scene, DNA results, and erroneous connections to the victims. Much of this information came, this is the only paragraph that matters in my opinion, much of that information came directly from the probable cause affidavit shared with the media by the Latah County prosecutor, Bill Thompson, during a December 30th, 2020 televised news conference. With the media in attendance, Mr. Thompson encouraged them to, quote unquote, share the true facts with all of your readers, the watchers and listeners, and all the people who are interested and really need to know what is going on, end quote. That to me is all that is needed to move this trial. The prosecutor had a hand in it. Okay. Remember, so this hearing, the burden is on the defendant. All right. Bill Thompson makes it seem like no one's ever moved a trial before. That's just completely not true. I'm looking forward to Exhibit A, the PowerPoint, where Bill Thompson is going to be shown. And I wonder if he's going to be oral arguing it, where he's going to stand up and object to it. Okay. So. But there's that. All relevant timestamps will be taken by yours truly, because I anticipate that this will be a long hearing. I will be marking down all the relevant timestamps from my video and then creating a recap based off of those relevant timestamps. So those of you guys that can't watch this in its entirety, you can come back and check out the recap show. Okay. All right now. So hopefully that helps people. Again, hello everybody in chat. All of you guys that have been following the Bryan Kohberger case, Idaho4 case. I'm expecting no expert witness by the state. I'm expecting 4 witnesses by the defense, and I'm expecting the arguments that were put in the state's objection to the change of venue. I'm expecting those to be the focal points, which I think will have to change because they did have the raw data, and they're going to be arguing that it doesn't meet the exception rule, but it does. What I mean by that is the courts have relied upon that only in the most extreme of cases, State versus Hayden, but just to remind everybody about, it is undisputed that defendant has a constitutional right to a fair trial with a fair jury, a panel of impartial and different jurors. Okay. On a change of venue motion, though, they're saying it is the defendant's burden to show a reasonable likelihood that pretrial publicity will deprive him of a fair trial. I think it's there. Okay, because that's the key word, is a reasonable likelihood. It's a reasonable likelihood. That's the burden. Okay, that's the threshold. And I believe that it's there. Whether or not judge, like what he does, it's there. It's there. Bill Thompson put it there. So, do we know if the time changed to 10 a.m.? Well, that's what it is alleged to be a change to. So, yes, Judge is not live at the moment. So, it is not on. Oh, now he is. He just went live. Literally. Let me add it. No one's talking about anything yet, though. Don't worry. Calm down. We got you guys. Here we go.
Where's he from? Oh.
In case you guys are wondering, Brian's taking a shit. I'm just kidding, guys. Gone. No. Where's BK?
Oh, okay.
He has COVID. Comics thought through. Yes, what's up? How are you? AR Hayes, what's good over there? It's gonna spread like wildfire. Lana's over there saying Bryan Kohberger is taking a shit and that's why it's delayed. So let those rumors start. We got a hot mic. I love hot mics. Bryan Kohberger hasn't been brought out yet. He's getting the pat down.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
TSA style. Oh, here he comes. There's Brian. No time.
All rise.
All rise.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Good morning. So let's get on the record, please. We're now on the record. This is State versus Bryan Kohberger, case number CR 29222805. Mr. Kohberger is in the courtroom. He is represented by Ms. Taylor. Mr. Logsdon and Ms. Nassif. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson. Ms. Jennings, okay, I didn't see you so immediately. Ms. Beatty and Mr. Nye. We're here on a motion to change venue from Latah County to Ada County, filed by the defense. Preliminary, anything, Mr. Thompson?
In your honor, not from the state.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, just that there is a stipulation that the court received the exhibits that were filed along with our declaration and our memorandum of support. That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so we're talking about all those slides? There were like 100 slides.
There were 100 slides, Your Honor. We're talking about those, but in particular, the references to all of the media coverage, the articles that were contained, the table with the links to all of the articles that depict all of the media coverage.
So are you going to show those publicly, or those are for me because I'm the one who has to make the decision?
Those are for you. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
We'll have PowerPoint presentations today, but we will not be going through the hundreds of articles that have been provided for the court's consideration.
Well, I'm thankful for that, because I did look through all that and I thought, oh, this would be not a good thing to, push out to the public, because we're trying to protect that, right?
Your Honor, we are, and I think it would take an extraordinary amount of court time to try to read through all of the articles or review all of the bits of news coverage that have happened in this case. We do intend to offer a little bit of a preview throughout our testimony, but certainly not the hundreds of articles and news stories that have existed.
Well, that was my other concern. So, all right. Well, call your first witness.
Your Honor, Ms. Massa, we'll start.
Okay. Mathis, thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Your Honor, as we get started here today, what I'd like to do is provide you with a roadmap of where we're going with our witnesses. The standard here is whether there's a reasonable likelihood that pretrial publicity has affected the impartiality of prospective jurors. To establish the quantity of pretrial publicity, we will call James Todd Murphy with true scope. To establish effect on partiality, we will call Dr. L. Alili to discuss the social science behind juror decision-making. Then we will call Dr. Brian Edelman about the survey and what it means. And finally, we will call Dr. Dare about the validity of the survey methodology. We are not calling today Scott Sunby, but as you listen to testimony today, please keep his sworn affidavit in mind. With his 39 years of studying capital juries and teaching at the National Judicial College, he is considered by the United States Supreme Court an expert in this area. He has published this book. It's called A Life and Death Decision, A Jury Weighs the Death Penalty. And this book is a culmination of interviews of over 1,200 capital jurors and how capital juries make decisions. Research shows that when a small community creates pressure to impose death, an Eighth Amendment violation may occur. Through these witnesses today, we want to avoid beginning a trial with, as Mr. Sunby states, quote, a thumb on death's side of the scale, end quote. And with that, I call James Todd Murphy.
Okay, thank you.
Clear, concise.
Okay,
Simple
Murphy,
opening.
come on up this way, or however you can find your way through. And please face the clerk, raise your hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do. All right. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat there. And once you're seated, please state your name and spell your last.
James Todd Murphy. I go by Todd, my middle name. Last name is Murphy.
All right. Sir, Captain Jackson.
Mr. Murphy, how are you employed?
I'm the president of True Scope. That's spelled TRUESCOPE. It's one word.
And can you explain what TrueScope is?
Sure. TrueScope is a media monitoring and analysis service. We wrap our arms around all the media types out there. You can do it on a global level or a geographically isolated level. Normalize all that data from television, radio, newspapers, magazines, social media, online sources. Index that with metadata so we know date, time, placement. We assign sentiment metrics to it. And from that, we can extract data sets for what our clients need, specific to topics or phrases.
Can you explain how you track this media intelligence that you just described?
Sure. So we have feeds that are coming in. For example, we acquire a feed from X, formerly Twitter. We have an online feed that accesses all available online sources. We have a broadcast feed of TV, radio, and podcasts. All those feeds come into us as they're broadcasted, as they're posted, as they air or are printed. We don't do any modification of the text or the context. We just take it as it was provided by the content owner, index, store it, and then run queries against it.
Where did you travel from to be with us here today?
Our North America headquarters are in Omaha, Nebraska, where I live.
Would you tell the court about your background in media intelligence?
Sure. Might sound cliche, but I was born into the business. My father acquired a press clipping service called Universal Press Clipping Bureau in 1959. Eventually met my mother. Without further detail, eventually I became in existence. It's a technical phrase, I'm not sure. So working alongside my father growing up was just part of the DNA. I studied psychology and communications in college, and when I graduated, the internet was beginning to become a thing. And so I saw a future of data mining and expanding what was a press clipping service into the future. So my full-time employment with Universal at the time started in 1991 and came to today.
Beyond your 30 years of experience that you've described in your educational background, do you have other qualifications in this area?
Yes. So in the mid-90s, I developed a framework for comparative media analysis where we could take those data sets and compare. My first project was letting hospitals compare themselves to others to see how one brand of a hospital might compare to another within a community or market. I also invented the first multi-channel media monitoring software that would let us monitor multiple TV channels on one computer and write the closed captioning text to a database simultaneously. Innovations not quite as exciting as those continued throughout the years. I also made other acquisitions, which I then folded into Universal, buying up other monitoring services in Alaska or Wisconsin or wherever. Eventually merged my company with TrueScope, a technology company out of Australia. TrueScope owns Universal Information Services at this point, and we're adding AI and other natural language processing to what we do.
What about organizations? Are you part of any organizations in this field?
I am. There's a global organization of all media intelligence services called FIBEP. That's spelled F-I-B as in boy, E-P as in Paul. Every continent except the uninhabited ones have many, often multiple media intelligence or media monitoring services. They belong, or most belong, to this organization. My peers in this organization elected me president to lead this organization at a global level last year. I'm currently the president of FIBEP.
And have you ever testified related to your expertise before?
I have been asked to do that and have done so, yes.
Before you start talking about the data in this case, how closely have you followed this case on a factual level?
I kind of have a personal standard operating procedure that when a client engages us on a topic that that I feel for our company may become contentious or may have downstream effects where I might be called to objectively testify. I purposely removed myself from evaluating the content of the data set related to the subjects they're asking us to monitor. So while I have made myself familiar with the search strategy, the keywords, the phrases, which would include the defendant's name and the family names of the students that are victims, I have done very little. I paid very little attention to the media exposure on this. In fact, I just learned that the judge of this case has a last name that sounds like he was born for this role. That was last night. I didn't know who the judge was. Or coincidence. My apologies for not knowing who you were until last night. Thank you.
Are you familiar with Ms. Saucier, who testified last year in this case?
Yes, Jean Saucier is my right-hand person. She's a senior vice president of client success. She has a media measurement background that started years before she came to be under my employment. I would venture to say she's as much of an expert in this area as I am. And if she was actually here, I'd probably say she's more of an expert, but since she's not, I'll tell you that for myself.
So for context purposes, when she testified about data in TrueScope, is it the same set of data that you've just testified to?
Exact same data. We work at the same company. We have access to the exact tools. She works with clients directly as yourself, and I work directly with her.
How is TrueScope using media intelligence in this case?
I'll say it maybe functionally. We have been asked by you, our client, to track specific topics related to this case, names associated, and I might say the more unique a phrase is, the more accurate our media monitoring can be. If the name was John Smith and Susan Jones, then we have to do much more Boolean logic, apply more Boolean logic to make sure that we're focused on extracting it's very specific. So for you, we've built a search query using Boolean logic and AI to focus on the stories that are of interest in this case. The second half of what we're doing, so that's the media monitoring. We first capture the data. That creates a data set. Then that data set is analyzed by our analysis team, which is led by Cheryl Lewis, Dheril, Lewis, Lewis. And she has an assistant data analyst who they're trained in a way that we call cross-coder proficiency. So whether Cheryl analyzes a story or Harry, her assistant analyzes it, they analyze it in the same manner. That also creates a check and balance that if something in the media monitoring function picks up a story that matches the name Judge, but for some reason isn't the Judge associated with this case, the analyst then at a human level can say, that's the wrong Judge, and it would be removed from the data set at the analysis level.
What objectives is TrueScope trying to achieve in this case?
We've been primarily asked to look at the without even being hyperbolic, would say an extreme amount of media coverage, its impact on a population or a community, and the statistical volume of that media exposure on various communities across the U.S., but focused on several counties within Idaho.
How long has TrueScope been gathering data for Mr. Kohberger's case?
I believe we were engaged on February 15th, 2023. We have some ability to pull some data forward from that time, but that's when technically the engagement came.
And you've talked about the media types and the data that's gathered. Is area or location of media coverage able to be determined?
Yes, in most cases, maybe I'll separate that into two areas of media. You have traditional media, which would be television, radio, newspapers, magazines, even online news sources. Those are all tied to a specific city and state. You have the Moscow Daily News, and the metadata that we have attached to that source would say, okay, that publication name is in the city of Moscow, in the state of Idaho, and has a circulation figure of, I'll say, hypothetically 3,000 readers. I don't know the exact circulation of that specific paper. For television, each television news affiliate, local news comes from what's called a local news affiliate. It may be the ABC affiliate, but it may have call letters such as KXLY, I think is one of the Spokane channels. And they may be an NBC or an ABC affiliate, but they're the local affiliates who's in charge of airing local news. And Nielsen media data, Nielsen services, you may have heard of Nielsen boxes and market ranks and things like that. They know that that station is in this city, in this state, and each affiliate is part of a DMA, a designated market area. Stop me if I'm going too far down the rabbit hole, but a designated market area, although the news may come out of Spokane, Washington, the designated market area is a radius around that can take in additional cities, counties, and at the functional level, consumers of news, viewers in this case.
Is frequency of media coverage able to be determined?
Yeah, we, since on television, newspapers, online, demographics can change over time, can change by day. So a good example of frequency, why frequency matters. A local news affiliate might have a 6 to 7 a.m. newscast, a midday newscast, a 5 p.m. and a 10 p.m. Depending on what time zone you're in, those can be adjusted based on network. But let's say that they ran a story about anything. They might run it in the morning where the demographics skew one way. They might run it at midday, which might have a much smaller audience or potential viewership. They might run it at 5 o'clock, which would have people who come home from work early or those who are unemployed. And then at 10 o'clock generally can be the largest audience. So knowing what time they run it lets us know the demographics, the audience, and even a vanity metric called ad values. We won't get into that, but what time a story airs and how many times it runs, we aggregate that and we can say, okay, this story ran 4 times on this channel on one day and had a total viewership potential of, say, 50,000. That doesn't mean I watched it at all 4 times. That just means the viewership at each of those times has the potential to see it. And that's where frequency comes into play.
Are there types of media coverage that Truth Scope does not gather?
We don't track anything that's illegal. We don't go behind, we don't penetrate privacy rules, such as your personal Facebook pages if they're marked to private. We also don't look at streaming entertainment channels such as Peacock, Hulu, where the content on those channels often is broadcast originally in a specific time zone. We call that an ephemeral broadcast, where it aired at 5 o'clock and then was lost to the ether. But Hulu and those streaming channels give the opportunity for that story then to be posted, and you can watch it at your leisure in a time shifting. We don't monitor those adjacent streaming channels, because they're subscription based, demographics are different, and we already have the content as it was aired originally.
I'm going to hand you what's been stipulated and admitted as a part of Exhibit C. I've shown the state, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Can you tell the court what that is?
That is a very base level spreadsheet of all the media exposure. Just looking at some of the topics specific to this account that you've engaged us for, including the topics that you've specified we monitor for your account. It includes various things like the type of media, so it might be Twitter or print or broadcast. It would include the metadata we include, city, state, circulation, viewership, things like that. There's also hyperlinks. As a client of ours, you would receive, if you exported this from your workspace or we exported it for you, you would have a hyperlink. You would click on that. Because we have a cookie on your computer, it would open that hyperlink and you could see the full story. Unless it's an online story or a social media story, then we take you directly to that end source. So if it's MoscowDailyNews.com and it's in front of their paywall, you would click on that link and you can view that story yourself.
Is Exhibit C in front of you specific to Latah County?
Yes, I see under county, spot checking it and spinning through where it can be determined either all Latah County related. Some of them are cities within Latah County.
Is the list of Exhibit C approximately 1,360 entries long?
Yes, I can confirm that's the number of rows, which and each row would indicate a individual media mention, or also known as a media story, an article or a news story on a broadcast.
And Your Honor, I won't have him hand that to you now, but for purposes of the record, that will be a paper copy for the court's file. You have that in an Excel spreadsheet that's much easier to read than what is in that paper in there.
Right, okay, so this was agreed by the state too. So I just want to make sure, because I have the exhibit C also that was attached to your brief,
Which is
300 pages. So, but then we have the additional C, which is more I guess thorough.
So this is a part of C related to TrueScope, which is this list of the 1,300 stories. And then I'm about to get into the other part of Exhibit C, which is TrueScope's report.
Okay, great, thank you. Just wanted to clear that up.
Did you prepare some other documents that represent media coverage in 4 counties in Idaho for this case?
We did. Once TrueScope had and it's an ongoing thing. We're constantly monitoring your news. So even this morning, you would have received a report of any media exposure that has happened since yesterday morning. It runs on a 24-hour cycle where we pushed out a report to the clients, but we're collecting it in real time. So if a client wanted to look at their workspace at 3 p.m. today, all that news would be in there. I may have digressed from your question.
That's I'm going to hand you an exhibit.
Okay.
This is the second part of C. And I'm going to put that in front of you because it might be easier to see. You've got 2 screens.
Yes, that was the second part of my answer. We did prepare a media measurement analysis. Cheryl Lewis's team, and that's part of the combination of services that we're providing.
Okay, looking at this page here, can you please explain to the court what this is?
Sure. You have 2 pie charts. On the left, you have the volume of media coverage specific to the keywords and phrases searched for our client related to this case. You see on the left, out of all the media coverage between January 2023 and July 15th, 36% of that coverage, or just over 36% of that, was seen or had the opportunity to be seen in Latah County. On the right side, you have another pie chart that shows the population of Idaho. And it shows what percentage Latah County represents of the total percentage of Idaho, which is 2.75%.
On the second bullet point of notes there's some reference to census. Can you explain that note?
Sure. The census data used for this was from, I believe, July of 23. Of the 40,924 people in Latah County, we were asked to look at age eligible to serve on jury duty amongst all of that, the people in the county, which equated to 61%, or just under 25,000 people of the nearly 41,000 all are age eligible to serve on the jury.
Right.
In Latah.
Going to the next page. What does this page tell the court?
This is the same analysis framework performed on a different county. Again, on the left, you see the total media coverage in Idaho for the same date range, but 34% of the media coverage was seen in Ada County, which is just a couple percentage points below that of Latah County. The primary difference is the right-hand pie chart, which shows the population of Ada County relative to all of Idaho, and it's over a quarter of the state population, in Idaho4, 26.42%.
What conclusions do you draw when you compare the two counties' data?
There's a lot more people in Ada County, and where I would be going with that as a media analysis, when I would interpret this from a media analysis perspective, is the propensity to dilute the media exposure in a larger population is a factual function of that. If you have a certain number of stories divided by the population, the number of stories a person can see is fewer if the population is larger. Did that answer your question? Or was I?
Okay. I'll follow up with another specific one. Out of the two counties, where is the most opportunity for a resident to view stories about this case?
It's by far in Ada County. When we did the analysis of the age eligible process, nearly 300,000 people in Ada County are jury age eligible, compared to just under 25,000 in Latah County.
I'm gonna just ask my question again. It was probably inartful on my part. Do more people in Latah County, is there more saturation in Latah County or more saturation with media coverage in Ada County?
Yes. A person in Latah County would be exposed to far more media coverage than people, a community in Ada County.
Can we now switch to the third slide? What does this show?
This adds in 2 additional counties that we were asked to look at. It reflects media exposure specific to Bannock and Canyon counties.
And and then there's also a gray area rest of Idaho. You just want to explain what we see here?
Sure. So if you look at the volume of media coverage for the same date range that the first 2, Latah, Ada, and then 4 counties we're looking at, out of all the media exposure for the state of Idaho, Latah received 36%, Ada had 27%, Bannock 1.56%, and Canyon just over 3%. And the rest of Idaho got just under a third of the meetings. So outside those 4 counties, the rest of the counties in Idaho, for the rest of the people that, the rest of the regions in Idaho would have been exposed to approximately 31.53% of the media exposure.
You turn next to, I believe it's page 5.
Remember, we've all
Explain
seen
what
these.
opportunities to be seen are and the differences in the counties.
Sure. So in this pie chart, again, we're looking at the same date range. Opportunities to be seen are maybe best described relative to probability versus possibility. Each person in any of these 4 counties, or the rest of Idaho for that matter, have an equal possibility to see a story. It's like flipping a coin. You can flip a coin 100 times and the possibility of it coming up heads is equal every time. The probability of it coming up heads every time is much different. Probability is a mathematical statement, a quantitative measure. And so opportunities to be seen are dependent on the media type. So we measure opportunities to be seen for, say, newspapers based on their circulation. These are paid subscribers who you then infer pay to receive that news, they consume that news. Television has Nielsen audience figures. Nielsen measures those in smaller markets quarterly, in larger markets 6 times a year, I believe. Any of the broadcast markets we're talking about and the DMAs affecting this pie chart would be measured quarterly. So opportunities to be seen are the possibility that people in that county would see it. It's the volume of those opportunities that creates the potential opportunity or probability that they've been exposed to X number of articles or media mentions, discrete articles, stories about this topic you're having us track. The numbers reflected on the pie chart show that over half of those opportunities to be seen reside within Latah County, nearly 60% or 57.03%. The opportunities to be seen per person in Ada County is 31.2%, not quite half, but nearly half the opportunities. And that's a simple mathematical function of all the media exposure in that county divided by the population, or in this case, potentially age eligible for jury population.
And in terms of the green sliver there, Canyon County is close to Ada. And so if we assume that Canyon County residents might review Ada County news with its population of 180,000, is the dilution of Latah County or the dilution of Canyon County still significantly greater than the saturation in Latah County?
If I understand the question correctly, how I might answer that is Canyon, and I would also say Bannock, unless you don't want me to mention Bannock, but the media exposure specific to those counties is statistically insignificant relative to the rest of Idaho, Latah County, and Ada County. In fact, if you combined all those two and grouped them into either one of those, it wouldn't change the inferences that we make on the data between Ada and Latah.
Can you turn to the next slide now? Tell the court which line represents which county and the color.
Sure, the darker line, the red line is maybe the easier one to see. That's Ada County, and the darker line, it's a blue or might look black on the screen, is Latah County.
And Judge, for your purposes, this is C1 that was filed with the reply, which is an update from the original memorandum to include a more recent date, the date that we filed, August 19th, the reply. So I don't know what one you're looking at, but the one on your computer screen is the one that we're talking about right now.
Thank you to tell me that.
Could you explain, Mr. Murphy, what the purpose of showing this over time does for the court?
Yeah, one of the more interesting charts that we develop for our clients is media coverage over time. And in this case, we're looking at January 1st of 23 through August 19th of 24. If you look at the red line, which is Ada County, you can see that aside from May 2023, it often lags by volume of coverage behind Latah County, in most cases by 50% or more of the media coverage. So if I rephrase that in maybe simpler terms, the media exposure in Ada County for the majority of time between January 2023 and August, continuing into August 2024, has been far less in Ada County than in Latah County.
And what can you tell from the spikes? Have you correlated those with case events?
Sure. It might be convenient to look at it analogous to maybe a stock portfolio. Oftentimes a peak is followed by a valley, unless you invest in NVIDIA. But May 2023, you see 198 stories. I believe that highest peak for Ada County was the indictment is what's driving that peak. Now, when you compare that to Latah County, I can see that moving towards that indictment, there was ongoing media coverage. So while Ada spiked, it had a quick uptick in what I would call a fairly slow decay because of the extreme nature of the topic of this story. When we look at Latah County, it is more consistent. And after the indictment, Latah County surpasses media coverage over time consistently up through August of this year.
And this was filed with the court on August 19th, and we're here on August 29th. Have you been able to review and see what's going on with the coverage regarding this case right now as we sit here?
Yeah, I took a look Tuesday. I started seeing the media exposure ticking up again. It was fairly high yesterday. In my professional opinion, I would wager it's going to be extremely high today. And that's a function of public interest in an extreme news story. A story, you may have heard the phrase, this story has legs. A story that is extreme, unique, atypical, has greater legs than, say, high school football scores you hear on the 10 o'clock news on a Friday night. Those would have a very fast decay of memory on consuming viewers. This type of story will remain on the mind and be of interest up to and beyond the conclusion of this case, however that might be.
Would you flip to the next slide? This green line, what does it show?
It shows somewhat of a similar pattern across the entire country. It's the same date range. It's also showing media coverage over time, but it's looking at all media exposure nationwide. So while you feel things very acutely locally, even a story as extreme as this garners less interest the further you get away from the local community. And to look at this on a nationwide chart like this, you can see it remains in the mind, and these are large numbers. The indictment of over 13,268 or 13,268 media mentions on May 2023 shows that the nation was interested in it, but that decay has been faster on a nationwide level, just because according to the decay of engagement on news stories, the further you get away, the less, I don't mean to sound callous, but the less interesting it is if you're in Florida than if you are in Latah County or something.
So in terms of looking at decay, I want to ask this in the context of the story waning for the court's purposes of projecting, say, months down the line next year at trial. Based on the data that you're seeing, is this story waning in the news?
No. In fact, if we could make one more line on any of these media coverage over time charts, you would see an upslope on the first one, this chart. So you already see it ticking up, the one that compared Latah to Ada. If we could bring that chart forward to today, you would see that going up, and that will be consistent anytime this case has significant news or a significant hearing in Latah and Idaho County. It will be of interest, and I would say that the delta or the difference between Latah and Idaho County will continue to be statistically similar. It will probably potentially always be of greater interest in Latah County.
Turn it up, Bill.
In Ada County. Not to diminish the interest in Ada County, it's just, I believe it's further away than Latah County from where the alleged crime was committed, or the crime was committed.
Is Nez Perce and Lewiston are they a part of Latah County's designated market area?
To my knowledge, yes.
What does that mean for Lewiston and Nez Perce to be a part of the designated market area of Latah?
That's real simple. If the population in other counties or cities.
Nez Perce is a county, Lewiston is a city.
Okay, so the population of those, I guess, could you rephrase the question?
What does it mean for those for Nez Perce County and Lewiston City to be a part of the Latah County designated market area?
Okay, so that would increase the population of people that have opportunities to see the story within the same designated market area. So if you're in Latah County, you have the same potential to see the stories in Nez Perce and Lewiston.
Same service area.
Does that change the mathematical outcome of the original pie charts we looked at? Those two counties combined with Latah County would have to exceed the population of Ada County in order for this dynamic to change. I don't know how many people are exactly in each of those counties, but if together with Latah County, they exceed 295,000 potential jury eligible jurors, then you might be able to say the impact from the media on those two populations, exposure to media could be equal. But if Nez Perce and Lewiston are smaller counties and together with Latah are still significantly lower than Ada County, that's not going to change the determination I've made in this data.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Time for cross-examination.
So, Ms. Beatty, here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Just for my own clarification, on those pie charts, when it says Latah County and Ada County, are you limiting that to the boundaries of the specific county, or are you talking about the broader designated market area?
When what we're looking at is media mentioned that impacted the county.
The county specifically.
Right. So.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So in looking at those line graphs that you presented, I noticed that they started in January of 2023.
Correct.
So December of 2022, Mr. Kohberger was arrested. Were you able to make any determinations of media coverage in December of 2022 at the time Mr. Kohberger was arrested?
We were not engaged nor tracking the media.
Okay. And that's not possible to go back and track that?
We can do what's called a back search, but we can't. Certain media types have expired. online news links, social media might have been taken down. So you can do it. I wouldn't say I would present it with confidence.
Thank you.
I can show you a number.
Thank you. So fair to say, though, that there probably would have been a pretty substantial spike at that time as well.
I would say yes.
And possibly, although you can't say for sure, that spike could have been even higher than any of the other spikes on this graph, possibly.
The possibility exists.
Thank you, sir. So for the first 6 months on this chart of volume of media coverage over time for Latah and Ada County had more intense media coverage in January, February, March, April, May, and then June, and then in July, there's that crossover where Latah County is higher than Ada County. So fair to say for that first 6 months, Ada County did have at times fairly significantly more media coverage than Latah County.
Correct.
Okay. And council talked with you about these peaks and how they correspond with specific events in the case, such as court hearings. Would you expect that if the court were to make a decision to start closing certain hearings, particularly evidentiary hearings as we approach trial, that would be a mitigating factor that would decrease the amount of media coverage in this case?
I can't say yes or no on that. I would say it depends. If those closed meetings were a public record, then the media most likely that's following this would still have a high probability of reporting on it. They may just not have any image or interviews or some of the elements that go into a more engaging news.
So the coverage might be less intense.
Intense is a qualification that I'm not able to make. I can't tell you how intense something impacts you as a viewer or a consumer.
Sure, thank you. And I noticed in that chart of Latah County and Ada County coverage that in the last couple months, that coverage intensity in both of those counties has become pretty close again. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Yes.
And so based on these charts, it's really not beyond the realm of possibility that Ada County could again surpass Latah County in coverage, at least at certain points, correct?
Again, there's an equal chance of possibility. The probability based on the data, I would say is no, in my professional opinion. We've already seen an uptick, and it appears that in Ada County, the news is much more focused and attentive, even to what I might consider a less weighted story. I think there was a story recently about a memorial garden or something that
There it is.
this county garnered quite a bit of media. That's logical.
Sure. Well, in June of 2024, it looks like they got so close that they were just 2 points apart. Is that correct? Latah County just 2 points above?
Yeah.
And you're not willing to testify that there's a possibility that Ada County could potentially surpass Latah County in the future?
I'll absolutely guarantee that possibilities are always equally available.
Thank you, sir.
If you put the plan.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Beatty. Ms. Matthew?
All right, that's a witness number one. Anything on the reach?
Mr. Murphy, in terms of this discussion on Ada versus Latah, you mentioned the Nielsen rankings. Could you please tell the court the difference between what the Nielsen ranking is, and then I'll follow up with what Latah's is, and what Ada County's is. So what's a Nielsen ranking?
Sure. So I don't want to assume that most people have heard of the Nielsen ratings, but anyone who's involved with selling advertising or the news media knows that Nielsen for more than 50 years has measured the top 200 designated market areas. New York City is number one. It's the largest DMA. The media in that market reaches the most people. And so it's a measure of how many active news consumers, is the way I would describe it, are in a city or a city's area. I know we're looking at counties, but your designated market area here in Latah County, fall under the radius, I think I mentioned earlier, Spokane, Washington. In Ada County, their designated market area is Boise, Idaho. A different deal.
And what's the Nielsen ranking of Latah County?
It's ranked 64 out
And,
of 210,
and what is Boise?
97.
I have nothing. So I should follow up and say, in terms of how that's measured, 64 mean that that is a higher rank than Boise at 97.
The DMA in which Latah County resides has far more opportunities for media stories to be seen based on the strength of the DMA. As you get down to the smaller DMAs, for example, Glendive, Montana, has historically been market 210 last. They have one CBS affiliate. There's just not a lot of news coming out of an area, a DMA like Glendive. But on the two counties you're talking about, they reside in a DMA that's 64 for Latah County. A larger DMA is going to have more media opportunities to be seen and more media outlets available. As you get to smaller markets, you have fewer and fewer media outlets serving there.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
He can, Your Honor, and the exhibits that are with him can go for you for the court's paper file for the record.
Thank you. Okay, sir, you're free to leave or you're free to stay. Thank you. Appreciate it. You being here.
All right.
Thank you.
One witness
Thank you.
down. Witness number 2 coming up here. Remember, we're hearing from 4 people today, so.
They're very small letters.
I agree, Your Honor. It was really hard to get them on one page. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Why don't we take a quick break?
Okay.
And maybe come back at 10:20.
All right, that means a 13-minute break here. 10:20 a.m. from 10:07 a.m. All right, guys. Oh, yes. So that is witness number 1 there. There's going to be 4. And that's witness number 1. What do you guys think? I counted 6 questions there on cross. I think that Todd Murphy sounds exactly like Judge. Like literally, if you close your eyes and you listen to Judge talk, and you're listening to Todd Murphy talk, you would not be able to tell the difference of who's talking. That's what I got. The court is currently on break. Thank you. The great seal of the state of Idaho. So those of you guys that are just listening to that would have been just a little difficult. But what are they doing? They're showing us their back end. Look at these guys are idiots. Put it in full screen. Look at that's what we can see that they watch on their channel over there to the right. What is going on over there? Again, welcome to Truth and Transparency. I'm so glad that you guys were here. So what do you guys think? I want to know what you guys think. First of all, did you guys understand what he was testifying to? Okay. What I gathered in my note taking is that Bill's argument about that it's going to decrease over time, and by the time that we have to have this trial, it's not going to be all the hype. So I see that that's not the case in the graphics. I see that there's very little population in Latah, but yet it has such a huge percentage of the people that are consuming it. meaning the media. I think it'd be full of people. The courtroom. Okay, so this wonderful person finally here has a question about the courtroom. I think it would be full of people. Is there a reason why it's not packed? Probably because of this. We're streaming it, and everybody's like, "I'd rather watch it with Lana." Bitch is crazy, and I love her. That's probably the best way to answer that question, there, Violet. So hopefully that answered your question. Almost dozed off and thought it was Judge. Yeah. So they had the same voice. That was something else I took away from the witness number one. Like button, please. Yes. Hit the like button. If Nancy Grace said Bryan is afraid of Ann Taylor, that means he's human and capable of emotions and not a monster or serial killer with no regard for life. I think Nancy Grace is biased. So, if you guys supplied me with a video of Bryan Kohberger walking in with a mask on, kind of like Sandra Birchmore's case where Matthew Farwell is walking into her apartment complex and then she's never seen alive again and her phone doesn't move at all. I can tell you right now that I would be telling you that I think that's pretty good evidence that says that person did that. So if you've supplied me with that in the Idaho4 case, I would say, like, yeah, that should be an improbable cause, that video footage of that happening. But I feel like if we were to give Nancy Grace a different person walking into that house, she would still say Bryan Kohberger is guilty. That's how I feel about Nancy Grace. She's just biased. There's nothing that's ever going to overcome that. DMC, aka Lady Di 2, made 10 people turn green. I don't know who they are. So if you have turned green, let me know, because on this side, it doesn't tell me. Unless I have a different device up to check it out from YouTube. Talk about just crap. Let's see if I can do it like this. Let's see. All right. I'll use this device. Olivia Rose, Beckles, Mrs. Jim Morrison, hashtag my dogs, hashtag. Vicky Harrison, Carol. Who else? Oh, Wendy. Euphoric. Nice. Oh my God, Violet got a membership. No way. Violet, now you have no reason not to be here watching. Don't need to go to that courtroom, girl. You just got yourself a membership. Present. Well, look at that, my dogs. You got a membership there. Oh, shit. Violet, after what you have heard thus far, do you believe it will be moved? I believe it should be moved. 100%. I believe it. I think it meets the criteria. This is just going to come down to judge. And so I'm just interested when he has to rule on it. He can't just say, oh, I'm moving it, or, oh, I'm not moving it. He's going to have to cite some crap. And so I'm interested to see if he's going to try to deny this, or even if he goes ahead and says, yep, we're going to move it. I want to see what his order says with it, because he's going to be backing that up. So I'm curious in that. I have left my DNA. Have you? Yep, touch it up. Ooh, 500 like goal before break is over. Oh yeah, totally. We should be able to get that. You guys started with a 200 like advantage. This live had 200 likes before it even started. I think like 196. Do you really think we'll know today? Oh, I don't know if we'll know today. I mean, I don't. He can make a preliminary and then so no. I don't think Bryan Kohberger has a chance of getting a fair trial in Moscow, Idaho. So that's why I think it should be moved. And it's not because people have seen, people know about the case. It's because of people there that will become jurors. They'll have such a pressure on them to find him guilty Okay. Otherwise, you will be blacklisted in that community. And I don't think that anybody that's a juror who's a citizen there should have to go through that. So that's why I think that it should be moved. That's my number one reason. I watched the Karen Reed case. It had no business being in Norfolk County. Had that child not been in Norfolk County, she would have been seen not guilty on it right across the board within 2 hours. What's up, Deja Vu? Member for 17 months. Make it pop. Make it pop. Make it pop. Wendy, again, look at that green. Look at that green. I mean, I want to hear who's going, I want to hear the argument about the money. I want to talk about some money that the state tried to bring up in their motion, like their, objection. They're talking about the money aspect. I just want to hear it. I just want to hear how you can even discuss money when you're talking about people's lives on the line. When you're talking about for people that have already lost their lives, how you're going to even say this is going to cost us a lot more money, or this, and like that's just for you to even bring that up. For them to talk about, well, God, we're going to be pulling away our prosecutor. We're going to be pulling it. Then get a special prosecutor. Get a special prosecutor and let Bill Compton out. If you feel like you're going to be pulling away from such a small county and, we need our people, we need our clerk of court, we need this, we need that. They can't be away, If judge rules on this before 2025, I'll be shocked. Oh, he'll be ruling within, I believe, 30 days. Yep. Agree. Money should have nothing to do with it. Personnel should have nothing to do with it. Like I just want to hear these arguments though. Like I want to hear how somebody has the balls to argue about something like that. Like bring it. Like let me just hear this level of stupidity. Cause I like to fuck with that. Like give me your logic. And then I just know you just don't get it. We are on break right now. It's set to resume in 3 minutes. See how that goes. See if Judge is as punctual as Bev. For all of you guys in chat that are members of the channel, thank you so much. For all of you guys in Super Chat, Cash App, all that stuff, you guys make it possible to do all this. So again, thank you guys so much. Let's see. Leon sent a Cash App. Thank you so much. $20, Leon. You rock. Make sure I grab that again. DMC passed out 10. William, oh my God, we have a baby. It's a couple months old. Deja vu. One more month for 2 babies. Oh, Sooner girl. Let me guess. Are you from Oklahoma, girl? Two almost babies there. Violet, thank you. So glad that you're here and not sitting in that courtroom. I think Twiz is in that courtroom. Moscow has been supplied with thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Yes, they have millions, actually. I think at least a mil. Yeah. Who's Twiz? Twiz, you're gonna have to get more famous, buddy, when you catch us on the replay. Twiz and Rory, you think they're tipsy in there? You guys think they're tipsy? Talk about how boring to sit in that courtroom, man. I get to sit here in the comfort of my own home and talk to all you people while taking the most tedious notes and booting people for trolling. I love multitasking. But don't ask me to go out to dinner with you because then I multitask at dinner and then you think I'm the worst person to go out to dinner with. What's up, Bridget? How are you? Good, good. As long as the dog sniffers aren't in there with a Twiz and Rory, we're going to be fine. Twiz is the head to the right of Bryan. Spots, you stalker, you. Change of venue is such a typical request. It's rarely denied in big cases. It's been denied, but yeah, like I think this case, it's definitely. How are you going to argue? How are you going to argue when you have 4 experts that are going to get up here and testify to all this crap that they've done before and they do in other cases? And so. Try the tea. I got it. Atlanta's a bad dinner date, but I bet you'd have the scoop. Yeah, probably would. Shout out to Twiz, says Aaron. Yeah. Yeah, Deborah, I'm going to have to agree with that. Such an amazing community in here. Trying to do my insurance claims too, and chat is 99% more interesting. Yeah. The Salty, is it Sabbath? Oh, look at that new membership. Shake, shake, shake. Check PayPal. Oh, check PayPal. Oh, yes. Yes. Where should I go to dinner tonight? I'm going to need a break after I see all this. Canadian true crime buff, $50 PayPal. Boom. You guys know you know you're getting old when you get excited when you get a new 3-hole punch for your binders, and they're like the big heavy duty ones that are like you just like kind of like press down, it goes and it gets like 50 of them. Yeah, that's just what came in through Amazon yesterday. So I just want everybody to know. I was being too forceful with mine. I was like, I need one of those that you just go like this. So I got one. Yes. Wow. Canadian true crime buff. I'm going to take myself and son to dinner. Make him be my date. Yes, our adult toys, right? Just like when I went and bought a filter for a lawnmower because I didn't realize that it wasn't on there. And maybe that's why it wasn't starting up, you know? Who would have thought there was filters on lawnmowers? I was like, oh, I found it on Amazon. Let me just order that. Would you imagine that? Yay, shout out for the 3-hole bunch. Yes. I love a good paper cutter too. I hate when I get paper cuts. I'd rather get like my fucking finger chopped off at a paper cut. Little bastard sticks around for like 2-3 weeks. Stinging. Oh, gotta have good pens. Gotta have the perfect gel roll. Did you guys know that Jelly Roll got arrested, by the way? Detained and put in bay? Speaking of gel pen rolling. How exciting. A new hole punch. I just almost spit my drink out when reading this. Lana, I just bought a new folder desk. I am seriously wet. Anybody that's just listening and just hearing that, they're going to be like, oh my God, what I miss. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to buy an evidence sniffing dog. All right. Cheers. Try the tea. New membership. For real, I have had to put toothpicks in my eyelids to keep them open because I have caught my head falling onto my keyboard trying to work over here, and y'all are much more interesting. I'm going to say this is interesting. Oh, don't go killing yourself over there. All right, let's be honest. Who listens to so much true crime about your cases that you wake up in the middle of the night or in the morning and you're like, oh my God, I cannot believe I just had a dream about that. Be honest. I think you guys fall on that. We talk about our dreams over here. Oh, we might be back in session because he's gone over 4 minutes. Me. Annie. Me and Annie Potsby. I'm like, girl, I had the wildest dream last night. I had such a wild dream. Bryan Kohberger was talking with his hands, and it like looked like knife movements, and I was like, "Oh my god, I gotta get away! Like, he's gonna stab me." He's talking with his hands. Next thing I'm thinking, like, "Oh my god!" Woke up out of my. I was like, "Ooh, gotta call Miss Potts and talk about my dream." So there you go. Imagine Chief Fry standing over you saying, "We are going to turn over every stone here." Oh, shit. Miss Potts calls me to tell me that we took Bryan Kohberger out and get some steak one night. I said, "Wait, what?" I said, "Oh, God." Well, I thought Bryan Kohberger was going to kill us. So.
Please be seated. Hey, let's get that on the record.
All right, here we
please.
go.
Back on the record, State versus Kohberger, CR 2923-2805. Sorry for the delay. I think we had to adjust some mics, make sure everybody can hear. And counsel and Mr. Kohberger are here in the courtroom, so we're ready to go forward. Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will call Dr. Anani L. Alili.
All right, thank you.
Witness number 2. Dr. Who and what? Anani?
Thank you, ma'am. Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, thank you. Please have a seat and then please state your name and spell your name.
My name's Anani Alili. Last name is EL-ALAYLI.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Good morning. I can see you brought some papers to the witness stand with you today. Will you identify what those are?
Yeah, it's just copies of the slides. It's nothing. None of my piece I couldn't see.
Okay, and the slides, does that refer to the PowerPoint presentation that you for us to share today?
It's
okay. At this time, will you place that document in front of you face down? And if you have difficulty seeing the slides, let me know and we'll have you turn it over so you can track and help us understand what you're going to teach us today, okay?
sure.
Yeah, I want to make sure then the state has stipulated to admit that.
That's correct.
Slides. Okay, thank you. So all the slides that we might be considering today, you agree to.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Will you tell us what you do for work?
I'm a professor at Eastern Washington University.
What do you teach?
I teach social psychology, which is the study of how people interact with each other and influence each other, how we're all affected by social situations.
I'm going to ask you some questions so that I can understand your background that led to your ability to teach. But I want to know if you're here today in your capacity as a professor or in your separate role as an expert consultant.
I'm here as my separate role as a consultant. So what I'll be talking about today is based on my expert opinion, based on the research I've conducted and what I've learned about in the field, and they're not affiliated with the university.
Thank you for that. Now let's go to your education. What degrees do you hold?
So I have a bachelor's in psychology, and I have a master's and PhD in social and personality psychology, with a focus on social psychology.
What does that mean, a focus on social psychology?
So our area, like I mentioned, it studies how we interact with and influence each other, the power of the situation and how it affects us, like how we're all behaving differently here than in our living rooms. It includes things like how people influence us to purchase things. Like I teach a class on social influence, or influence us to donate money. And then my specific area of focus is on social cognition, which is how we select, remember, and interpret social information.
How long have you been teaching?
I have been teaching since before I graduated with my PhD, so since the late 90s. But I started my positions as a professor in 2002.
2002?
2002 at University of Florida, 2003 at Eastern Washington University.
In your role as a professor and a professional, have you written articles and been published?
I have
How many, roughly?
roughly 15, give or take.
Do any of those relate to human bias?
Yes, most of them. So a lot of them are focused centrally on bias, and then many of the others are tangentially related to bias. So it could be biased perceptions of ourselves, how we tend to overestimate ourselves in a lot of ways. It includes biased impressions of individuals, like you might take one thing about a person and make a whole bunch of conclusions about them when you don't know them. And that could influence how you perceive their behavior later on. It includes biased perceptions of groups, so stereotyping and prejudice. And I've also studied biased impressions of businesses.
Have you consulted as an expert in other cases besides Mr. Kohberger's case?
Yes, I consulted in a case around 2016 or so, and then I was involved in the non-dissemination hearing here as well for Mr. Kohberger's case.
So you're telling us that you testified before in Mr. Kohberger's case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And have you testified as an expert in any other hearings besides that one, Mr. Kohberger?
For Mr. Kohberger, no, just that one.
How about other people?
Yes, one for, and the case I didn't seek it out. I have a full-time job, plenty to do. But I've been asked to do expert testimony, and I feel like it's the right thing to do to share what I know about bias.
Thank you for that. What is your role today? What did we hire you to do and ask you to do?
So my role was to evaluate how publicity about a case could shape potential jurors when they come in and sit on a panel, and to see if maybe people who were living in Latah County or have some connection to Latah County might potentially have more problems being objective because of media saturation and other issues.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint to help walk through what you have to share today?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to do my best to open that up.
All right, so we got exhibits, potential effects of media coverage on prospective jurors, social psychologist.
I am trying to find the right.
You would just go to slideshow, right to the top, maybe 6 down to the right. One more.
Next one over there. There you go. I don't think is it working for her? There she goes.
And then on the left, towards its front beginning.
There you go. Press play. There she goes. And
Okay.
acting like she doesn't know how to do power.
I think we're there. Thank you for helping me through
I
that.
do this regularly. I'm teaching.
All right. I want to know if this is the background of the research on potential juror bias. What do you know about that?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of research on how publicity affects potential jurors. It says roughly 40 years. Really, it's been longer because in the 1960s, there were some high profile cases. And so social scientists wondered, does it matter if there's a lot of publicity about a case? Could that potentially make jurors less objective? Could that influence actual outcomes in a case? And so the research started then, kind of trickled in, and then became more and more popular. And then in 1999, there were enough studies that somebody conducted what's called a meta-analysis. And another one was conducted in 2022. So it's nice to have a recent one. A meta-analysis is when you take a bunch of studies on the same topic and you statistically combine them into one giant study. So they do this in every field. They do this in medicine, every discipline, where you really want to know an overall effect of something. Because I might run a study on the effects of pretrial publicity and find maybe a small effect, and somebody else might find a big effect, and somebody else might find no effect. And it's hard to trust any one study with, a few dozen participants, or even if it's hundreds. I would want to see lots of studies. Just like if I were trying to decide if I want to take a medication, I don't want just one study that tells me it works or doesn't work if I have a serious illness or the medication has a serious risk. But I would be much more confident if there were a whole bunch of studies, dozens of studies combined and thousands of participants' data. And so a meta-analysis basically does that. It narrows down a specific topic, in this case, the effects of pretrial publicity on judgments, and it examines overall, combined, is there an effect? And so there were, like I said, one is quite recent from 2022. So it's the simplest way to describe this research. It's the easiest way for somebody to know where it stands, even if they don't read all the articles. And what this work has found is that if somebody's exposed to publicity about a case, something about the defendant, something about the case, fact, fiction, that the tendency is, if you look at everything as a whole, for it to affect judgments, and specifically how much you like the defendant, your inclination to say that they're guilty, your judgments of their criminality, etc. And this has been shown with individual judgments of guilt, but even more so with group judgments, with juries. And it looks at participants who are randomly assigned to get pretrial publicity information or not, so that you can really determine cause effect. So this would be a formal experiment. We do lots of studies, and experiments are the ones that I like to look at, because what you do is you hold everything constant except for one thing that you change. You get one experience, another group of people, another experience, and then expose them to all the same things. So all the same trial stimulus materials. And you see, okay, the people who got some information ahead of time that they weren't supposed to pay attention to, did they evaluate the evidence differently? Did they come up with different judgments? And so the meta-analysis in 2022 is based on over 11,000 total participants, and it summed up the studies on that specific topic.
And the sum up, what was the sum up?
Yeah, essentially what's on the slide there are the main findings. The fact that if you get exposed to publicity, you're more likely to render a judgment of guilt, and less likely to, or have lower liking for the defendant, and have higher ratings of their criminality.
Based on your years of teaching and work and understanding human bias, do you know why this happens?
Yes, if you don't mind advancing to the next slide, I have a couple sections here. One is on why we sort of soak up this pretrial publicity in the first place. And then the next section is on why that stays with us through a trial if we are to serve as jurors, even when we don't want it to stay with us. And so if I just start with the first topic, why is it that we soak this up in the first place? One reason is because of how we process information. Since the 80s, social psychologists have studied this model that suggests that it's pretty straightforward. Sometimes we think deeply about things and we scrutinize arguments and find flaws in them. And then sometimes we make quick decisions. We like decision shortcuts. And we only have so much cognitive capacity that the vast majority of our decisions and thought processes are more automatic. And we call this peripheral root processing when it involves an influence situation. So if you're making some kind of determination about something, whether you should purchase a certain car or vote for a certain political candidate or something like that. You can go through and you can analyze every single thing and try to be as objective as possible, or you can make a decision in 2 seconds. Oh, my neighbor has that car and they like it, And so the problem with peripheral processing is sometimes you're going to come to a conclusion that you wouldn't have come to before if you had thought about things more methodically, more systematically. And so the reason this applies here is because people, when they're consuming media, are often processing peripherally. Why? Because they might not be completely able to focus on a story, or they're scrolling quickly through a newsfeed. So if you're scrolling through a newsfeed or a social media feed, or if you're watching the news while you're cooking dinner or something like that, you're taking in information, but you're not able to really devote the resources cognitively to nitpick. And so you'll see something like Bryan Kohberger arrested for the murder of 4 students, or you'll see something like this: among items taken from suspect, knives, guns. And automatically, when we're processing at the superficial level, which again, most of the time we're doing, we'll say, oh, okay, so they found the person who committed the crime and they have evidence. And we don't take it a step further. But if you actually stop and think, then you realize, oh, wait a minute, people get arrested all the time and it turns out they didn't commit a crime. Or wait a minute, we all have knives in our homes, but we haven't all killed somebody. You know, I have a lot of knives in my kitchen. A lot of households have guns. And so we don't take that extra step to really think deeply about things a lot of the time when we're consuming media.
It sounds like you're telling me that we're just absorbing information, and in Mr. Kohberger's case, from the media, people may take bits and pieces, and that starts to create a level of knowledge or human bias.
We might feel like we know about something more than we do, yeah.
Are there other ways that that bias gets created?
Yes, and it looks like you advance to the next slide. So one thing that's relevant here too is listening to authority figures. So I mentioned that we're processing superficially a lot of the time, peripherally, and one readily available peripheral cue a lot of the time when it comes to this type of situation is hearing information from authority figures, people who have status or expertise, any kind of power. And we tend to listen more to people in those positions. And yes, you know, a lot of the time they have more knowledge, but there are big problems with this. One is that we assume that they're accurate. We forget that they're humans too, that they make mistakes too, that they have biases too. You know, like if I'm in charge of trying to make a community feel safe by, you know, arresting the right person for a crime, I have a motivation. I want to make sure, you know, I want to convince myself maybe that, you know, I've caught the right person. And, you know, if I'm in that position, doesn't make me less biased, right? We all have biases, all humans have biases. And so, and they also could be wrong. You know, like I said, people can get arrested for a crime when they didn't commit it. And what we found in research over many, many years, decades, is that if somebody has any kind of indicator of authority, even if it's something as minor as height, but certainly, you know, an occupational status, title, that people will take their words so far that they'll do things to contradict their own morals, you know, and they'll be influenced in areas beyond the person's expertise, like a doctor influencing you in your relationships or something that's totally irrelevant. And so we take it a little bit too far. And in the case of Moscow and Latah County, it's a really small community, right? And so the authority figures are often going to be people who are known and well trusted. And, you know, so that makes this effect even potentially more problematic. And, you know, as you know, Chief Fry, the chief of the police at the time, had said that he was certain that he arrested the right suspect and he didn't have any doubts. And so the community would say, okay, well, the chief of police is sure, so then I can be sure too. But like I said, you know, we can't assume, and there's no trial that had taken place yet. And so we can't assume that that's accurate information, but we tend to take that a little bit too much at face value.
The example that you gave of the police chief speaking out and offering what he thinks about a case, is that something that creates more bias in the minds of the Latah County residents that heard that?
Yeah, I mean, they're familiar with him. They know him to be an authority figure. You know, they may know him personally or trust him personally. And so, yeah, somebody outside of Latah County, they'll still be affected by his authority status, but maybe not as much, right? And then he also has power over people in that community, and that seems to carry some weight when it comes to this type of influence. And then also, you know, the president of University of Idaho saying, you know, we can feel safe now, you know, they found the person. It sounds very conclusive when there hadn't been a trial yet. And so another authority figure is pretty major in an area like Latah because so much is centered around the university.
Are there other ways that you found that create bias?
Yes, if you don't mind advancing to the next slide. This is the phenomenon that goes back maybe a century. We've been studying this in so many different contexts, tons and tons of research on this phenomenon called classical conditioning. And it's basically when we make associations between things and it causes us to have reactions that we didn't have before. Like, for example, if your alarm clock, we don't really have alarm clocks that much anymore, but if your alarm sound on your phone, if that's what you use, wakes you up this morning and you have kind of a negative response to it, it might be because you associated it with waking up before you wanted to. Before, I know I always try to choose a sound that I don't have an aversion to, but then it doesn't take long before now I have a negative reaction. So you make this connection, right? But if that same tone was used every time somebody, a loved one, texted me, then I wouldn't develop an aversion. I might develop a favorable reaction. So classical conditioning is when we develop a response to a stimulus. It could be a sound, it could be any stimulus at all, including a person, because we've connected them with something that it has been paired with, especially repeated pairings. So in this particular case, if the defendant's name is seen throughout media and social media a lot, or his image is shown alongside things that are aversive, negative words, things like terror, murder, evil, or alongside known killers, alongside details of the murder, alongside information about, tragic consequences, things that make us feel bad. What happens is it doesn't take that many pairings, and then his name alone, which was once neutral, because most people wouldn't have known him, becomes conditioned, and it evokes those same kinds of feelings. And they've done studies like this where they can make this happen within minutes. If I could take a picture of any of you, or multiple pictures of any of you, show those interspersed with pictures of other people, and at the same time present words, consciously or not consciously, that say things like terror and evil, and at the end of the study, I can ask people, what do you think of this person? And the rating will be lower. And so if you get that exposure a lot, like in Latah, where people are getting a lot of media exposure and also social media exposure and having a lot of discussions and attending, vigils, and they're really being exposed to kind of all these emotional reactions. If they're thinking about him at the same time, they can't help but make that connection, even if they don't think he's guilty.
Let me make sure I understand how big this is, how far-reaching this is. We've been with this case pending for 1.5 years, and there's been, suffice to say, a lot of media coverage. There's a lot of pictures of Mr. Kohberger in the media. Do you mean that when we walk into trial and the room's full of potential jurors, there's going to be a great majority of them that before we sit down are going to have a feeling of bias against Mr. Kohberger?
Yeah, I do. And you've seen the pictures, these ominous headlines, and that connection can't help but be made.
This all the way that bias gets created, or do you have another one for us?
I have one more. As far as things that happen largely while the publicity is coming in and you're getting exposed to it. And it's sort of a category of a lot of different influences that are emotional and motivational. And this one I think is especially relevant to, sourcing people out of Latah County to be jurors. So the media played a role in inducing some emotions like it does. It likes to attract attention, things like fear and anger and sympathy and empathy. But in that community, people are going to have those emotions anyway from everything that's going on. But if the media uses phrases like killer on the loose, everybody stay vigilant, make sure you report all suspicious activity, then they're arousing that even more. And so what happens is when we have emotions like that, they filter in how we process information. Just like when you're angry, you're more likely to remember things that have made you angry in the past than things that have made you happy. And when you're angry, you're also more likely to have kind of an agenda with new information coming in. And so, for example, and this is something that could stay with somebody, this distorted information processing could stay with somebody and could get, there could be a resurgence during a trial where it keeps affecting somebody as they are reminded of their emotions. Because, they've associated moods with different judgments of guilt. Like, for example, if you're angrier, you tend to be more punitive and you want retribution. And in fact, in one study, they associated anger of mock jurors during a trial with support for imposing a death sentence for somebody. And they, when they were angry, they were less likely to pay attention to defense arguments. So people aren't trying to be biased. It's just that when we're in moods, those moods filter how we process information, how we take it in. And, I think I may have mentioned this already, but there's also kind of an emotional, motivational component to feel like the person who committed the crime is under arrest. It is the right person. I think I mentioned it as, being a motivation by the police, but the community has this motivation too in Latah, because they were living in fear during all these weeks where they were trying to find somebody to arrest. And somebody was arrested and people could take a sigh of relief. But that sigh of relief assumes that he's guilty. And so we have this coping mechanism, basically, where we want to get rid of these negative emotions. And one way to do that is to feel like, oh, well, if he committed a crime and he's under arrest, then I can feel safe now. And so that's something that could come into play too if you live within the region where the event occurred.
And that's because of the fear that was associated with
Any of the emotions really could potentially distort information processing. That last point relevant to fear, but a lot of research on how anger influences judgments and how sympathy for victims, empathy for victims influences judgments. And certainly if you are in Latah and have attended vigils or offered social support, that you're really getting a lot of that empathy and sympathy as well, or if you're exposed to the personal media stories about what happened.
So I think I understand the ways that the human bias just gets bigger and more solid in a person. What happens if we seat a Latah County jury and those biases aren't there? What happens as we put on the trial and evidence is presented?
Yeah, well, I mentioned this one can get carried through the trial, this idea of motivational and emotional sources. But there are other things that can happen during trial too that kind of exacerbate the problem. And one of these is confirmation bias. So this has to do with us wanting to confirm our expectations of things. And one of the most fundamental human needs we have is a need for predictability. You don't want to walk into this courtroom and feel like you have no idea what's going to happen. That's uncomfortable. We want to feel like we know what's going to happen. And we know how people are going to behave. And so part of this need for predictability is that it causes us to distort reality a little bit. And so in one way that this does this is through the confirmation bias, which is once we develop an expectation of something, once we decide that this is true, this is the case, or the defendant is guilty or not guilty, or the defendant lives a certain lifestyle or behaves a certain way, or has, then once we decide something, everything goes through that filter. I talked about an emotional filter. This is a cognitive filter that we actually process information differently based on what we expect to see and hear. It's just like if, you're going to meet up with a friend and you think somebody called your name, you expected it. And so it made you hear it even when it didn't happen. And if somebody does call your name, you hear it more readily. So we're kind of tuned in. And so the processes I mentioned here, this filtering can happen via 3 different processes. One is selective attention. So if I'm a juror and I have expectations about Mr. Kohberger, and it doesn't have to be just that he's guilty, but it could be expectations about him as a person. If I have expectations coming in and I'm getting all this new evidence during trial, going through that filter and paying attention to information that backs up my idea. Well, I had this idea that he's a bad guy, and this information backs that up. So I pay extra attention to that. And then they talked about something where, where he was kind to someone, and I really have to pay much attention to it. So, we have this filter, and then we process information too in a distorted manner. We actually will change the information to fit in with what we think. It's just a way of our minds simplifying our worlds. And while these processes all help us not be overloaded cognitively, they distort what we take in. So we have to be aware of them. And recall is distorted as well. So, trial takes place over a long period of time, potentially, and somebody has to remember a lot of information. And if they have distorted recall that's consistent with their expectations before coming in, that's obviously problematic.
Is that the only thing that happens when we have new information at trial?
No, I have a couple other things that I'd like to talk about. And the first one is belief perseverance, which is really a direct consequence of the confirmation bias. So it's just like it sounds. This is the tendency for our beliefs to persevere, even in the face of contradictory evidence. Confirmation bias supplies us with this filter. And because we have this filter, if somebody gives us all these facts that go against what we think, logically, we should just change our minds. A lot of the time we don't. In fact, there's some evidence to suggest that sometimes we even cling more closely to our beliefs. And anyone who's looked at anything on social media has probably seen evidence of this, where somebody has a strong belief about something and then somebody provides actual facts that contradict it. And then instead of saying, oh, you're right, I see your point. Of course, that can happen sometimes. the general tendency is for people to still stick with their beliefs anyway because they formed them. When you're in the process of forming your beliefs, that's different. But once you form something, it tends to stick. It's the same thing with stereotypes. You know, somebody has an assumption that elderly people are bad drivers, and they see a whole bunch of evidence suggesting otherwise, and even research studies and things like that. Then they no, I still think elderly people are bad drivers. So that's belief perseverance. And in some cases, people will even double down. Again, social media, they might even get more aggressively in line with their initial opinion after seeing evidence to the contrary. So this is one reason it's directly aligned with confirmation bias.
It sounds like they can work together when somebody already has a bias. They've already made decisions about it.
Yeah, really any expectation or decision or judgment, even if you don't know that you have it. You know, I heard the phrase of growing legs. Well, there's a famous social influence researcher who used that same phrase with decision making. Like once you've decided something, your decision grows legs of its own. And so now it's not just the normal information necessary that for any rational person, because we all kind of have this tendency to be irrational in situations like this. But it ends up causing us to distort reality a little bit and need a lot more evidence now than we should to change our minds.
What else impacts getting new information during the course of the trial?
We'll advance to the next slide. I want to mention a little bit about cognitive dissonance. And cognitive dissonance is an uncomfortable feeling we have when we have like an inner clash, like an inner hypocrisy, you know, like if I'm religious, but I don't adhere to one thing about my religion, and there's this inner clash, and we don't like that feeling, and we like to reduce it, minimize it, prevent it. So why is that relevant here? Well, if somebody lives in Latah County, they might have a dissonance experience because if they start during trial to believe that, oh, maybe the defendant is innocent, you know, maybe he shouldn't be convicted, that belief might be battling another belief about loyalty to their community because they know the community wants closure. You know, they know that the community wants him to be guilty. They know the community wants to feel safe. And so they have this inner clash. And what happens when we have this inner clash, lots of things can happen. But one thing that could happen is we could distort reality. That's another reason for kind of being a little bit less accurate when taking in information. So if I'm if I'm a juror from Latah County, and I'm starting to kind of think, oh, you know, maybe he didn't do it. There might be part of my brain convincing me that no, he's guilty because of this inner clash. I want to get rid of the clash.
Is that because of the loyalty a person would feel to Latah County, to their community?
I think that's a big part of it. And there could be other reasons with regard to community connections that could create that clash too.
Like a concern that they might be known who they are as a juror?
A concern that they might be known. You know, they're you know, this kind of picturing yourself sort of coming back to your community with the news that you were involved in a process that actually you know, acquitted somebody, for example, and, you know, and having to face people in your community, which is something I touch on later a little bit too.
All right, should we move forward?
Yeah.
All right. I know the court's going to want to know, can we fix this?
Sure.
Can we get our jurors in here and tell them, don't bring your bias in? Can we fix this? What do you think, knowing what you know about human bias?
I would love that to be the case. You know, I just don't see that as feasible when bringing jurors out of Latah County. And I can tell you some problems with all the methods that people try to use. It's just, you know, if you look at the research, there are limitations to these. And so one of them, of course, is juror selection. Let's try to find people, for example, who haven't been exposed to publicity. So there are problems with that. Can you recount all of the publicity that you've been exposed to? No. You know, if I asked you to tell me about all of the interactions you had with people over the course of a week, you're going to have forgotten some, right? But doesn't mean they're not going to be affecting you. You know, so maybe when I was at the grocery store, the person checking me out had a negative expression on their face. And I didn't recount that to you, but maybe that memory is there and it's buried. And when I go back in the grocery store, I'm a little colder to that. And another possibility too is that retrieval cues can make some of these unconscious memories actually become conscious, and maybe they affect us at that level. So if I'm a juror and I'm sitting in and hearing all of this evidence, something might remind me, oh yeah, and I remember they found this information, and maybe it's something that's not admissible, but now it's affecting me. And I didn't report that I knew that because I didn't remember that I knew it until something cued that up. And so that's a retrieval cue, is basically something that reminds you of what you know and can't articulate yet, or maybe don't have knowledge about it at a conscious level. And so there's a problem with that, picking people who haven't been as exposed to a case. And of course, in Latah, we talked about the saturation of media. It'd be hard to find somebody to even say that, but if they say that, I don't know if that really would be something we could rely on as being totally correct. And then this is something I focus a lot of my research on, and it's bias. So there's a lot of research on how we overestimate ourselves. We have overconfidence. We tend to rate ourselves as better than average, like better than average in intelligence. There's one study where the vast majority of people rated themselves as better than average drivers, but we can't all be better than average. It included people who had gotten into multiple car accidents. So while people might be thinking that they're making an accurate assessment of themselves, when they're asked, hey, do you have any bias, for or against the defendant? Do you have any, or are you capable of setting aside your bias? People probably often believe that they can set that bias aside because it's in line with all of this research that we know about how we tend to overestimate ourselves. So they're going to say they're less biased than they are. That's been shown over and over again in a lot of settings. And by the way, the people who are the most biased have the most distortion when they're estimating their bias in at least some cases that they've studied so far. That's some research I've done too. And then also they're going to be biased about how much bias they have. That's called the bias blind spot, which has been studied too. So I might acknowledge that other people might be biased, but I won't be biased, and I'll be capable of setting it aside. So that's one process, jury selection that we would hope would work, but there are a lot of drawbacks to it. So I wouldn't rely on that.
Do you think that it's less likely to work in a situation like this with the amount of negative media coverage that has been going on for a long time?
Yeah, if you ask somebody from Latah County to forget everything that they've heard about the case, forget all the discussions they've had, forget all of the media they've been exposed to, forget all the emotions that they've experienced, set all that aside. Can you really do that? Can you unhear things and unfeel things for an extended period of time to be objective? That's quite an undertaking. So yeah, I think that's problematic.
You mentioned extended period of time. This trial is projected to take 3 full months. Is that what you mean by extended period of time?
Yeah, really. The longer it is, the more potentially distortion there can be because your decision has grown legs and things are getting filtered through filters. And then emotional things can carry a little bit more longevity. So so I wouldn't expect it to just go away if it's a long trial by any means, but I'd expect to see it in a short or long.
Is there anything else that can be attempted that might or might not work?
Yeah, my next slide is on instructions. And of course, people would want to try to give instructions to jurors to be unbiased. And like I said, people overestimate their ability to do this. They don't even think they're that biased to begin with. And the first step to not being influenced by bias is to acknowledge that you have bias. So there's already an obstacle there. And then you have to have the motivation to not be biased. And I hope jurors have that. You also have to have the cognitive capacity to be unbiased. And that's where we run into a lot of problems because their cognitive capacity is going to be occupied by serving as a juror, paying attention to information. They don't have time to spend 80% of their mind, trying not to be biased and catching all the bias. And in fact, there's research that suggests that when we try to suppress thoughts, that we can think about them even more as soon as we let our guard down, which is very soon because you have to think about other things at some point. So if I try not to think about something like an argument I had with somebody, or somebody tries not to think about cigarettes, but they're trying to quit smoking, they could do that for a really short amount of time. But as soon as they think about something else, their mind gets flooded with those thoughts. Because in order for you to not think about something, you have to think about it so that you can catch those thoughts. And that process is automatic. Now, most of what I've been talking about today is unconscious, automatic processing, and that's why it's so hard to control. And with regard to instructions to disregard information, whether it's something that people learned pre-trial or something they learned during trial that turns out to be inadmissible, the research shows that those instructions typically don't work, and sometimes they can backfire, partly because of this thought suppression rebound effect. And then there could be other reasons too, like people not wanting to be told how to think. And I mentioned too that, it applies to emotional information too. So factual and emotional pretrial publicity would still have influence, even if people say, don't let this affect you. I wouldn't assume that works at all, unfortunately.
How about jury deliberation? Will that work if you have a juror in there who's going to maybe accidentally bring something in or interpret something based on something that heard before, or they've remembered something over the course of trial? Will the other jurors push it out, help them not to think about that? Will the group overcome that bias?
Yeah, so we would hope that you get a bunch of people together who are trying to be objective, for them to sort of correct each other. And while some of that might happen, what the research has shown is if some people are exposed to pretrial publicity and some aren't, that can spread. Because you can't expect a juror to remember where they learned things. Like maybe they have information about DNA evidence and some of it came from trial and some of it didn't. And how do you disentangle that? That's really, really hard to do. And so they might spread it unintentionally. It might be spread intentionally too. But even if we're assuming perfect jurors here, it might spread unintentionally and then sort of contaminate the jurors during discussion. And then there's also this phenomenon we've been studying for a long time called group polarization, which is when you get a group of people and if they're leaning towards a particular opinion, when they discuss a topic, that opinion gets stronger and stronger the more they discuss it. Another thing you could see potentially on social media, like groups that, are invested in a particular issue. And so if the group is leaning towards negative judgments about Mr. Kohberger or judgments of guilt or anything, even a little bit, then discussions could actually make it worse and worse over time. It could get polarized. So I don't anticipate that discussions would fix the problem. In fact, I would expect it to exacerbate the problem. And that might be why in that meta-analysis I talked about, the effect of pretrial publicity was stronger when it came to group judgments, verdicts versus individual judgments of guilt.
Based on your years of teaching human bias and your extensive study of human bias, do you have an opinion about whether the extensive pretrial publicity has impacted the Latah County jury pool?
I do. I think it would be so hard to be a member of that community and be able to come in and be objective, arguably impossible. So we don't have a known method for undoing things, and the things have been done. They've felt the emotions, they've seen the publicity, they've had the discussions, they've been to the vigils, and even if they want to be as objective as possible, and even if we disregard some of the limitations I talked about before, research has not uncovered a way to undo this after it's there. And so the recommended best practice by the vast majority of researchers on this topic is find people who don't have that information, restrict that information in the first place, find people who don't have that information. And the same goes for that emotional experience and investment and so on. Utilize jurors who've had less exposure, they have less reason for prejudgment, less motivation to find the defendant guilty. It doesn't affect them, their feelings of safety, the community. They don't have to worry about reporting back, and other people maybe ostracizing them if they didn't make the judgment that was expected or wanted. And so my recommendation would be to find a community to recruit jurors from that's as far removed from Latah as possible, physically and psychologically.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you, but if you hold on just a minute, I think Ms. Katie might. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Ms. Beatty.
Your Honor. In any jurisdiction where there's been a tremendous amount of pretrial publicity, at least some of these biases would apply to a prospective jury pool, correct?
Yeah.
And the best thing, if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, for this trial would be to have a jury pool with the largest percentage of jurors who hadn't formed an opinion on this case already. Would that be fair to say?
I mean, you need, I can't speak to percentages. You need somehow to find enough people to serve on the jury who have not been exposed. Now, this is a high profile case, so we know the exposure is all over the state, and of course, this is part of it. But if you can have less exposure, you have less bias potential.
In a case like this, where there's been so much exposure across all counties, are there unique challenges in selecting a jury that would apply anywhere?
So, well, I mentioned some unique things about Latah County and emotional investment in the community, concern for community members, and, you know, having felt that fear and wanting, you know, the defendant to be guilty so that they could resolve the fear and anger. So, you know, there are all those emotional and social connections. And of course, Dr. Edelman's report, which will come up later, shows that a lot of people who live in Latah County are connected in some way to the university or the police involved in the case. So they actually, you know people or they lived in Latah County. And so those kinds of things make, because it's such a small community, make Latah a unique experience.
And so you've reviewed Dr. Edelman's survey.
I have.
So does it sound correct that 75% of folks in Latah County are not affiliated with the university?
I don't recall his percentages.
Okay.
So offhand, I'd have to see the report, which I could look at if you'd like.
Okay, and I should be more precise. I believe the question was, are you or a family member a student or employee at the University of Idaho in Moscow? And the percentage of folks who responded no was 75%. Does that sound right?
I couldn't tell you without seeing it. Sorry, I don't remember.
Would it surprise you to find out that 60% of Latah County residents who were surveyed reported that they did not feel higher levels of stress or anxiety during the hunt for the killer in this case?
I don't know. I don't know what percentage I would have estimated. I just would have estimated it to be higher in Latah.
Okay. So is one strategy that the court could use in any jurisdiction, whether the trial stays in Latah County or moves to Ada County, would bringing in a larger jury pool alleviate some of these concerns across any jurisdiction?
Well, if we're talking about Latah County, you know, a lot of the things that I mentioned were not in the survey. So, you know, there are emotions I mentioned that weren't assessed during the survey, impressions of Mr. Kohberger that weren't in the survey. So it could be that 90% of people think he's a bad guy, but they don't think he's guilty. And then that still could influence judgment. So it's really hard to answer that question without, you know, I didn't make the survey, and even if I did, there'd be a lot of things that I would miss too, you know, so I can't make that determination about, you said maybe you can restate it and I can.
No, I appreciate the answer. Thank you. Now, I guess the last question I'll ask you is, would you be surprised to find out that in the survey, when jurors were asked, potential jurors who were responding to the survey were asked what their opinion is of Bryan Kohberger, the highest percentage of prospective jurors that were surveyed who had no opinion of Mr. Kohberger were Latah County survey respondents? Would that surprise you?
That they have no opinion about whether he is guilty.
I think the question is just, do you have an opinion of Mr. Kohberger?
Well, it's a high profile case that had a lot of coverage, and the percentages are so high that of people who have an opinion. I imagine, I don't have those in front of me, but in statistics, we call that a ceiling effect, when all the percentages are high and you can't really see differences. So I don't know if we're talking, I don't know what numbers you're looking at, but I don't know if that applies or not in this particular case without seeing it.
Thank you. I have further questions.
Ms. Beatty. Ms. Taylor, anything else?
Yes, just a few questions for you. Your focus is on human bias, is that right? Okay. And you talked to us about media exposure and how that forms bias. Are bias and forming an opinion, you're willing to say, different things?
Bias can come from lots of things, one of which is an opinion that was formed, and then bias can shape another opinion that gets formed, if that answers your question.
It does, thank you. You talked to us a little bit earlier about how that bias gets formed. And then you told us sometimes we won't be able to spit out our entire bias or what we looked at to form bias. Is there a danger in a case like this, where there's been a lot of media coverage, that somehow we seat a jury, but they start remembering things they read in the paper and trying to make the evidence fit into that filter?
Oh, yeah, of course. So Dr. Edelman's report, I remember, said that, people didn't list everything that they recalled, but when they were prompted to ask about to indicate whether they remembered specific things, then they remembered a whole bunch of things. The same thing would happen during a trial, right? Those retrieval cues, anything that reminds you of something. So our minds have kind of an association network. All of our memories are sort of connected in some way. You could just mention the word white, and maybe I think of snow. So our memories can come up from so many things that I would be surprised if there weren't some memories rekindled.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Thanks, Ms. Taylor. Any more questions?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. May this witness be excused?
She makes.
All right. And no objection to that.
No,
All right.
you're
Okay. Thank you. You're free to stay. You're free to stay or leave. All right. Thank you very much. That was very interesting. Thank you. Okay, next witness.
Next witness is Dr. Bryan Edelman.
Okay. Dr. Edelman. All right, welcome back. Please raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
All right, thank you, sir. Please have a seat, and then please state your name and spell your last.
I'm going to speak slow today, I promise. So Bryan Edelman, E-D-E-L-M-A-N.
Sir, go ahead. Stay with.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Edelman, I see that you brought some things to council table with you.
I did.
What do you have?
It's just a copy of my presentation.
Your PowerPoint presentation? Okay. And is that face down? Perfect. Will you let me know if you need to flip it over to refresh your memory?
I can tell you the second you start, I won't be able to see anything, so I'm going to need it.
Okay. Your Honor and counsel, then I'll ask if he can leave his PowerPoint presentation face up so he can help us understand this testimony. No objection to that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
All right, let's start with your background.
Going back how far? I'm going to try with her.
Well, let's start with what you do right now and then work backwards and forwards. How about that?
Okay. I'm a trial consultant. So in that capacity, I'm often in a courtroom doing jury selections and assisting with that, running juror questionnaires, helping attorneys craft oral voir dire questions. And I also do pretrial research. So that's focus groups and mock trials. And then I also do post-trial interviews and do a lot of presentations and writing in terms of trying to educate or help the legal community. And then I also serve as an expert witness in this capacity. And in that scenario, I'm often focusing on pretrial publicity, the impact of pretrial publicity, and whether or not a defendant's due process rights may have been undermined by media coverage. And I also do post-conviction work, which kind of ties into that, where I might be brought in to look at a case to see if there was a lot of media coverage and whether or not there should have been a change of venue or a request for a change of venue, and looking at the adequacy of voir dire to uncover what jurors knew. So that's kind of reviewing the voir dire transcripts and use of challenges, that sort of thing.
How long have you been doing that work?
That part, since I think the first one maybe like 2011, 2012, something like that.
Where do you do that work? What company?
So all over the place. So all over the country in state and federal cases, Florida, Michigan, Washington, DC, Idaho, California, Texas, New York, a bunch of others. So quite a bit.
How were you educated to do the work then?
So I have a background in social psychology. So I have a PhD in social psychology from the University of Nevada, Reno, which is a program that really focused on psychology and law. That's where the judicial college is, and something called the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies. Am I going slow, or I do it better? Okay. And while there, I worked at the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies as well, and did research on the death penalty, so on pretrial release programs and the impact of media coverage. So kind of similar to this. And when I finished that, I went to England and got an LLM in international humanitarian law, and then came back here and started working at a trial consulting firm. I think I started in 2000, I want to say 2004. That sounds about right. 2000, I think. And then started my own or co-founded Trial Innovations, where I am now, with a business partner in 2011.
Do you do any teaching about your
teaching? So I do like CLE classes and things like that for bar associations. I've done it for public defenders, for district attorneys' offices. I've been like a visiting lecturer at like different law schools, at the ASTC, which is the American Society of Trial Consultants. Did classes on like trial consulting and change of venue. I think I've done one at APLS, which is like the American Psychology Association, a legal society. And I'm sure there's some others out there too. APE, ABOTA is one, and that might be more on like jury selection. That's like a legal organization.
Are you a member of any organizations, professional organizations specific to your work?
Currently, I don't think I normally I'm a member of ASTC, which is American Society of Trial Consultants, but I might have forgot to pay my dues this year, so maybe not.
Are you usually a member of that organization?
Yeah. And same with APLS. That's
What's APLS again?
That's the American Psychology Association, and it's the legal society division. And then I also do for like the ASTC, I've been on like a committee that helps write some of the professional guidelines, particularly around change of venue.
And I understand you do consulting work. Do you testify as an expert?
Yes.
What states?
What
Roughly?
states?
Roughly.
Okay. Kind of the ones I mentioned earlier. I'm sure there's more. So Florida, Michigan, California, Washington State, Washington, DC, Texas, Idaho. Wish I had a map in front of me right now. Tennessee, Georgia, Minnesota, and I'm sure there's others, but it's been a long time, so I've done a bunch of them. I probably have done over 100 that I've been retained on for in some capacity related to pretrial publicity in both state and federal cases.
I heard you mention Idaho. You testified as an expert in Idaho, is that right?
I have.
How about in this case? Have you testified before in this case?
In this case,
yes.
I did.
All right.
Yes.
Last time we were here, we were talking about a survey that was in progress.
Yes.
So have you now completed your survey?
Yes. So I completed the survey in Latah County and then conducted several comparison surveys after that hearing in Ada County, Bannock County, and Canyon County.
Before we get to all of those, I'm going to start a PowerPoint presentation that you've provided for us today, so you can walk me through the process of what you do and how that works. Give me just one moment.
Sure. I'm going to flip this over then.
Thank you for that, for the patience. I think we have it now. Will you give us a or an overview of what we're going to talk about today?
Yes. So the presentation is broken down into 3 parts. So the first part is just kind of a cursory review of some of the social science research, some of the basic general research, foundational research, and then research specific to pretrial publicity and juror decision-making. And then to get into the actual change of venue analysis, which focuses on the media coverage, so the extent and nature of the coverage, and in addition to whether or not that coverage has had any impact on the jury pool. So that really gets into the survey. And the last part gets into the unique challenges that cases like this pose when we talk about jury selection. So is what here an effective remedy in cases like this, when there's been a lot of media coverage and people have a lot of knowledge about the case.
I heard you say cases like this. What do you mean?
Sorry, when I say what?
Cases like this.
Oh, cases that have a lot of media coverage. So in a normal case, like a car accident or something like that, people come in, they might have general attitudes about drinking and driving, but they don't have case-specific attitudes about this person that are well developed from information I know about the evidence and the person and so on. When you have a case like this, people come into the courtroom with case-specific attitudes that are well developed and based on, it could be emotional information, it could be evidence that they already have read, seen, or heard. So they have very well developed attitudes. So that's a unique thing because they're no longer blank slates when they're hearing evidence. They're confirming what they already know, as opposed to jurors who don't know anything and are learning and building attitudes and knowledge structures as they go.
All right, let's go to the background of why we do this, why this matters.
Yeah, so there's decades of research in general documenting the impact of pretrial publicity on decision making, and it kind of falls into 2 areas. So there's what we call field research, which is kind of similar to like a change of venue survey. So people are exposed to pretrial publicity in a naturally occurring setting. I read the newspaper, I watch it on the news or on the news when I'm cooking dinner, whatever it may be. And so we see natural exposure and we're able to assess the impact of that coverage on pretrial opinions. But there's some limitations to that. We can't really learn how pretrial publicity impacts decisions, and we can't really learn the types of pretrial publicity that are most impactful, and whether or not remedial measures like an admonition or voir dire mitigate the impact it has. That's where experimental research comes in, because it's a controlled setting and we can test things like what types of pretrial publicity are most prejudicial, how does pretrial publicity impact decisions, and things like do remedies work, and so on.
Do you have an example to help me understand maybe the difference starting with field research?
Sure. So the one we're looking at here is one of the earlier pieces that was published, and it looked at 3 cases that were high-profile cases in California. One involved the murder of 2 police officers, I think it was in Latah County, and then the murder of a dental hygienist from a prominent family. So it was the status of the victim was important in that. And then I believe the third one was a rape of a young girl. So the 3 cases, and they did surveys to assess the impact of that media coverage. And they learned a couple of interesting things. So they learned that people who consume news, whether they watch it on the news or they read the local paper, develop more case knowledge. So the more often I follow the news, the more likely I'm to have detailed information about that specific case. So there's the first relationship that we look at. And then the next thing is case knowledge impacts presumption of guilt. So people who have well-developed case knowledge, they've read a lot about it and they know a lot of detail, they're more likely to think the defendant is guilty. They're more likely to have an opinion about that. And that stands out as more important than a host of things. They looked at gender, education, attitudes towards the criminal justice system. And ultimately, case knowledge was 10 times more impactful, more important than attitudes like towards the criminal justice system. So it wasn't something like, I'm just a pro-conviction person who tends to favor the government and think people are guilty. It was far more important than that when it came to these attitudes and opinions they develop.
It sounds like the field research has been important in your profession.
Yes.
Fair to say?
Yeah.
Help me understand what experimental research is.
Yeah, so these are more, again, traditional studies where we are able to control. We can look to see, maybe we're testing to see what types of pretrial publicity are most impactful. Maybe we want to know if voir dire is an effective remedy at mitigating the influence or impact. An interesting study someone recently did was looking at the set aside question. And they were looking to see if you did something like normally what happens to jurors on the spot, it's just like, what do you know about the case? And it's kind of like on the spot, I need to think about it and try to recall everything from memory and spout it out right there. So the remedy was, what if the person was given time to write down everything they know and think about it, think, can they really be fair, and then come back to them and then ask them again. So they were looking at that as a remedy. So that would be an example of an experiment. And like globally, what we find is exposure to pretrial publicity impacts perceptions of guilt, and it influences the defendant's credibility, likability, and sympathy towards the defendant as well. And overall, most of the research shows that judicial remedies are not effective. We talk about admonitions, so like the judge telling the jurors are not allowed to consider media coverage; they have to set that aside. Voir dire, kind of like I was mentioning before, those don't mitigate the impact of media coverage. Delay is another one. Sometimes there's a long delay between when someone reads the coverage and when they come and do the experiment to see if that mitigates the impact. So overall, those are the key findings and takeaways from the experimental research.
All right. You have a slide in here called, I'm not going to say this word correctly, Potower and Singer. What's this about? How is this important?
So this is, again, just an example of some of the research. So in this study, the researchers recruited people who had been excused for jury duty, so they were at the courthouse, and they were put into two different conditions. So in one condition, the experimental condition, they read an article, and that article contained information about the defendant. It was a criminal record. And it also included a retracted confession. So they were looking at something that's inadmissible. It wasn't going to come in, I believe, in the story. And the control group read the same article absent those two pieces. Didn't mention anything about the criminal past, criminal record, or the retracted confession. And what they found, if you go to the next slide, is that there was a significant effect. So those participants who were in the experimental condition, the ones who had been exposed to the background, the criminal background information, and the retracted confession, were much more likely, I can tell I'm talking too fast, were much more likely to convict and perceive the defendant as guilty compared to the control group. And that was a significant effect.
That seems like a pretty high percentage. This is an experiment with two otherwise equal groups of people, some exposed to negative publicity and some not, and almost 30% of the people in that experimental group would have voted to convict just based on that difference alone.
So 28 percentage points higher. And again, it's a controlled study. So they're controlling for everything. So the only variable really that should be, that's impacting is the fact that one group heard this negative prejudicial information, the other one didn't.
Seems like a high.
What's that?
That seems like a high amount.
Well, it's a significant finding. It's statistically significant.
All right, let's talk about pretrial publicity.
Okay.
How does it impact information that you might get in China?
Yeah, so we already heard about this a bit in terms of this selective process for filtering information. So the one that really is significant for me that stands out is the belief perseverance research. I'll tell you why. And like it was mentioned, so a common study would be someone would read an essay. For example, it might be an article about why risk-taking makes you a good firefighter, and people who are cautious that's not a good characteristic. And then someone else might read the exact opposite, where they're implying that cautious people are better firefighters than risk takers. And then they're asked to write an essay, and whichever one they read, they're more likely to write to support or write an essay that's consistent with what they read. And then later, when they're confronted with information that disconfirms whatever they had read and written, they're resistant to change. So we see that in our everyday lives quite a bit. And the thing that really is significant to think about is jurors who come in as a blank slate in a normal case, who haven't been exposed to media coverage, have no opinions or attitudes that are specific about the defendant, about the evidence, about guilt. And they're just processing evidence in a controlled setting through direct examination and cross-examination. The rules of evidence apply. So they're learning and they're developing opinions. They're considering the evidence for the first time. That's the ideal situation. In a high-profile case where jurors have been exposed to a lot of coverage and they end up serving, they already have well-developed attitudes about the defendant. So opinions of the defendant. They have well-developed attitudes about guilt, for example. And they have case knowledge that they've already been exposed to, not in a controlled setting. So maybe it's information in this case about cell tower data, or information about a vehicle being seen on video, or what the results of DNA tests are. And it's not under a controlled setting of direct examination and cross-examination and another expert from the defense side where they weigh all that. It's in the context of a news story. There's editorial, there's public personalities, it's Nancy Grace, there's all this sensationalism around it. So they're being exposed to all that, but they're also getting the information, the evidence within that context that they're going to hear at trial. So when they hear that information, it's not new, and they're not considering it and weighing it as a blank slate. What they're doing is just activating the beliefs and the knowledge structures they have, and it's just confirming what they already know. So one side is just giving you the information you already have, which strengthens it, and it makes that information more accessible in memory and so on. And then the other side is giving information that is attempting to disconfirm what I already know and believe, and it's scrutinized in a very different way. They're much more likely to reject it. They're much less likely to attend it, to store it in long-term memory, and it's really shifting the burden. So now the burden, whether intentional or not, is shifted on the defendant to change that juror's mind. And that's what we see when we talk about a filter, like our knowledge is, our impressions serve as a filter for processing new information. So it's really important to think about putting yourself in the shoes of the juror and what the task is and what that's like when you already have all this information compared to a jury who doesn't have any of that information.
Sounds like a tough road that can be created by a lot of media exposure.
Can be.
Can you tell us about any studies you know about how evidence might be evaluated?
Yeah, so this is just an example again. So in this particular piece, the researchers were looking at something called pre-decisional distortion. It's kind of like disconfirmation bias. So people were exposed to negative pretrial publicity or positive pretrial publicity about the defendant. And then there was delay. So I think it was like 5 days or something like that. And they watched a murder trial where a husband was accused of murdering his wife. And it was intentionally balanced. So it was kind of like a 50-50 split of guilty, not guilty. And what they found was that at each point in time, they would stop and do a case evaluation and assessment. And people hold the evidence to be consistent or supportive of whichever leader they had. So if they had started the case where they were supporting, they had been exposed to negative pretrial publicity, they would be supporting conviction, let's say the prosecution. So they didn't look at that evidence just for the probative value, but it anchored closer to it supports conviction. It's consistent with the belief I already have. And it was consistent like that throughout the entire study. Versus those who maybe had seen neutral pretrial publicity, you didn't see that. So people were more likely to consider the evidence primarily for the probative value.
How about when you've had a lot of pretrial coverage and then you have a lengthy trial? What do you know about a risk of confusing where you heard the information? By that, I mean bringing in something that you heard a long time ago that didn't tell the truth.
Right. And think about it based on what you were saying. These studies we're talking about an effect that was discovered with maybe 1 or 2 articles, and it still had an impact. Case like this, you're talking about inundated with pretrial publicity over a significant amount of time, repeating information, and then new information that's sensational. And so it's constantly reactivating those memories and making those knowledge structures more accessible, both consciously and unconsciously. So those attitudes are even stronger. So you would expect to see an effect like this to be even more robust in a trial setting over the course of weeks, months, or whatever it is.
All right, let's talk about surveys and what you do.
Sure.
Tell me what you do when you want to do a survey.
What do I do?
Yeah.
Well, so there's two different phases. So I don't start with I'm going to do a survey. So when I'm first asked to look at this, the first thing I do is collect a newspaper coverage. And I try to take a conservative approach. So I take the papers that have significant circulation in the county, that are based in the county. So I'm not looking, for example, at a paper in Spokane or in Ada County. I'm just looking at the ones here. And I read that coverage and I make an assessment if there's extensive coverage and potentially prejudicial coverage. So what is the nature of the coverage? Does it include inadmissible content? Does it include a lot of detail about test results like DNA results and things like that? So conviction-prone evidence. Is it have presumption of guilt or guilt-oriented detail? For example, public officials making statements about a defendant's guilt, victim families talking about that, things like that. Emotional pretrial publicity, because we know from the research the most prejudicial types of media coverage is emotional pretrial publicity, inadmissible content, and information about the defendant's character. So those are three big ones. So really looking at that. In every case is different. So in some cases, it's all about the community impact, and there's candlelight vigils and memorials, and it just shocked the community. In bigger places, you don't see that as much, so it might be something very different. So it's always dependent on the case. If there is not a lot of coverage or it's very neutral and basic, I wouldn't recommend doing anything else. So it would just stop there. If it's extensive coverage or sensational coverage or something like that, we would move to this next step, which is doing a phone survey in the venue. Sometimes we do a comparison survey, sometimes we don't. Yeah.
All right. I think you told me a little bit about the analysis of the coverage, but will you again tell me what you're looking for specific to a county before you decide to do a survey?
Actually, the main thing I'm looking for
when you're deciding whether or not to do a survey.
It really depends on the case, right? So every case is different. There's no like, I'm looking for X and is there or not. Every case is unique. Every case has, like, sometimes an example would be maybe this case went to trial 5 years ago and there was a conviction and then the conviction was thrown out. So really the unique thing there is exposure or knowledge that this person's been convicted is highly prejudicial. Sometimes there's a confession and we know from the research in the Supreme Court that confessions are considered one of the most prejudicial things that could be out there in terms of media coverage, that when we talk about change of venue. So maybe that's a factor. It always just depends on the case.
And do you look at the coverage to the local area you're talking about?
Yes.
What did you find for Latah County as far as coverage?
So just looking at the Moscow Pullman Daily News and the Idaho Argonaut, I found 240 articles going from 2022 to 2024, stopping in June. So I don't know what's been published since in terms of collecting the coverage. So that's the extent of the coverage in those two papers. I believe I also provided the Lewiston Daily, I think it is, or the Tribune, is that right? As well, because in the survey, a lot of people mentioned they read that paper. So I put that in there as well and turned that over. And I think that was like another 200 articles or something like that.
Do you know the total number of newspaper articles you collected from those three papers between the dates of November 13th, 2022 and June?
Yeah, so approximately 444.
Now you provided this chart and you have Mr. Kohberger's name highlighted at the bottom of this.
Yeah.
What's significant about this chart that you've presented?
So one of the tricky things is always what is a lot of coverage. So there's no decision that I'm aware of where it says if you have X number of articles, that's considered sufficient for a change of venue. So what I did was I pulled cases where the population or the county where the case was initially venue were between 27,500 and 62,000. And I did that because we fall somewhere in there. We're at like 32,500, I believe, 18 or over here. So I was just trying to look for a range of cases to get a decent sample size and look to see how many articles were published in those cases and what the median was. So it's not impacted by extremes. And what I found was these 16 cases that fall within that range, and the median number of articles in those 16 cases was 85. And in those 16, there were 12 change of venues granted in that case. And if you look at those which had more than 80 articles, should be 85 median, it's 78%. And Kohberger would fall at the bottom right now because he's at 444. And I think, is it Daybell would have been, I think there was approximately 200 and change in that one. I know that one was recently moved to Latah County.
And these are articles from the 3 newspapers only, not talking about any other source of media.
Just the 3 papers.
Okay. Let's talk about how much media coverage there is. It's not just these 3 newspapers, is that right?
Right. So I did an analysis of the coverage that's in the declaration, which is more of a qualitative analysis. So I'm not going to go through that because that would be pretty laborious. So what I have here is looking at kind of consistent, some of the television coverage and some of the information that's been spread through more informal channels, such as social media.
What did you find?
Yes. So again, like this is really looking at what people are seeing on social media and through informal communication networks. And the reason I did that is because it's a small county, and in small counties, people talk. So people are more likely to know, rumors and speculation because people know the victims, they know the defendant, or someone's worked with somebody who knows the defendant or victim. So from my experience, you have a lot of information disseminated through informal communication channels and through social media in high profile cases.
Did you find that in this case?
I did. There was quite a bit.
What are we seeing on this slide?
So this is just an example. I went on Facebook and just did one search, which was just the search term was Moscow murders to see what would come up. And this is what we would call a results page, essentially. So if you hit play, you can see the extent of content that's out there from groups that are just talking about this case and sharing information and discussing what they think happened, and videos and posts, which may include anything from influencers and podcasters to sharing traditional news stories through local newspapers or television stories. But there's quite a bit. And again, this is just one search.
It looks like you did a screen capture so that you could show the results from one search term.
Yes, this is me just scrolling through the search engine results page from that one search term. And what you're seeing is a combination of everything. And then if you click on the tabs like posts or groups, you would see other categories. What's remarkable is the number of groups that have been created discussing this case. Some of them local, some of them national, with, some of them have hundreds or thousands of members, others have hundreds of thousands of members. So this case has captured the public's attention.
We'll just keep scrolling for a minute. I think this goes on a little bit.
Sure. These are all groups that you're looking at right now. So these are just Facebook groups that have been created talking about this case. These are videos.
And these all popped up from that one search term.
I don't think we need to advertise all these, honestly.
Okay.
We've been trying to protect from this kind of stuff.
Your Honor,
I'm aware of it.
I don't look.
Oh my
at
God,
it.
that's
I
my
don't read
title.
it.
That's my title right there. That's my
We know
title.
it's there.
Right there.
May we take a brief break, Your Honor?
Sure.
Oh boy. Oh boy, right there. That's mine. Right there. I've
Go
got
off the record.
John Jack Showalter. There it is. Oh my God. There it is, girl. There you guys go. Imagine that my shit gets frozen on that screen. Right there. That's my Idaho. Moscow, Idaho. John Jack Showalter. Oh, that was too funny. Give it a second there, buddy. It's going to print. My God. Wow. Well, look at that. Well, we're on a break here because Judge was like, we don't want to be showing everybody this. Oh, after if they saw any of your stuff. Well, I guess it came up. What was the search? Was Bryan Kohberger? I don't know, guys. But that was mine. That was my work. That was an 8-minute video saying all the exits that should have been checked and the time frames that should have been checked to see if there was any video surveillance of anybody getting gas heading to Boise. Oh, shit. So. I'm definitely not muted. Gifted memberships. K Miller coming in here and spraying the chat with 20 memberships. There it is. K Miller, baby. If you're going green, it's K Miller style right there. DMC did it. K Miller does it. You guys rock. Judge is the one that needed that break. We're going to need to take a break there. Can you take that down? We want to prevent people from, at least your work is correct. The Rex is, yeah. My work is definitely correct there. It was based off of a search. I missed what they said that he typed in. What was the word that he typed in for the search? I'm just curious. I just want to know how to hashtag that some mo. Let me make sure I get the hashtags. I'm going to go bring up that video. I'll show you guys that. That video is super solid. There was a lot of research that went into that video. You know, timing, how long it takes you to get from point A's to point B, C, D, E, and all the different exit points that had gas stations, and that this is the time frame they should be looking. Yeah, I think I did quality work there. Took me a long time. It was under Moscow murders. Interesting. Yeah, that was a tag that I was using in the beginning. I was using actually the University of Idaho too. University of Idaho murders. University of Idaho student murders. But interesting, Moscow murders. So we'll go back to hashtagging that. And that was December 5th. I think I made that video. I was hoping to see my Dylan video about that bedroom change. Okay. Because that bedroom change, when I was like, oh, hell no, that girl's bedroom is not on the bottom floor. That needs to be up there. That needs to be are students considered for jury? Yeah, they would be, I guess, yeah. But what they're gonna do is that's what I think they're talking about, like stipulating to like that nobody would be anybody that went to the school, anybody that works at the school, it would already be in like the voir dire that they wouldn't even make the first cut. So backseat bill is red. $20 green hearts. Give it up. Neeks, what's up? Oh, Neeks went green on that. Good. Oh, thank you, K. Miller. Yeah, I agree. If the frats or anybody that was a frat member involved, it would be a disaster for the university. That's what I'm talking about, the money aspect of things in this case. By protecting the frats, you protect the university, you protect your money, you protect that town. So of course I would like be getting out of the car, getting into the house, and then all of a sudden I see on the screen, I'm like, wait a second, that's my video. That's my damn video. Of all the videos I've made in this case, there's not one that is about Jack Decor being like guilty. I don't believe that Jack Decor has anything to do with it. Thank you, Michigan girl. So did he say this is going to be like a lunch break for them? Because it's getting close to noon there. Or is this going to be a just a quick little break, like bathroom break? So what do you guys think so far? Do you think that the defense is bringing it to the point that this should be moved? So Try the T says yes. Welcome to the green world today. Watching from Nampa, venue should be moved. That'd be moving it closer to you, wouldn't it? Carissa reporting, since it's now close to my neighborhood. Hannah's getting reamed out right now. Definitely not. Definitely not. He's big mad. Well, I don't know. I have no idea what showing a screen recording of everything in such small print is. I just can't even. Santa's pissed. Everybody's pissed. It's just funny to me. It's gonna, oh my God, there's all these groups. We didn't know about all these groups. So let's all go get into these groups. Is that what they think is going to happen? That's not what's going to happen. Would Judge stay with the case if it got moved? Yes. 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 Unless a special judge was appointed, like in Delphi. I'm curious to know. I mean, I know that Jack D is going to be a witness at that trial. The other Jack Showalter is going to be a witness. I'm just curious how many witnesses. I mean, this trial is going to last. They said like all of June, July, and August, 3 months. Deja vu. Yeah, I'll take that. You're the only YouTuber that can represent us impartially, I must say. I try. No point in moving it. The whole world already knows everything. See, that's not what the argument is. That's the only problem with that comment. That's not what the argument is. And it's unfortunate that that's what you think the argument's about. The argument isn't about people knowing about the case. The argument is the personal connection in Latah County with these jurors are going to either be a business owner in that town. They're going to have social ties to that community that upon pressure then to them to find guilty. That's why you move it. Has nothing to do with if they read, seen, or heard anything. Because I agree, everybody has read, seen, or heard. But the saturation in Latah County is just astronomical compared to other places that have such a bigger population. No juror should have to be put in that type of situation. And AKA a juror is AKA a citizen of the United States of America. You should not be and put in that situation. Yep, Dylan and Bethany will both be witnesses at the trial. Curious to see how the state puts the case on, with Lally over there at the Karen Reed. I was, anticipating to see how he was going to go about the order that he went in. So I'm curious to see what Santa Claus and the prosecutors are putting their order of witnesses together to, put on and present their case. The order of those witnesses. Pamela Scott says, when Twiz saw that slide of Lana's page in court, he silently laughed. I just appreciate the... It was your title that ruffled him. They saw Showalter turn. It was like, turn this off. Nah. I can't wait to see what these phones were doing. These phones are going to be just what people were doing as far as texting, calling, searching the web, Google searching, like the data that's going to be on these phones while you're just laying in bed and people are getting stabbed to death. That's just going to be, JJ does not make his streams. He does not monetize the streams. So they don't make anything. And then they just delete them. That's why, again, this channel is money, because this channel has all of any proceeding that has happened. This channel has recorded it. It's all... Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why he deletes them, to be honest. He may private the video, but I think they just straight up delete them. I don't know. But yeah, the court is currently on a break. Then they have a different one ready in case it's something else. He'd be given whatever Ann Taylor gives him. So if Ann Taylor gives him full reign of the discovery, he gets them all. Like any experts, whatever the lead, the lawyer gives you, that's what you have to work with. I would agree with that, Nicole. There, locals have too much skin in the game to be jurors. Yeah. Now the question is are they going to sequester the jury? Because can you imagine you put up at a hotel being sequestered for 3 months, your whole summer? I would be fine with that, but I don't think too many people can handle that. People got to be parents, Can you imagine if Gigi Jen was a juror? Oh my God. The voir dire process would have totally failed us if even she makes it through The initial qualifications. That would make the jury mad being sequestered. They should just monitor everybody's phones. I don't know how anybody goes and doesn't like. How could you like get on social media and not have this stuff fill up your feed though? Lana, a couple folks want to see my back seatbelt pic. Okay to post. IMG. I'm like, yeah. Nope, there's still discovery requests out there. They have anything until September 8th is the last day. Will Bryan take the stand today? No. Will Bryan take the stand then? Not a clue. What did I miss? Just getting out the doctor's appointment. Well, you missed that Truth and Transparency was on the thread in the presentation. Then Bill Thompson had a heart attack. Judge Judd had a heart attack. And now we're in a break because it got stuck and paused on my Jack Showalter video. I wish I would have had Truth and Transparency posted all over that part of it. That's funny. That's funny. And there's like, we're just going to sit here and scroll through these. And Bill Thompson and Judge are like, no, you're not. Yeah. If Cyray's testimony and the evidence with his phone can show that he wasn't at the crime scene in that time over there, like they want to say that he was, if that can be handled by somebody else, I don't think that Bryan Kohberger is going to need to testify, you know? So when someone asks me, do I think Bryan Kohberger, I don't think he's going to need to testify if somebody else with the data can put him somewhere else during the time that the state is saying this happened. I mean, I think that's, can you guys, hello, do you guys know what that means? You can't then go and say, oh, Bryan Kohberger didn't have his phone with him. Well, you said he had his phone with him. He just turned it off. Now you're going to try to say, well, he must not have his phone with him. But then that means you lied in the PC. Then you lied in search warrants to get probable cause. So, but can you imagine somebody taking the stand and saying that at this time, this is where that phone was. And if the state was saying that that phone was with Bryan Kohberger and his vehicle, then his vehicle and him are not at that crime scene. So think about that. I know if I was on the jury and somebody's telling me that, I'm just gonna be like, oh, that's not true. And they're showing me. Can you imagine? Yes, could Ann Taylor ask that? Yes, she can. Yes, she can. Ask that Judge recuse himself. Yeah. I still don't get why everyone dislikes Judge. Yeah, I don't know. I personally think that Judge is really smart and he tries to downplay his abilities. and he's acting a little bit with us. So. What do we got here? So it's 12:10 there. I'm guessing, let me see here. I'm guessing that they would have a lunch break. I mean, are they going to break from like 12 to 1? Let's see what I can do here. I just asked Twiz if they were on a lunch break. We'll see. I did just text Twizzle, so we'll see what he says about my question. If they're on a lunch break, I'll just call him and get him in trouble with this phone going off in court. They on lunch? It's noon time for nooner. Well, I don't know. Beverly Canone took lunches at 1, so cat cage. Thank you. New member. Judge is the reason why the misconduct with MPD has not been dealt with. That could be interesting. Hello, everybody. I have yet to see Judge sleep during this trial, during this hearing, or any proceeding. Paco says Judge is not courteous at all. He sleeps a lot during stuff. He disrespects ATL. So I don't know which trial and hearings you've been watching, buddy, but I don't know if I've seen that. Judge is. Oh, hey. What happened so far? I've been working, so I haven't been able to watch. Oh. Just the defense is putting Bill Thompson over their knee and just patting him. They've asked they've had 2 witnesses are on the middle of the third, and with those first 2 witnesses, I think that they asked a total of 12 cross-examination questions. So, and the bombshell explosion that just happened is that Truth and Transparency's YouTube video cover was presented to the world, and Judge and Bill Thompson had a problem with that. No, that wasn't wasn't just ours. That's funny though. Now I need a cookie. I had a cookie. Soccer cookie. Yeah, I haven't heard any size like that. Judge froze on TNT for a while. I know. Oh, Gina Bell 13, you missed it, man. I moved my holiday to the Dominican Republic early, a whole month, so I could watch the trial. Hell yeah, you know what I think? It's all summer, so maybe I'll just take a summer-long vacay.
Do you have lined paper?
Lined paper? I don't know. I have yellow lined paper.
I don't care. Any lined paper.
Yeah, I got some of that. Come down here.
Yeah, but I don't want
All right, we have an update from Twizzle. Twizzle has reported that they're in the judges' quarters, aka the chambers. They're in judges' chambers right now. All right, so they are in judges' chambers right now. And I'm going to ask Twiz, did you see my video? Was one of... They're in the judges' quarters. They're back there just bouncing quarters off. Judge is behind.
Mom,
Yep.
pizza.
Paco says, lawyer up, Lana. No, I don't need a lawyer. Can't handle that shit on my own. For whatever it is that you're sleeping and talking about over there. You might be indicted. Yeah. You might be indicted. Indicted for being so good. I know, Paco. No, I couldn't really tell what videos were on. It's hard to see the screens. Exactly. He says he couldn't even see the screens from where he was sitting. Oh, God. Cheers. Twiz is on it, so they're still in the judges' chambers right now, so it's not a break. So they should, though, break it and go out there and just say, like, do you want this to be our lunch break? But then they're probably like, no, this can't be our lunch break because we need to eat. K. Baker, yeah, baby. Indicted. When is lunch break? Is Bryan snacking? I said, is Bryan snacking? Again, welcome if you guys are just joining us. Truth and Transparency, the Idaho4 change of venue hearing. We were on witness 3. They had to time out, go back to chambers. People are having a I guess, God forbid, we scroll through some. You couldn't even see anything. You literally couldn't see anything. They're just scrolling through the cover page of like whatever storyline they're. Here we go. Unmute yourself. There we go. Okay.
All right. Let's get back on the record. Thank you. We're back on the record. This is State versus Kohberger, case number CR 29222805. Counsel are in the courtroom, and as does Mr. Kohberger. We had a certain break here so that we could discuss about what we want to send out to the public. But we also have to make a record on that. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break. We're going to make sure that we have the families of the victims can observe if they want to on Zoom. Some are here. And we're going to come back at 1:30. Did I say that right, Ms. Taylor?
Yes,
You
Your
can
Honor.
correct me if you need to.
Yes, and I believe that the court will not be live streaming about the first 15 minutes after our lunch recess, and then live stream will pick back up.
Yes.
Do I understand that? But the courtroom is otherwise open?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes. So it's kind of a compromise, but we thought that there were certain things that maybe we don't want to send out to the public. So we don't necessarily, I don't necessarily know what it all is, but I need to look at it and see it for on the record. So that's how we're setting this up.
I know what it is. I can tell you guys.
Mr. Thompson, anything else on that or corrections?
No, Your Honor, we appreciate the court's concern. We have the same concerns, and I think this is a reasonable way to proceed. We'll reach out to all the families.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna take a break and we'll start up at 1:30, but the first 10 minutes will not be streamed.
Okay, perfect.
All right, thank you.
A break before break. But guess what, guys? Those people that are watching in the courtroom, they get to see it all. Okay, and let me tell you what the 10 minutes is for, guys. It's all the stuff that was out there before. Bill Thompson doesn't want that part being shown again, him being the one that's passing it out. Okay, we've all seen it before. They don't want Bill Thompson to be showcased as being the ringleader for the dissemination of false information. Lana, can you tell Twiz we want to know? Yeah, I'm sure he's well aware that we want to know. But he's not gonna be able to see either. I just asked him. He couldn't even see what I was mentioning. He's like, we can't see that back there. He's like, no, I couldn't really tell what videos were on. It's hard to see the screens 100%. They have to be like in front of you. That's why like sitting in a room like that and being the media and being able to like tweet out and stuff like that. If you even go back, like the Karen Reed case, they had that big, huge drop down screen. But even like where the media was sitting, like it was so hard to see. You couldn't see that. So, but they just don't want that portions of his PowerPoint like it was before. So basically they're going to pick back up at an hour. The first 10 minutes is not going to be streamed. Trust me, Aunt Taylor's going to be all over that. Okay, can we go back to streaming? Can we go back to streaming? And so we're expecting them to be streaming here. It'd be 4:40. So it's 3:24 right now. And they're going to come back and stream in an hour. But the first 10-15 minutes won't be streamed. Lana, you've officially made it to the chamber. Look at this stuff. What are they showing us? What are they doing back there? Who is running this shit? I love it. What are they doing? Somebody is doing code work. I'll tell Twiz. I'll send him money to get lunch on us at Truth and Transparency. Let me just call him up. I said, is Bryan snacking? He said, no. I'll just ask him what's going on. Tell me he's on speaker. he wants to give some words. He's like, I can't get calls. I'm in court.
Your call has been.
Twiz, I'm trying to send you a damn DoorDash. I'm trying to send you DoorDash or Cash App you for lunch at a place around there. Let me know how this can be accomplished. I'm off to work. Keep me filled in via text, bestie. Have a great. I'm just have to put a group chat together. Tweet all the things that are happening out. Try calling Bill Thompson. Yeah, he'll be like, Lana. Emma Bailey's delivering my DoorDash. I was just thinking about, like, do they have like Jersey Mike's or something? They're getting the sheriff to come to you, Lana. Perfect. I can't wait. I love the sheriff. So excited. Perfect. All right. So that means, yeah, guys, it's an hour break. Jack in the boxes. So court is on your lunch break until 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Turning up the volume so I can hear this in the kitchen. Well, I wish that there was more I could bring you right now, but we have like an hour. Oh, there we go. Tell Twiz that Jen with 2 N's is behind him. Oh, we going to Humble Burger. I should announce that. Just kidding, guys. I asked him if he was with Gigi. I asked him if he was with Papa Rogers. He's going to enjoy that. Again, this is the change of venue hearing. We have 1 more hour, and then we're back in session. So that's all I got. I thought the best stat so far that we saw was, oh my God, 444 video or like articles compared to like all those other cases that got moved and all those number of articles. It was like he blew out the number of articles. So I thought that was a great stat. Just wow. Sit here. I mean, I could interview Jen again. She could tell us all about how we're wild for having open minds and open hearts. Did I miss this while I was driving? I did. Kay Miller. Did I miss that one? Woo, 20 people. In case I missed it. So worthy of another shake. How many people out there watch this on their TVs? I'm just curious. Because I think a lot of people actually watch this on their TVs or they watch from work. And so they're just listening and they don't have the ability to go and like press the thumbs up and stuff like that. So people have asked me that in the past, like, why don't your like numbers seem to be like, you know, higher or whatever? I'm like, because I have a lot of viewership that's from, like, they watch on TV, they watch at work. They're not like on their mobile, like just sitting there, you know. When I say scroll down and press the like button, because I actually read my analytics because I love numbers. Speaking of analytics, you guys want to hear about my percentage of men to women viewers and stuff like that? I just think it's so cool. All right, let's see what my analytics are this month. Okay. Well, let's go with analytics. Okay. So, audience. All right. In the last 28 days, my viewership enjoys watching YouTube during the times of midnight, noon, 9, and 6 p.m. Okay. My ages, okay. 18 to 24-year-olds, only 0.5% of my viewership. So I got no young bucks. 25 to 34 is 5% of you guys. The age of 35 to 44-year-olds, 17.5%. 45 to 54-year-olds, 30.2%. 45 to 54. That's because I'm so mature. Same with you. 55 to 64, 29%. And 65 and older, 17.5%. Okay, here's the gender reveal. Ready, the gender reveal? And males, 20.3% male viewership. That's badass. If you go watch other people's, if they were to pull their analytics, it's like 95% females. Again, males on this channel, 20.3%. I love it. Thank you so much, guys. Females, 79.6%. And then there are 0.1% of you guys that are not sure if you're a man or a woman. So now, my demographics. 79% of you guys, 7% of you guys are in the United States of America. The rest are in UK, Canada, and undisclosed. So, told you guys I had a ton of viewership that was UK and other countries. Okay, subtitles. Out of everybody that watches this channel, the majority of you guys, 86% of you guys, 86.9%, so like 87%, you guys don't use subtitles. But 10% of you guys use subtitles and it's in English. Let's see. Watch time from subscribers in the last 28 days. 72.5% of you guys are subscribed to the channel. Whereas 27% of you guys that watch this channel in the past 28 days, you're not even subbed to the channel. God, what are they doing back there? Do you guys see that circling stuff? Now, my channel, what your audience has watched in the past 7 days. Jay Embry, Unfiltered Lucky, Here Forick, Bubbly Waters, Jules with True Crime, Inside the Law, Turtle Boy Live, Harsh Reality, JL Investigates, News Nation. Oh my God. Thanks for tuning in 3 minutes and 7 seconds ago. What do these people think they're doing? What is going on here? They're going to do a new thread. What now that's just the past 7 days, guys. So that was just the past 7 days of what you guys are watching. Okay. Now ready? This is what you guys truly watch. This is like 30 days. This is how I view it. So it actually was specific. Let me take that back. What your audience watches, it was actually specific to a specific video. So there was like the revealing part 4, the revealing part 5, Idaho4, Bryan Kohberger Recovery Center, Idaho4, where the people close to the something. Anyways. But this is the channels that y'all watch. In the last 28 days, people that watch my channel, they watch Jay Embry, Jules with True Crime Reactions, The Lawyer You Know, JLR Investigates, this is in order, Harsh Reality, Bubbly Waters, Grizzly True Crime, Huda London Mental Health and Crime Reacts, The Young Jerks, LTL Media, Drunk Turkey Show, Nika's Neuro Nuggets, Turtle Boy Live, Unfiltered Lucky, and The Glare. That's what y'all watch that watch my show. Those are the top channels. So it tells me like what viewership's being shared and what y'all like. I love breaking down the numbers. It's crazy when it can tell me, okay, returning viewers versus new viewers. Viewers across formats. Oh, wow. How viewers find you. 62% of you guys use the browse feature. 11.4% of you guys use suggested videos. Channel pages. 8.5% of you guys. Notifications. 4.9% of you guys find how viewers find you. 4.9% is notifications. That's it. Others, 12.8%. But yeah, the browse feature. So you guys are typing in and it tells me what you guys type in. Man of the best. You guys like how it tells me all this stuff? Let's see my overview. Let's see what the top content lately that I've produced. These are the top ones. Idaho4, Steve Gonsalves open letter. Idaho4 911 call happening 8 to 9 hours after. Idaho4 all search warrant returns. Idaho4 the only worthy alternate suspect. Idaho4 the Ring Camera Association. Idaho4 what the cameras don't tell us. Idaho4 states filing. We were wrong. Oh God, that was because of Jen. So right now in August, Idaho4 is across the board. All the top. I can go back and look like the past 365 days. I can go back and look just at 7 days. So you could do a lot of cool things. I could tell when you guys like to watch stuff, learn how to YouTube recommend content. I mean, you can do some crazy ass shit with this. How viewers find your videos. So like you're supposed to like do some homework. If you do your homework, you can really gear towards your crowd and help people out that way. Inspiration. Let's see what people are inspired by. Oh God. I don't really do much with that. I don't really care about. I'm not really inspired. All right. Any questions? But yeah, 20% viewership is male, so I love it. That's like unheard of. I'm telling you, go ask people to look up their analytics to see men versus women viewership, and it's always like 95-5. You know why? Guys, come over here, because there's no drama. That's why. It's just the truth, baby, just the truth. I need some inspiration on dinner. The crock pot's perfect. So yeah, we'll be back here in 50 minutes. Chick bait. Yours is 31% male. That means you're doing well. True crime viewership is all like females. That's why. I wouldn't be surprised if that's true. It's just the viewership with true crime. It's like so heavy female. That's Dateline. How many? Oh yeah, I didn't even realize that was a channel. Sorry. You're in my algorithm. Am I saying that correctly? Don't want to spam, but can you pair an unsigned in? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. Just ask Google, they'll tell you. Ask Siri. Yo, Siri, how do I commit murder? Well, you guys just all rock over here. I just can't wait to see what the results of this are going to be and how he's going to decide one way or the other. He's going to have to cite some case law, so can't wait for it. I mean, can you tell it's the same person watching? I can't tell who's watching me. Just so you guys know, it doesn't tell me who's watching. I have no idea. The only thing I can tell you guys is who's membered up and what level of membership you have. I can't tell anything like if you're subscribed to the channel. So if that helps you guys not be so worried. Atlanta, you are honestly the best at sending out notifications. I try. I do try. I also don't have a set schedule where it's like, hey guys, I have a live show every Friday, Monday or something like that. I thought about doing it like that, but with stuff like this, I just feel it's, there's a new case that could pop up any minute. There could be breaking news at any minute, and it just requires you to be super flexible. And just always remember that you don't have to be, it's not about being the first one to report something. It's about being accurate. So if you want to, for me, at least it is. It's about being accurate. So if I want to deep dive something, it's when I see something pop up or hear about a case, I try to get as much socials as I can. This hearing is a waste of everyone's energy, says Mayhem Mike. Well, I think you'd feel differently if it was your life on the line or if you were killed by this person. So the channels I really like always seem to have each other in chats. Like here, so many favorite channels, creators under one roof, LOL, Lana's house, I'm a fangirl. Yeah. I think it'd be great during the Idaho4 murder trial if you put YouTubers in the same house. Remember I was telling you guys about this back in the day? If you get like a 6-bedroom house and each of the creators has a room, And tell me that wouldn't be something to tune into with the cameras, like it's like a real world type thing. Wild. I want to just go in the confessional room and be like, listen, I hate this motherfucker. All right. They're getting all hood up in here. They're bringing in hood rats. There's nothing but a hood thing. And I'm over here just trying to pray, read my Bible. Maybe I'll be the person that produces that first series. Okay. Can you imagine that? One big Airbnb live every night. All the cameras going. And we got to vote. And we'll vote people out of the house. Okay. We will vote you out because you are too hood. Yeah, I think it'd be great. Nicole says, you didn't name any of the creators I watch. I'm sorry. So let's have a hood debate. Lana in the confessional. I would so be the one outside holding a cup to the wall. I'd be like, who drank my beer, bitch? Which one of y'all stole my shit? Go buy your own stuff. This is not. You see that label right there? It says Lana, don't touch. Chad! What other things do you think people would argue about? Well, this person takes hour-long showers. I can't even get in the shower. Then you just have to probably get a bunch of showers. Everyone gets their own bathroom. You're gonna have to do a kind of cool house. Yeah. Who took my binders? Okay, what the hell? Big Brother meet Survivor. How do we get voted off? Well, we have to have like a you know how you get voted off? You get immunity based on the views. So the person who had the most views yeah, something like that. Oh yeah, actually they're usually on my stuff. I don't know why Defense Diary isn't on there, but they're usually on my stuff for people that watch. When we start talking about Delphi, it'll cross over. It's all like case, when certain cases, like they don't talk about the Idaho4 case that much. Like when we were all talking about the Karen Reed case, they were on it. So all of that stuff is, it's all relative with whatever cases, if I'm covering and people that are covering the same case. So. Yeah, love criminality. Yeah, when Delphi starts popping off back here again in the middle fall, October, I bet you we'll have crossover with that. What's up, girl? Chris is like, come to Moscow to go to law school. I'll just come there and cover the trial if it stays there. I don't know if I go to school there. No offense. Much love to everybody that's in Idaho, but I'm more of a city girl. Hence why I went to the University of Cincinnati. I couldn't. It just wouldn't be my thing. It's like the people in Ohio, they go to like OU and you get more of like that little town experience, but it's like just 3 or 4 or 5 places to go. I don't know. I love Cincinnati. I recommend it. If anybody's looking for a college to go to, it's right there on the water. Kentucky is on right across the other side. So you have like Newport, Covington, Cincinnati, and that area has just been built up like you wouldn't believe. It's so nice. It has it has a lot of choices. It's a great school. I'd also consider going to Penn State. Go visit that campus. That campus is sweet. Oh, Greece. There you go. Shake it, shake it. What's up, Mr. Irwant? How are you, Steve? Stevie, what's good in the hood over there? The country rocks. No city time constraints. We have to just worry about those noise complaints, man. We would never get a call for noise. Are you kidding me? Noise complaints. That's weak. Especially at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I didn't say I was a fan of Penn State sports, but the Penn State's campus is cool. Might move to East Liverpool. Oh, nice. Go get it. Yeah, did you guys see Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce just signed $100 million deal? It's a little bit over that with their podcast. Yeah. They're from my hometown, Cleveland, and they went to UC as well. They're Bearcats as well. So if they want to donate to this channel, Jason, Trav, go ahead and do so. All right, guys, we're about 30 to 40 minutes when it's supposed to like come back. So I have to find this new stream that they're going to do because they're starting a new stream for it, which I can't even believe. I don't understand who's running their program over there, but we'll find the new stream. Like, so be like I'm going to keep this one though running, so it's just all right here. Girl, I've had a few trips to good old Cincy in a 2-door Geo Metro, 5 deep. Holy shit. Oh my God. From Indy. Yeah. Indy to Cincy, baby. Woo. Yeah. Cincinnati is a good ass time. I'm telling you. So much to do. So much to do. Thank you. Vicky's all in. Oh, that would be great. YouTubers gone wild, right? Mm-hmm. Can you imagine like the wild ones? Like, come on, man. I'm all for it though. Everybody has their style. Do what you do. You know what I'm saying? But you have to cover the case though. So to ask people what happened in the trial or who they interviewed that day and to hear some of the answers, the people that aren't like that, it'd be great. I don't know what happened. I was out there with my damn loudspeaker. I was using my bullhorn and I was just going after it. Cyray's live the other night was like a true crime red carpet event. All the stars were there. All the stars were there asking relevant questions. Funny. I wonder what the state has up their sleeve for some bombs. If they truly held back some stuff and didn't put it in the PCA, let's say, you know. I wonder what bombs they're holding back. I've never introduced you as a funny guy. I'm not upset though. That's not ignore the wisdom comes in many guys. The funny guy. I don't just remember introducing you at all like that, but hey, funny guy, funny guy. Nicole, I don't even know who the broad is. I couldn't even go past that part, you know? Heather, as far as what I'm saying is like, what can they legally hold back? No. Not that they're legally holding back anything. I'm just saying stuff that didn't make the PCA for the public. but you best believe that the defense already has it. And so I'm curious if there is any like, you know, bombshells. So no, not there's I'm talking about the public, talking about the PCA. So that's why I want to clarify that. Yeah, the defense would have whatever they have, but I'm saying we don't. And so I'm curious because I don't think it's nowhere near strong enough because I don't see Ann Taylor and Masseth and the rest of the crew, Jay, everybody's like, we believe in his innocence. Like they would have been staring that stuff down a barrel, saying it, you know? So. That's just from Caramine's case. Question, I'm out of the loop. How's Miss Vargas doing? Good. I know she had that big case in Hawaii. So I think she solved that case. Nicole, hood debate. Welcome to the hood debate. Brooke. Hi, yes. It's yes, 'tis me. I thought that said tits me. That's why I highlighted it. Oh, Rex, when all is said and done, if BK has been falsely accused and detained, will he receive compensation? Oh yeah, I think he'd have a huge lawsuit. True Crime Island. Dead battery trip is gone. Oh yeah, it's been gone. Wait, what? Wait, thinks they know more than what? Surprised they didn't ask Daniel as he thinks he knows more than Vargas. There you go. I'm glad Ashley Jennings isn't there. She talks like, is that AI or is that Al? We have a friend named Al. I subbed up with you at the beginning of the Idaho4. I love your content and the way you bring the receipts. I do try to bring the receipts. Yeah, definitely no reason to talk about something that you can't. I mean, you can discuss something, but LOL, I did not even notice it was gone. Gina says, Gina Bella, there you go. Yeah, so glad nobody's asking Lana about that damn beep. Yep, I don't think she's dead. I think I'd be arrested. How'd you get the beep gone? LOL, didn't even notice. Break well. Yeah, I moved. I'm just kidding. Oh. All right. We'll be back. Welcome back. To the transparencies, welcoming you back quietly. Shh. Oh man, look at that, guys. Judge. 5.4K viewers. That should just tell you how many people are watching off somewhere else. Shh. Come on back in, guys. Ooh. That little picture there, though, that was for Jen. Good old Gigi. That was for her, guys. This is for her. It's just, I don't even know, 1/10 of what I have. Oh boy, oh boy. Anyways, welcome back. And Judge's YouTube channel. We are patiently waiting. They're supposed to be sitting back in the courtroom right about this time. And then they're going to do 10 to 15 minutes, they said, without us. But then they would be going live to pick this right back up. And yeah. Well, we can recap some stuff. We're in the middle of Edelman talking about his survey that we're going to get into. I believe that the part that we're not seeing is the kind of the part that we saw back when they brought Edelman in to get this all be granted. And with that said, it's videos of Bill Thompson leading everybody to say, hey, go out and spread that PCA around, you know. But that's my part that we're missing, is the Bill Thompson does not want to be seen on camera. So I thought maybe we could just play what it was. And so you guys want to see a little bit of this December 30th, remember, press conference when he's telling everybody that the PCA, spread it, and it's all facts. Okay? But Bill Thompson, the world doesn't want to see that. AKA Bill Thompson doesn't want to see it. So here we go. I thought I'd show it. Good old YouTube has it. Sorry, I've been multitasking. December 30th, 2022.
Kept this in the news. You helped us with tips. You kept things going, and we truly appreciate that. And you are the product of those 19,000 tips that we received.
Woo,
which
we
is
are.
an impressive number.
Yes.
I would like to invite Bill Thompson.
Bring his ass up here. Let's go, Bill. This is what they're watching in there. There's it. Backseat Bill, baby.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Bill Thompson. I'm the Latah County prosecutor.
No, you're Santa.
And it's sad to be here, but happy to be here at the same time. As Chief Fry indicated, A criminal complaint was filed yesterday here in Latah County, charging the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, with 4 counts of first-degree murder, in addition to felony burglary, which involves entering the residence with the intent to commit the crime of murder. Mr. Kohberger, and let me preface, there's a pending case now in court, and I and my office and the investigators have to live with the restrictions that our Supreme Court places on pretrial publicity. That said, I promise you we will share with you, through the court process or otherwise, whatever we are allowed to. I just appreciate your patience on that. The factual basis for the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court. According to the rules of the Idaho Supreme Court, that is sealed until Mr. Kohberger is physically back in Latah County and has been served with the Idaho arrest warrant. At that time, we expect that that affidavit will be available to you, so you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners and all the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on. So please, will be available to you, so you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners.
Look at Fry when he says you can share the true facts. Watch this.
Until Mr. Kohberger is physically back in Latah County and has been served with the Idaho arrest warrant. At that time, we expect that that affidavit will be available to you, so you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners and all the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on. So please have patience with us on that. We hope to get that to you as soon as we can. As far as Mr. Kohberger, I can share with you that he is a graduate student at Washington State University and has an apartment residence over in Pullman. Facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners will be available to you, so you can share the true facts with all.
Bullshit. Oh, shit. He had a hard time with that one. A little scratch, a little itch, a little ooh, true facts. Ooh, jeez. Catch that. He was
all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners and all the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on. So please have patience with us on that. We hope to get that to you as soon as we can. As far as
that is what they are watching right now. That's what they're watching, okay? So the true facts are in the probable cause affidavit. And yeah. So we'll speed him back up here from normal to 1.75. Yeah, 1.5.
Mr. Kohberger, I can share with you that he is a graduate student at Washington State University and has an apartment residence over in Pullman. He has had an initial appearance in front of a judge in Pennsylvania. He is being held without bond, and the warrant from our magistrate judge here also provides for no bond. We understand that he's scheduled to be back in court in Pennsylvania next Tuesday afternoon, and that the public defender has been appointed for him there. The process at this point is, since he was arrested in another state, he has the opportunity to either waive extradition and return voluntarily to the state of Idaho, or if he prefers not to waive extradition, then we will initiate extradition proceedings through our governor's office. If we do that, it can take a while for him to get here. So again, I'm asking for your patience and understand that's just the way the system works. Once he gets here, he'll have an initial appearance with our magistrate. They'll deal with issues such as making sure competent counsel is representing him, and the case will be scheduled for further hearings. Your primary source of factual information is going to be the court record, because that's what the Supreme Court says we need to refer you to. So please pay attention to what's going on in court and have people there to watch and hear what's being said. Please pay attention to what's going on in court and have people there to watch and hear what we scheduled for further hearings. Your primary source of factual information is going to be the court record.
This is what also they're seeing right now, okay? Is going to be the court record.
Because that's what the Supreme Court says we need to refer you to. So please pay attention to what's going on in court and have people there to watch and hear what's being said. As an attorney, myself and my office, we are limited on what we are allowed by the courts to say outside of the courtroom. So please just work with us. Finally, as the chief indicated, this is not the end of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning. Y'all now know the name of the person who has been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public, anyone who knows about this individual, to come forward. Call the
Oh my God. You now know this individual. Please get his name out there. Please get his name out there.
tip line. Report anything you know about him to help the investigators and eventually our office and the court system understand fully everything there is to know about not only the individual, but what happened and why. Next, I'll introduce Colonel Ked Wells from the Idaho State Police. Thank you.
Not once did he say that Bryan Kohberger is presumed innocent. Do you understand that? Now go watch the Sandra Birchmore case. That press conference that happened, they said that Matthew Farwell is, he has a presumption of innocence. Okay. Not once did he say that this man is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Not a single time. But that's what he said on his December 30th press conference. And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, that this case needs to move. And I think that he should not be prosecuting it. So this is why we're not able to see what they're seeing in court right now, because it is highly, highly critical of this man right here, Bill Thompson. Bill Thompson led the charge. Okay, one more time here.
But what happened and why?
What happened and why?
Of the person who, as an attorney, myself and my office, we are limited on what we are allowed by the courts to say outside of the courtroom. So please just work with us. Finally, as the chief indicated, this is not the end of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning. Y'all now know the name of the person who has been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public, anyone who knows about this individual, to come forward. Call the tip line. Report anything you know about him to help the investigators and eventually our office and the court system understand fully everything there is to know about not only the individual, but what happened and why.
Wow. 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 Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But this is what they're showing in court right now.
Next, I'll introduce Colonel Ked Wells from the Idaho State Police. Thank you.
Well,
good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police and certainly want to express our appreciation for your attendance here today. These tragic murders took 4 young, vibrant lives from our community. Nothing we do can bring them back.
So at this press conference, Idaho State Police, Moscow Police, Prosecutor's Office. And it's coming back to bite him in the butt. Never once did Bill Thompson say that this man is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. Unbelievable. So reckless. So fucking reckless. So reckless. If you wanted to have that case so bad, you probably shouldn't have done what you did then. So, but this is everything that they're showing you guys in court right now that we're not able to see. Promise. These are the little clips that they're showing because it's bad. It is bad. It's a level of incompetency that I can't even, like, your little bubble just got busted, popped, exposing how Idaho works. Period.
The only thing that we can do in law enforcement to honor their memories that we know of is to bring this to a successful conclusion. This has been a very difficult time for the families, the university, the community, and the state of Idaho. However, it is also proven that communities come together in tough times. Certainly appreciate the support of the local community and our national audience that has been following us as our investigators have worked through this case. I'm thankful also to you, the media partners, who have helped keep this case in the forefront that generates the tips and continues what we hope will continue to generate information that will help us to a conclusion of this proceeding. I'd like to express our appreciation on behalf of the Idaho State Police to Chief Fry, his leadership, and the entire Moscow Police Department for the way that they handled this from the very beginning. He directed the right people to the right positions that led us to this conclusion today. I've had the utmost confidence in this investigation and in Chief Fry, as well as in Mr. Bill Thompson and the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, who've been a great partner throughout this. Nothing has deterred the commitment of the investigators who've worked on this case, regardless of the organization they represent. It's been very trying, very difficult, as you know that it has been on those investigators as they do the tedious work that they're so good at doing. The partnerships is what's led here as well. The partnerships between Moscow Police Department, I'd like to express our appreciation with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, specifically the Special Agent in charge out of the Salt Lake City Division, Dennis Rice, and also the work that happened in the last 24 hours in Pennsylvania with the arrest with the Pennsylvania State Police and Colonel Evanchik with the Pennsylvania State Police. We appreciate what they've done across the nation to help us as well. As Bill shared, this investigation is far from over. In fact, I appreciate what he shared, that this is not an ending, but rather a new beginning. The difference now is, as he shared, that we are dictated what information we can share by the court process and by laws in our state of Idaho. And so we will share as he shared. Mr. Thompson is absolutely committed to share everything he can share through the court process. We've got to make sure that we don't get in front of that process. And we really deeply appreciate everybody's support here. The relationships that were forged here and the partnerships that were forged have led to this. And based on that is why we're here today. And we continue to believe that the best way we can honor these 4 lives that have been taken is to make sure that we have a successful outcome here. One of the partnerships that's been forged throughout this is
a successful outcome, not like a true outcome, a successful outcome. All right. Unfucking believable. But that's what they're showing right now in court. And this is why we're not seeing any of it, because it's that bad. But I'm here to tell you guys the truth. Why this is so important is that this wasn't handled correctly. The things that they said is never once did they talk about Bryan being innocent until proven guilty. And they specifically referenced to pass out that PCA. And then not only that, but to say his name and to go tell everybody about this man, say his name to all these people and see what you can get. Okay, go spread this man's name. You have his name now. You have his name now. Go tell people his name and see what you can find. Bill Thompson basically asked a bunch of reckless sleuths to go out there and do whatever, if you ask me. You have his name. Now go out there and spread it. Not anything else. Yes, baby.
partnership with the University of Idaho. And on that, I'd like to introduce the president of the University of Idaho, Mr. Scott Green.
Why is he speaking?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Scott Green, President of University of Idaho. Today's news and arrest is a welcome one. It's relief to our university, our community, and our extended Vandal family. The outpouring of support over the past 6 weeks helped sustain us during the most trying time. It provided the strength that helped us navigate the international scrutiny visited on our students and employees. We are truly thankful for the compassion and acts of kindness shown to our community. Kindness is contagious, and it provided the light that reclaimed ground lost to evil and darkness. We first want to acknowledge and thank Governor Little for the early promise of financial support that enabled the university to secure our campus and focus on helping our students and our employees in the wake of the crimes. We also appreciate the Idaho State Police and the highly visible security presence that brought comfort and calm to a community shocked and confused by the senseless crimes. We never lost faith that this case would be solved and are grateful for the hard work of the Moscow Police Department and their law enforcement partners. Vast and committed FBI resources brought important expertise to this complex case. Across the board, dedicated, highly competent personnel worked this case to arrest. This crime has nevertheless left
I can't. Highly competent bullshit.
mark on our university, our community, and our state. While we cannot bring back Maddie, Kaylee, Zaina, and Ethan, we can thoughtfully and purposefully carry their legacy forward in the work that we do. Our students come first, and that was proven each and every day of this investigation. We are committed to safely delivering the college town atmosphere, campus experience, and high-touch quality education for which the University of Idaho is known. With time, we will heal. We will move forward together, and we will remain Vandal strong. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to Chief Fry.
Wow.
So now we will open the floor to questions. However, I want to remind everyone, as Prosecutor Bill Thompson explained, any factual information regarding the arrest of Kohberger is currently sealed per Idaho law.
Boom. Any factual, is sealed. Factual.
And will not be released until he has appeared in an Idaho court. Please formulate your questions accordingly. I recognize there are a lot of questions, and I will try to answer as many of them as I can.
Okay, here we go.
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting, Spokane Public Radio. I realize the records are sealed. I guess I'm not too familiar with how it works, but can you tell us what tip, what lead, what piece of evidence really led you all the way from Idaho to the suspect in Pennsylvania?
As I've said in the past, that's part of our investigation, and we won't be releasing that this time. We will have those answers. We'll have them as soon as we can make those available to you.
Then a quick follow-up and a two-parter. Is our community safe, or is law enforcement still on the search for other suspects who might be involved in this attack?
What I can tell you is we have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes, and I do believe our community is safe, but we still need to be vigilant, right? We still have talked about this in the past.
Did you did you just hear what he said? I'll slow it down, guys. I'll slow it down just a little bit here. Wow. It's my 1.25.
We always need to be aware of our surroundings. It is safe, but we still need to be at these horrible crimes. And as I've said in the past, that's part of our investigation, and we won't be releasing that this time. We will have those answers. We'll have them as soon as we can make those available to you.
Then a quick follow-up and a two-parter. Is our community safe, or is law enforcement still on the search for other suspects who might be involved in this attack?
What I can tell you is we have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes, and I do believe our community is safe, but we still need to be vigilant, right? We still have talked about this in the past. We always need to be aware of our surroundings and make sure that we're aware of what's going on.
Hi, Chief. How soon into the investigation did police and law enforcement begin to spot Mr. Kohberger as a potential suspect? And a follow-up, how many tips, if you can say, were specifically related to Mr. Kohberger?
To the tip part, honestly, I can't answer that question, so I'm not even going to speculate on that. On the other part, that's part of our investigation, and it will come out. I'd like the mic to please come right over here.
I'd like the mic to come over here.
Thank you. Dana Griffin with NBC News. Can you confirm that Kohberger asked whether or not anyone else had been arrested when he was in custody?
I cannot confirm that, or I'm not sure of that information, but that would still be a part of our investigation.
Did CODIS initially return any hits on this guy?
That's still part of our investigation. That will come out. If we could get somebody over here, please.
And then one final question. Is there any message to the online sleuths who slandered and harassed people who they believed were responsible?
There was a lot of speculation going on, and we've always said from the very beginning that we're the official message that comes out, and to pay attention to what we're putting out there to the press.
This is what you guys, this is what they're
I'm
watching in
Nancy
the
Liu with
courtroom right
News
now.
Nation, and we were over at the house this morning, and you told us that the remediation would begin today. It was suddenly stopped.
Dude, that's Nancy. That's the one that saw the cowboys. Okay, that's Nancy there in the back. Cowboy Nance. Pony up, baby.
Can you tell us why?
Wait, hold on. So
Nancy Liu with News Nation. And we were over at the house this morning, and you told us that the remediation would begin today. It was suddenly stopped. Can you tell us why?
Yes. The house cleanup has been halted, and that came by a legal request from the court.
yeah, you guys know what that's about, right? They were trying to get rid of evidence. They were trying to clean up that house. Remember? All right. Is it back on? Let's see. Sure isn't. Kick that person out. Bye. Get them out. I want them out right now. Yep, bye. Bye. Bye, Productions. Peace. Thank you. This ain't 101. This is classroom 501. Welcome. Now going back.
Christina Corbin, Fox News. Chief, have you identified a motive?
That is part of the investigation, and that will come out as we continue the investigation. But what we still ask is for people to continually send us things in the tip line. We are still looking for more information. We're still trying to build that picture, just like we have stated all along. We're putting all the pieces together, and that will help.
Chief Veronica Miracle with CNN. Any indication that the suspect knew the victims?
That's part of the investigation as well. It won't be something that will come out at this point in time, but as we continue the investigation and as this case goes to trial, that will be brought forth.
Have you spoken to the families? Can you tell us what they've told you today?
Are you talking the victims' families? Yeah, we have reached out to the victim's family as we always do. We've done that daily, and we've continued to have contact with them.
Well, Steve
Hey,
Gonsalves
Nate
said otherwise.
Sanford, you mentioned earlier that you're still seeking tips about Bryan and that people should still share whatever information they have. Can you speak at all about what specifically people should be reaching out for, like if they know something?
I would say anything and everything. As we've said all along, we know what
Everything
tips
and
we're looking
anything,
for.
babe.
We will take those tips and we will have professionals look at those and decide which pieces of those we need to use for our case. So we ask that everybody would do that.
Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. Your department and other investigators on the case took a lot of flack for keeping information close to your chest. Are you glad that you did that? And were you worried about tipping the suspect off?
I will 100% stand behind the way that we handled this investigation. And this all started from day one with our patrol officers arriving on scene, locking down the scene, us calling in the Idaho State Police, us calling in the FBI, and keeping information that was pertinent to this case very, very tight. We want to have a situation where when this goes to trial, there is no doubt that we've done everything
We don't
right.
even
and
know
we've
that
slowed
answer.
down,
That's a
and we've
lie.
continued to slow down.
You guys, he is gaslighting. We don't even know that answer. We don't even know who was there. We don't even know if all the people that were like there when 911 showed up, like we don't even know that answer. We don't even know who was there. We still don't know who was there. Unbelievable.
Slow down. We'll continue to do that.
Hey, Chief. Have you guys found the murder weapon or the Hyundai Elantra?
So we are still looking for all pieces of evidence, but we are still looking for the weapon. And I will say that we have found an Elantra.
We have found an Elantra.
Stephanie Becker with CNN. Can you tell...
Again, the reason I'm showing everybody this is because this is what's on that slideshow. This is what is being talked about in the courtroom right now that we're not being privy to. Okay. They're going through the slideshow and showing all these problems from Bill Thompson and the rest of the crew here saying, spread his name far and wide. They never once said he is innocent until proven guilty. I mean, it is insanity when we look back at this. So when we look back at this case and you actually look at it and you compare it to other cases, it's just like, wow, it's so obvious. It's so obvious. Like this isn't handled right at all. This is bad. This is very, very bad.
Tell what it was like when you got the phone call when the police told you that they had your suspect.
I can tell you, for a lot of law enforcement, it was a fairly sleepless couple of days with as we were leading up to everything that we were doing. But what I can tell you is I have faith in those agencies across the nation. I have faith in our officers. I have faith in the FBI, and they did a great job. But sure, there was some times,
what was the question?
even throughout the day that we were always concerned.
Hi, Chief. Danya back at CBS News. Can you talk a little bit more about the suspect's connection to Pennsylvania?
All I know is that he lives in Pennsylvania.
Chief Guy Tannenbaum from
He doesn't live in
Nonstop Local KHQ in
Pennsylvania.
Spokane. More about the Elantra. We saw reports that you mentioned that you recovered.
Remember, they have to make him be an outsider. They have to make him be an outsider. Okay? He doesn't live in Pennsylvania. He just got his license with the Washington, like as his address and all that stuff, and then his plates and blah, blah. He wasn't living in Pennsylvania. Again, this is everything that they're showing right now in the courtroom that we're not able to see. So I'm showing you guys what they're showing. Okay? You can thank me later. Okay? This is what they're showing in the courtroom right now.
Covered in Elantra, but can you specify where that was found? And we know that that was one of the biggest pieces of information you were asking from the public to tip. Were you able to provide an information on whether those tips led to this seizure of an Elantra?
All right. Let's see here.
All right, Dr. Ellen, let's talk about community attitude survey. What is that?
Well, it's a
And I don't need to push on. Gotcha.
Okay, we're back, and this is now the part that we're now allowed to see. Okay? Awesome. We're back on. What's for dinner, everybody? We're back.
Longer than 20 seconds.
I'm having that tomorrow night, lasagna.
Okay, we are back on camera. Sorry for the disruption about that, but we're going forward now. Okay, Ms. Taylor?
Thank you. Your Honor, may I attempt to share my screen?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. What's up, reality check?
All right, Dr. Ellen, let's talk about community attitude survey. What is that?
Well, it's a survey designed to estimate opinions and experiences in greater populations, which in this case are the prospective jurors in Latah County.
This is the phone survey that they did, okay?
Is there a specific way you set up to do a survey?
Yes, of course.
Can you tell us about it?
Sure. So a lot of the design and structure of these surveys is based on some of the guidelines, professional guidelines from Idaho4, which is the American Association of Public Opinion Research, and the ASTC, which is the American Society of Trial Consultants, and also 40 years of people doing this. So the way it works is we randomly select people through a random digit dialing approach. So it's a probability sample. Everybody has a known chance of being included. And the first section is a screener to assess to make sure people are jury eligible. So we have to live in the county, have a driver's license, or be registered to vote, be 18 and over, and so on. And then they're introduced to the survey. There's an introduction actually at the beginning, even before they answer a question, or they're told why they're being called. We're calling to get their opinions about an upcoming trial, and that their opinions are important because they were selected as a representative, household or whatever in the community. And then after they go through that screening process, they're instructed that there's no right or wrong answers to any of the questions. They can always report that they have no opinion or they don't know, and everything will remain anonymous. So the first few questions try measures just basic criminal justice attitudes to get them familiar with the process, familiar with the survey, answering questions. And then they're introduced to the actual case, the case recognition question. And then if they know about the case, they continue and are asked prejudgment questions, open-ended questions to assess some key opinions, then case knowledge questions, which are recognition questions. And then they go into the demographic section, which is how they consume media. And yeah.
You mentioned two organizations, and I think earlier you mentioned that you were regularly a member of those organizations. Do they help set standards for how surveys should take place?
They do.
And tell me a little bit more about the introduction. Why do you do that?
The first introduction or the instruction after that? They get through the scale screener.
The introduction and then the instruction.
Yeah, well, you're trying to encourage people to participate to increase response rates, right? So you're told again why you're calling. It's not a sales call. We're calling to get the opinions of people in your community and why. So it's not just random. So they understand it's about an upcoming trial. We don't tell them what trial because that would clearly lead to potential response bias. And they're encouraged to continue participating because they represent their community. They were selected randomly. And then there's efforts to increase response rates by we do callbacks. So everybody, each number is called up to 3 times at different times of the day. So if somebody maybe is at work, you still have a chance of being included in the survey. There's soft conversion techniques. So if somebody's kind of on the fence, like maybe they're like, maybe I'm busy, can you call me back? We try to find out when can we call you back so we can talk to them later, just to encourage them to participate and not drop off. So all of that stuff is done to increase response rates as best we can. And that's all starts with the introduction. And then the follow-up introduction or instruction kind of is similar. It explains there's no right or wrong answers. They're not forced to say yes or no. They can say no opinion, I don't know. They can refuse to answer the question, all of those things.
Can they answer some questions and not others if that's what they want to do?
Absolutely. That's called a refusal. So they might say, I don't feel comfortable answering that question, or I'm not going to answer that.
All right. So you did a community attitude survey in this case. Did you only look at Latah County?
No.
What counties did you look at?
So we looked at 4 different counties overall. So we looked at Ada County, Bandit County, Canyon County, and Latah County.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit later about the 3 comparative counties. But for now, can you walk us through your high-level findings for Latah County and Ada County?
Sure. So I think high level, you can see case recognition is very high. And it's also high in Ada County. It's 93% there. It's almost everyone in Latah County, 98%, which is similar to what I saw in the George Floyd case. So it was 99%. So this is extremely high. They're pretty much the same. And it's not just a passing familiarity with the case. It's not that they recognize it but don't know much. You can see people in Latah County reported that they followed the case somewhat or very closely. Almost 70% are closely following this case. And again, that means they're actively looking for information, passively consuming information, talking about it. So it's a big deal in this community. And there's a presumption of guilt. The burden has shifted. So 67% believe Bryan Kohberger is guilty of murder, and 25% reported that he's definitely guilty. So these are strong opinions. And 51% reported what I call a fixed opinion, where they reported that Kohberger would have a difficult time convincing them that he's not guilty. So the burden of proof has shifted on the defendant to prove his innocence. And that's undermines due process. That's not how our system is designed to work. And also on the question of sentence, you can see that 52% believe that he should be sentenced to death.
When I look at this slide and I look at the pre-judgment, guilty of murder, and am I using that term right? Pre-judgment means somebody's decided before we ever get anywhere near trial that Mr. Kohberger is guilty of murder. When I look at those numbers, it's higher in Ada County. And it's not a secret to anybody in this room that our argument is to move this case to Ada County. Does this seem counterintuitive when I look at the prejudgment rate and it's higher percentage-wise in Ada County?
Yeah, so first of all, in my mind, it's 2 questions. One is, should the case be moved? Not where, it's should the case be moved? Has presumption of innocence been undermined based on the reasonable likelihood standard, which is less than the preponderance of the evidence? So second question is where. In a case like this, you're going to see high case recognition and high prejudgment everywhere. They're essentially the same in terms of 67%, 68%. But when you look at case recognition and size, population size, you'll find that in Ada County, there's about 16 times more people in that county that have not prejudged, if you do the math. So yes, those numbers look the same for those who recognize the case, but there's a much larger swath of people who haven't prejudged. And it's not just prejudgment that matters. So that's one variable you look at, but it's not just that. There's a host of other things. Extent of case knowledge, connections to the case, been exposed to rumors. There's all these other factors that play in. It's not just one item, it's the totality of the findings, not just one question.
When I move to the other slide, what am I seeing on this slide?
So these are instances just to show how invested people in this community are. So almost 80%, 79% have talked about this case online or in person. And that's where information is spread. So even those who may not closely follow the news are learning about it from their neighbors, from their coworkers, from family, from social media, and all of that. So information is being spread through those channels as well. And you do see big differences there when you're looking at Ada County. It's much lower because they're less invested in this case. It wasn't a shocking incident that occurred in their own community. You see that 32% have watched a show, for example, that Netflix or Paramount show or Dateline or something about the case. Almost 40%, 39% personally experienced high levels of stress, anxiety, or fear during the search for the killer while they were here. So that's very high. And then 45% know someone else who has. And if you look at those together, it's actually about 63% have either personally experienced fear or know someone who has during that search. And that shows like the impact it had on them. And you'll see it later in some of the opens where people talk about, I was scared to walk outside or running to their car from work because they don't feel safe. They can see the house from their office. One person mentions that their wife was scared to go to the supermarket. People talk about they locked their doors for the first time. So it just shows the personal fear and impact this case created in this community that you do not see in large communities.
I have a follow-up question for you on this slide. The statistics that you show us show that the incident of looking at things on social media and Netflix and regular primetime news shows is higher in Latah County. And that correlates to the sampling of things you showed us a few moments ago, just your sample of what's out there on social media, on Netflix, and that sort of thing. Is that right? It's higher in Latah County?
It is higher in Latah County. Now, when you say correlates, like I didn't do a statistical analysis, I would say that's the stuff, the content out there. That's what it looks like if you just do a search and you're following it. And on the anxiety question, that number for Ada County is about 32%. So it's much lower.
Looking at this slide, what does it mean with these differences we're seeing in numbers?
Well, to me, again, it shows personal connection, the personal experience. In a big county, there might be a sensational crime, but you don't see people feeling that way. Because crime is unfortunately frequent, and it might be something else that captures their attention, or there's so much going on. It's not shocking. Here, this is something where people talk about again. There's an idyllic community where everyone felt safe, and this person took it away from us. It was like shattering this sense of security and safety that we had, and everybody experienced it. And my guess is a lot of people can probably reflect on where they were when they learned this and how it impacted them personally. So it's very unique.
What are we looking at on this slide?
I think you skipped a slide. Yeah.
Okay.
Is this one that starts with lived or know someone who lived?
Yes.
Okay. So again, this comes back to personal connections. So 78% of survey respondents either lived or know someone who lived in Moscow when the murders occurred, compared to 20% in Ada County. And that's not surprising because if you look at the size of Latah County, it's about 32,500 people over the age of 18, compared to about 406,000 in Ada County. And I think it's like 66% of Latah County is in Moscow. So it's a huge percentage. So it's not shocking that people were here or know somebody who was here when it occurred. And a large number of people are students or employees of the university. It's a quarter of the sample. I ran across one citation where it was like 36%, so it's even higher, much lower in Ada County. And you can see 40% of people have visited a home or walked by it where this crime occurred. And again, if you look at some of the opens, somebody talks about seeing the house from their office window. So it's a constant reminder of this awful thing that happened. These are things, again, that jurors coming into that courtroom will see. It's like, you know, indicators in the community of what impacted them. People may be fearful of, you know, people know they're on the jury and all those things because it's such a small community and people are so invested. And you can see that 22% of the respondents actually work or know someone who worked for a law enforcement agency involved in the investigation. 22% compared to just 4% in Ada County. So
Yeah,
again,
that's wild. That's
direct
just,
connections
that's
to this
wild.
case.
Those numbers are
And those direct connections, those
very,
are
very
things
important.
that Latah County juror would bring in. Is that right?
Yes, and that's where we see these big differences in national cases like this. This is typically what you see when the entire state is saturated with coverage. Everybody's going to know about it and have opinions to some degree, but it doesn't necessarily have personal connection. That's why cases like the Oklahoma City bombing case was moved. I mean, that was a national case. Everybody knew about it, but they still moved it because of the personal connections.
Now advance to the slide. What are we seeing on this slide?
Well, this goes back to case knowledge. So we talked earlier in the day about how case knowledge and impacts prejudgment and how we have this belief perseverance. So people develop these more complex schema and case knowledge. They're more resistant to change. And you can see almost 80% of people in Latah County were familiar with at least 5 of the 9 media items we tested in the survey, almost 80%, and 52% knew 7 out of the 9, or at least 7 of those items. So they have a lot of case knowledge here. It's quite high.
While we're here, I'm talking about the media items. Did you test on every media item you could find?
No.
Did you have to select a certain number so that you could do the survey?
What I do is I read all of the media coverage that is local, those local newspapers, and I'm pulling items that stand out, that are repeated quite a bit. So there's like multiple references to certain things and things that are inadmissible, prejudicial, things that are likely to create bias and have an impact.
All right. I want to talk a little bit more about how you set up the survey. What are we seeing?
So this should kind of give you an indication of the flow of the survey. So this is what I call the case recognition question. And it's developed by reading a lot of the coverage and seeing how the case is commonly described in the language in the newspaper and TV to construct a case recognition item to try to trigger a memory. So if someone answers yes to this question, question 2A, they then go to the prejudgment question. If somebody answers no, we give them a little more information to see if that triggers a memory. If that does trigger a memory, then they go to the prejudgment question. And if not, they go to the demographic question. So we always have 2 case recognition questions. That's the recommendation, again, in the ASTC professional guidelines. We usually pick up 1 to 2% when we do that in most surveys.
Does this question come after your earlier questions to get them to take your survey, the introduction and information questions?
Yes, it's actually even deeper. So you get the introduction. First, you get why we're calling, and then you go through screen of questions, and then you're given an instruction about you. There's no right or wrong answers. You can always say, I don't know. I can always refuse. Your answers are anonymous. Then they answer, I think, 3 or 4 general criminal justice questions, and then they get to this question.
When you say the prejudgment question, are you talking about the media items stuff? Is that the same thing you're talking about?
Prejudgment is whether or not you believe a defendant's guilty of whatever the crime is. This is before any of the media items. You would never put those media items and then ask if you think they're guilty, because then you'll create response effects. Like maybe they didn't know that item and you just gave them prejudicial information, and now I think he's guilty because you just told me he confessed, or whatever thing it is. Like, you wouldn't want to do that.
Is that why the survey is designed that way?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about some of the survey results. Walk us through what we're seeing here.
Okay, so again, the data suggests that this case has captured the community's attention. This is not a case where people have moved on. Almost everyone in the community recognizes this case. You're at 98% recognition rate. And it's not just a passing familiarity. People are closely following the case. 29% are following it very closely. 39% are following it somewhat closely. So you're basically at 60% closely following this case, which is quite high.
All right. What are we seeing on this slide?
So this is one of the ways we test the validity of our survey. So we talked again, when we talk about the research, we know that people who closely follow a case, people who have a lot of case knowledge are more likely to believe a defendant is guilty. So one of the things we would expect is to find a similar relationship in our survey, which indicates validity. So, and that's what we find. So whether or not people are closely following this case is significantly related to bias. So if people are following it very closely, within that group, the guilt rate is 84%, and somewhat closely it's 73%. Just kind of looking at it combined, you're at basically 77% of people who are following it somewhat or very closely believe the defendant is guilty of murder. So the more you follow it, the more likely you're to be exposed to prejudicial content, the more likely you are to develop a complex memory and case knowledge, and more likely to have it.
All right. What did you learn about prospective jurors who are talking to each other?
So one is the fact they are talking to each other, and we don't always see that. Sometimes that's 40%, 50%, or even less in terms of talking about a specific case. And you can see here, it's almost everyone. 88% of people who know about the case have talked about it either in person or online. That's quite high. And they're following it, seeing things on social media. They're watching, Netflix episodes or Paramount or whatever it was on. They're seeing shows. They're seeing it in their news feeds. They're closely talking about it. In a small community, that's how information gets spread. It's what we call this informal communication network.
Did you have an opportunity in your survey to learn more about different rumors and things that are going around in Latah County?
I did. So we asked an open-ended question after the prejudgment question, and then it should be what they know about the case and their opinion. And we asked what rumors or theories they've heard in the community to see if they're regurgitating some of the stuff that's been in the newspaper, on social media, the idea, again, of informal communication networks. In smaller communities, you tend to get a lot of well, I knew somebody who knew this person, or personal connections and information gets spread that way. And that's what we saw here. There's a lot of references to things that, the defendant committed a murder in Oregon, like speculation, no evidence of that. It's just something they heard, that he talked about committing the perfect murder on a paper, or that he hates women and he had trouble at the university he goes to with women, and people who worked with him had problems. He stalked her because she didn't respond to him. People were looking at Reddit comments or Reddit posts he had made and from years back, all that kind of stuff. And then references to him, having obsession with some of the victims, ritual animal killings. And these are just a couple examples. Like you'll see that stuff everywhere, but the amount you see in Latah County is much higher. Like, if you go through comments in Ada County, you'll find some too. You can find examples, and I'm sure if you go to Bannock and Canyon, you're going to see them because the case has gotten so much attention, but not to the degree you have here. And given the size of the community, it's much more significant.
Did you record and document all of these comments in the actual survey report?
Yes.
Okay. And that's something that we provided to the court, and the state has no objection, so the court can read the full scope of the rumors from Latah County residents on his own time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Some fun light reading.
All right. What did you learn about Latah County residents that were related to Moscow, specific Moscow connections?
Well, this is kind of the unique nature of this too, that I see in cases like natural disasters, like wildfires is a good example where it's this like collective trauma everybody goes through. So you can see 76% of residents here lived or knew someone who lived in Moscow at the time of the murders. So they either are here, the loved one is here, and it creates anxiety, right? So I think it was like almost 40% of students left during Thanksgiving, didn't come back until because they were scared for their safety. And you see that in the other questions. So asking about if people experience stress, anxiety, or fear during that search, and you can see 39% reported that they personally did, and another 45% reported that someone they know. And if you look at those, it's called a crosstab. And the question is, did you or someone you know? It jumps up to 63%. So a large percentage of people were anxious and scared about their own personal safety or the safety of someone they know and care about.
Tell me about the open question about people's sense of security. Did people respond to that?
So one of the questions we ask is, how did this crime impact your community? And if I do this in a big county and I ask this, or big venue, federal case, you get a lot of, it didn't, or not much, or, I didn't live near it, so not me, or something like that. You get a lot of that. And I'm sure there's some of that here too. If you look at different venues, Idaho County probably has a lot of that, and Bannock. What really stood out to me was this shattering our sense of innocence, right? This is an innocent town and no crimes or horrible things ever happened here. And this guy took it away from us. We had this idyllic, safe community, and this person destroyed it. This crime destroyed it. And they talk about people, they never locked their cars before, their homes. I think one person said, he didn't even have a house to his key when he bought it, or a key to his house. That makes more sense. And suddenly people are locking doors because they're fearful. People are scared to go to their cars. Again, someone mentioned, you could see the house from their office, and students and staff would run to their car to be safe. People's partners were scared to go to the grocery store. And there were tons of comments about that. This idea that we have a safe community and it's never going to be the same. It's lost. It's our sense of safety and security, this special place, this tiny little place that's a bubble from all the bad stuff in the world. And then this thing happened.
The comments that you depicted in this slide, is that all of them, or are there others for the court to take a look at?
There's plenty. On top of reading the other stuff, feel free to read all those opens.
Okay. What about the connection to the house where this happened? What did we learn?
Well, I think it's comes to again, this direct and indirect connections to this case, which makes it unique in Latah County, which you don't see everywhere, is 40% of residents who know about the case, which is pretty much everyone, have either visited the home where the crime occurred or walked by it. And so there is this constant reminder of this awful thing, their daily lives. And also you see a large percentage of people are students or employees at the university, or connected to it, the investigation itself. 22% were connected to the criminal investigation. And then 25% were either students or employees of the university. And we know, if you look at it, the university is a big employer in this community. And when all of these students leave, it has an impact on the economy. Over 60% of the county is made up of people who live in Moscow. And if you look at some of the data, it indicates about 36% of people in this county are either students or employees at the university. So even higher than we saw in the survey.
That's not even probably including all the.
All right. I want to talk about the prejudgment question. What did you learn?
So this question is one of the indicators of undermining the presumption of innocence. So I look at it, I'm always looking, when I think about due process, is the presumption of innocence. And you see when it shifts to a presumption of guilt. So in this case, 67% of prospective jurors who recognize the case believe Bryan Kohberger is guilty of murder, and 25% have a strong opinion on that. So if you think about it, given the high recognition rate here, if 100 jurors walked into this room during voir dire, 66% of them already think he's guilty before they've heard any evidence.
And that's just the prejudgment question. That's not talking about the other factors that you talked about, media awareness, case connection to the community, things like that.
No, that's just looking at everyone. And if you start looking at things if they know a lot of detail, that prejudgment jumps up to over 80%. Do they closely follow it? Jumps up to 70%, whatever it is. So that's just looking at the entire thing. Start looking at other things, that prejudgment gets even higher.
You've talked about what you've defined as a fixed opinion or a fixed presumption of guilt. What did you find about that?
Yes, so the question I ask is basically based off, I'm going to start talking selective now. Based off of what you've read, seen, or heard, would the defendant have a difficult time convincing you that he's not guilty? So burden of proof shifting on the defendant. I think I mentioned this last time, but that question was developed by a judge in Tennessee. And what you were seeing was they would ask jurors, what do you know about the case? And they would tell them some information or minimize what they know. And then the question was, do you think he's guilty? And maybe they'd say yes. And then they'd say, but I can be fair and impartial. I can set it aside. I think I can do it. And then the follow-up was, well, would he have a difficult time convincing you that he's not guilty? And they, oh yeah, I can't change my mind. So it's just much more effective. I find it's more likely to be correlated with these other indicators of bias. So it seems to be more of a valid question. And when they did it, you see basically 51% indicated a strong opinion that we shift the burden of proof onto the defendant. And again, if you look at our analysis of 100 jurors walking in, that would be 50 out of 100 would fall into that category.
They can't change their mind.
Well, I'm sure you can get them to say they can be fair because I see it all the time. But this doesn't mean they can't. We heard a lot about that earlier today. Yeah.
All right. And did you ask similar questions at prejudgment for guilt? I guess prejudgment
numbers are astonishing.
Yeah. So because this is a capital case, I did ask whether or not which sentence do they believe the jury should select if he's convicted. And you can see 52% reported that he should get the death penalty based off of what they've read, seen, or heard, whereas just 23.5 or 24% reported that he should get life.
Did you ask a fixed question about the penalty?
Yeah, so I asked the same fixed opinion question, and you find that 51% believe that the sentence should be death and that he couldn't convince them that it should be life. Only 19% reported that the defendant would not have a difficult time convincing them that he should get a life sentence.
This is a small community. What did you learn about the impact of this case on this small community and the pressure of a juror in Latah County to do this?
So one of the things I wanted to look at, because it's a small community and people know everyone, and the pressure when coming in and out of this courthouse on a day-to-day basis, when it's been inundated with journalists, and my guess is people can figure out who's on the jury by who's not picking their kids up at school and talking to neighbors and all that. Is there pressure? Do the jurors ever feel pressure that there has to be a certain outcome? How would the community react if he's not convicted, if he's found not guilty? And there was quite a bit of strong comments and a range of themes from people would basically kill him to they'd burn the courthouse down or assume that the jury failed or that he would have to prove that he was not guilty. Again, shifting the burden. So it's like, I can't imagine that happening because they have so much evidence against him. We would be dumbfounded. Like how could he not be guilty given the amount of evidence? Several would be on the hunt for him to make sure he gets what's coming to him. And then just emotional stuff about it would be devastating to the community. Other people talked about the fear if he didn't do it, well, who did? Like that means this person's still among us who creates the same stress and fear and anxiety that people had before. So this community needs closure. And you have to imagine what that's like for a jury from months on end, in and out of this courtroom in this tiny community and trying to explain to their neighbors, what they did and why. And that shifts the burden again back onto the defendants.
The comments that you've captured in this PowerPoint slide, is this all?
No, these are just a few examples.
Plenty more for the court to read?
Yeah.
Did you ask these open questions in the comparative counties too?
Yes, it's the same question as in all the counties.
Were the other counties as high of rate in these kinds of answers? Did they have a similar kind of answer as Latah County potential jurors did?
No. And now you can read through it and you will find answers that people would be angry and upset because you're talking to hundreds of people and you're going to get those. But they're much less strong. They're much more, no opinion. They wouldn't have an impact. things like that than you see in other places. Very few people in Latah County have that.
All right, I think we have a couple of slides on the questions that were in the survey. I think we know those.
Yes. So these are our case recognition questions, we call them, I call them recognition items, I guess. So we do ask an open-ended question. What have you read, seen, or heard about the case? We'll get into that, but that's the typical question you ask in jury selection. And people answer that, but they often use minimization language or unable to recall everything. So we ask later on these case recognition items to see if they're familiar with widely reported media items. And if you look at the professional guidelines, this is what's recommended. So we first ask an open-ended question, and then later we follow up with these closed-ended questions.
What did you learn when you did that in this survey with Latah County?
So I'm not going to go through all of them, but we learned that people are familiar with many items that have been widely reported in the media. And you don't always see that. Sometimes case recognition is high, but people don't know a lot of detail. You know, maybe they know a few items or recognition rates are 40, 50%. But what we found here are people have well-developed attitudes and opinions and have been recall a lot of prejudicial content. So in Latah County, you can see that 79% were familiar with at least 5 of the 9 media items, and 52% knew 7 or more of the media items that we tested, over half.
And you tested on 9, is that right? 9.
Yeah, up to 9.
And I think you mentioned, but I think your chart's going to explain to me why more media items, more media recognition items correlate with the prejudgment question of guilt.
Yeah, and this goes back to validity of the survey, right? We know from earlier research that case knowledge is correlated with prejudgment, and that's exactly what we found. So the more people know, the more case knowledge, the stronger their opinions, the more likely they are to have developed a perception of guilt. So people who are familiar with 5 or 6 items, you can see it's 66% guilt rate, and for 7, it's 82%. So jumps up quite a bit. So the more case knowledge you have, the more likely you are to believe guilty. And you see the same thing with that, I call it that fixed opinion question. That's significantly related to case knowledge as well. So the number of people who said that he would have a difficult time changing their mind is essentially 66%. If they know 7 or more items.
Which they're
Let's talk about
facts, but we don't know what the items
the
are.
specific items that were known, just a few of them. We won't go through all of them.
There you go.
What did you learn?
So these are just going through a few that we tested, and you can see high recognition rates and significantly related to prejudgment. So whether or not people know that a knife sheath was found on the bed next to one of the victims, 81% of survey respondents in Latah County knew that detail. And you can see it's significantly related to bias. So if you knew that, 72% of people who knew that item believe he's guilty, and 55% reported that he would have a difficult time convincing them otherwise.
What about another media item? What about what? Another media item? Thank you.
So the next one is whether or not they knew that DNA was found on the knife sheath, that there was a match for the defendant. And you can see that 67% know that detail. And if you know it, it's highly prejudicial. So 75% of people who know that item believe that he's guilty, and 60% reported a fixed opinion.
How about a vehicle record?
So this one, whether or not Bryan Kohberger owns the same type of car recorded on the video driving in the neighborhood where the killings occurred. This was a widely reported media item. So 86% of people know that detail. And 82% of those who do know that believe he's guilty. Quite high.
How about the cell phone tower media item?
So on that one, you see a case recognition rate or item recognition rate of 79%. 79% of survey respondents knew that detail. And if you knew that, 72% of them believe that the defendant's guilty.
GG. How about the media item studies?
So this would go down to like a misinformation, I'll call it an inaccurate detail that was widely reported that the defendant had stalked one of the victims. And you can see recognition rate currently at 45% when the survey was done. And 81% of people who knew that detail reported that he's guilty.
How about following on social media?
This is wild.
I believe this is the last one.
This is
You
not
can
even
see
true.
whether or not he was essentially following them on social media, 45% recognition rate, and 79% of those who know that believe he's guilty. And these are all statistically significant findings.
Let's talk about some of the comparative counties that you surveyed, and if you can give me a high level of your key findings in those counties.
Sure. So now, in my mind, this shows significant bias. That there's a reasonable likelihood that the due process has been undermined in the sense that there's a presumption of guilt in this county. And the question is, if you were to move it, where would you move it? That's question 2.
We're on to the second part.
We're on to the second part now. That's where this comes. So you'll see recognition rates are high in these 3 counties we tested. So we tested Ada County because it's the biggest county in the state. It's about 406,000 people over the age of 18, and other high-profile cases have been moved there before recently. Canyon County we picked because I believe it's the second largest county, and it is also near Ada County. So it's a big county. We picked that, and we picked Bannock County because it's just far away. And it had less media coverage. So we wanted to see if there was a possibility that people would have less case knowledge there. And you can see recognition rates vary from 90% to, from 84% to 93% across those 3 cases. And you can see that in terms of how closely they followed it is less than we saw in Latah County. So Ada is 58, Canyon is 51, and Bannock is 46. Compared to Latah County, remember, it was 68%, much higher. The guilt rates are essentially the same, or it's a little higher in Bannock County, but because of the population size, there's a big difference. So again, you'll find about 16 times more people in Ada County who have not prejudged compared to here. And then similar in terms of the strength of opinion and difficulty in convincing them that he's not guilty, similar to what you see here, and sentence similar as well. So you're in the 49 to 57%. So these numbers are also high.
Where do you start to see differences that matter?
You start to see differences when you talk about personal connection. That's where the big differences come up. So remember we said 79% of people in Ada County had talked about this case. Might be wrong, might have been higher. It's just 60% in Ada County, 50% in Canyon, and 51% in Bannock. So it's much lower. You'll see whether or not they've experienced high levels of stress. In Ada County, it's just 17%, and the other 2 counties, it's only 11%. It was 39% in the county here. And then whether or not they know someone who experienced higher levels of stress, we had 45% here. Here we're down to 24, 19, and 19. So you see big differences there in terms of the community connection, the personal connection to their case.
What about the connections to Moscow that are unique to this area?
Yes, so just 20% in Ada County know someone who lived in Moscow, 15% in Canyon, and 16% in Bannock, 78% in Latah County. Whether or not they were a student or employee in Latah County, that was 25%, and we're looking at 4%, 3%, much lower. Whether they visited the home or saw it, Latah County is 40%. Here we're down to 8%, 3%, 2%, much lower. Whether or not they knew someone who actually was involved in the investigation, in Latah County, that number was 22%, I believe. And in Ada County, it's just 4, Canyon is 2, Bannock is 2. So much lower when it comes to those type of connections, the personal connection, personal investment in the case.
What about the recognition of media items?
Yeah, so we had, I think it was 79% in Latah County knew at least 5 of those media items, and it drops to 65% in Ada, 52% in Canyon, 59% in Bannock. If they knew 7 or more, that was 52% in Latah County. It's just 42% in Ada, 27% in Canyon, and 29% in Bannock. So less case knowledge. And we know case knowledge comes back to belief perseverance, right? So the more you know, the more resistant your attitudes are to change, the more likely you are to attend to and process information consistent with what we know. New information about the DNA evidence, I already know about that. That's credible, I give that weight. So you're much more likely to see that in Latah County.
All right. I think you told us a little bit about the population size. And is that why you selected Ada as the population size?
So I'm not selecting anything. I'm just pointing out some possibilities. So I selected Ada County in terms of to do the survey because it's the largest county in the state. And, you know, it was a demo case was moved there. So you know that they can take this case in. We know large counties, it's less of a big deal when the case moves there. It doesn't become the biggest story in that community. So I wanted to test Latah County. Pick Canyon because it's the second largest county, over 184,000 people. And then I picked Bannock because it's further away. It's quite far away, hundreds of miles from here, and it's in a different media zone. It does have some of the similarities of Latah County. So for example, there's a university there that's the second largest employer. So there's a risk there. About 18% of the population is connected to that university. So there are those risks. And I think the problem there, while some of the numbers are good, are it'll become a huge deal if that case is moved there. You're gonna have the media circus move from here to there, and it's gonna become, again, a huge story in that community. So there is risk if you choose a smaller venue that something like that will happen.
And that risk is tied specifically to the size of Bannock County?
Yes, smaller counties, you don't have stories like this regularly happening. So it's more likely to become a big deal in that county. And you could end up with significant bias between the time the case is moved and the time it goes to trial, because there might be an increase in media coverage there.
When we talk about the survey itself, was it only people who knew about the case that took the survey?
No. Explain to me what you mean by that.
Well, I'm looking at your slide here about people who, whether or not they know about the case, do they finish the survey? I think one of the things the state's criticized about is a non-response bias. So I want to understand if you can tell if that about how the survey works, this one and others.
Right. So first of all, one thing we do is we do comparison surveys in a host of different cases. So if you look at other cases we've done this
This is big right
if
here.
that were true, you would find that only people who know about the case take the survey in the comparison county as well, right? So you can see in Renfro, this was an Idaho case, in Kootenai County, 89% of survey respondents recognized the case that took the survey, that completed it. In Ada County, 67% of the people that completed the survey did not know about the case. So you would expect you wouldn't see that trend if people just say, oh, I don't know about this, I'm not going to take the survey, I have no opinion. In state of Tennessee, v. Andrew Delkey, similar findings. So in Davidson County, 67% of the people who completed the survey knew about the case. In Hamilton County, 84% of people who completed the survey did not know anything about the case. In United States v. James Cloud, which was in Washington, you can look at, we did 3 venues, and in Yakima, 55% of the people that completed the survey knew about the case. In Richland, 82% did not know about the case. In Spokane, 90% did not know about the case. What's unique and why you see high recognition rates across the surveys here is because it's a national case. And when we have national cases, you see high recognition rates all over. So this last one, the state of Minnesota, the Alexander King, was the George Floyd case. And you can see high recognition rates in all the counties, just like we see here. The reason is because there's a lot of media exposure everywhere. But it's not that people are hanging up because they don't want to take the survey. In fact, if you look at the call data, after they were told the case recognition question and described the case, only one person hung up out of the 1,200 people that completed the survey. We had one person who terminated the survey after being told what the survey was about. Everyone else.
All 4 counties?
All 4 counties, one person.
All right. We have talked quite a bit about the bias and the prejudicial media coverage and the difficulty, the impossibility that will happen seating a jury in Latah County. I want to talk a little bit about jury selection in cases that have a lot of publicity. Are you familiar with that?
Sure, yes.
All right. Why should we talk about this now? Why do we not want to just wait and try to pick a jury first?
Well, I think first of all, I've done a lot of jury selections. I'm sure you have, Your Honor, you have, I'm sure you all have. So we all know how the jury selection process works. So in a normal case, people do not have case-specific attitudes. And we know specific attitudes are predictive of behavior. So I might just have a general passing attitude towards something. I mentioned DUI, or it's like a contract dispute. Like, you can ask me questions. I don't have strong opinions. I don't know anything about the case. So they're not specific attitudes. So jury selection is effective in that scenario. It's fine. But when people have case-specific attitudes and case-specific knowledge, and I've heard information and evidence, even if it's coming into trial, I heard it in the context of a news story. There's no rules of evidence that were applied. There was no cross-examination. There was no counter expert to refute what was said. It was just said by a public, speaker who was on an editorial on a television station, on Nancy Grace. So it's very different. And then when I hear it as evidence, it's just confirming what I already know. It's not new, not processing it for the first time. So that's one of the big problems. So why you need to identify people that have that content and information. And there's challenges because of the way memory works. Recall is limited, and we'll get to that. But when you ask people, what do you know about the case? They are not able to give a full account of everything they know. So it's very hard to assess what people know, which makes it very difficult to exercise cause challenges and predicate challenges. And the other thing is just the nature of jury selection. It's very easy to rehabilitate a juror to get them to say they can be fair. It happens all the time. So a juror says that I had this experience, or I think I'm leaning towards one side, and it's so easy. We do it all the time to get a socially desirable response. You start with, well, the law requires everyone to be fair. Everybody has their own opinions, and that's okay. We're just asking you, can you follow the law? Can you follow the instructions? Can you deliberate? Can you be fair? And most people will say yes to that because they want to create a socially desirable response. They know what the right answer is. Give leading questions. In one study, they actually analyzed a transcript or 3 trials transcripts, and it was like 60% of the comments during voir dire were from attorneys and judges. Just 40% were from jurors, and 63% of the comments from jurors were one-word answers. And I see that in the post-conviction stuff I do when I analyze transcripts. It's 3 pages of indoctrination into what a juror is supposed to do, ending with a closed-ended answer, can you set it aside? That's not an indicator of their ability to do that. People can't just Men in Black flash sheeping themselves and forget everything. It doesn't work that way.
I think we may have covered voir dire and
Look at that
disclosure with that, and I didn't advance the slide. Can you give us a case example or an example?
Stealth jurors, just like in the Karen Reed case.
Sure. So this is
Stealth
an example of stealth juror. So a case like this, you're a stealth juror, there's a likelihood that people want to be on this case, right? It's a high-profile case. It's going to be on TV. You're going to get a lot of attention. There might be a desire to see justice, and you want to be involved in that. Well, how do you identify jurors like that? So this is an example case I worked on where it was a long time ago. It was in LA. There was this division in the police department called the Rampart Division, Rampart. And basically, there were a number of corrupt police officers who were stealing drugs out of the evidence locker, shooting suspects and planting guns on them. It was these rogue police officers. And one of the people, his last name was Ovando, he had been shot by a police officer, this guy Perez, who then planted a gun on him and alleged that Ovando had shot at him. So he was convicted of attempted murder. He was paralyzed from the waist down. And then Perez got caught stealing drugs out of the locker room. So he confessed to all these things, and Ovando was released. He got like a $20 million settlement against Latah County. Then he sued the public defender, claiming that, they should have figured this whole thing out and known that, there was a scandal and so on. And it won like $6 million in that case. And then later, when they looked, it turned out that one of the jurors on that case had been in a movie about the incident called Gang Wars. And when they were asked, does anybody have a connection to the case? She didn't raise her hand. But during the deliberations, she talked about stuff she knew. She talked about stuff that didn't come into trial, and it resulted in a mistrial. So that's just one example. There's other examples as well. But yeah, so that's one challenge you have in a case like that.
All right, recall and recognition. I think you're going to talk to us about how hard it is to ferret out what somebody knows.
So to me, this is one of the biggest challenges in high profile cases. So the question you ask on the juror questionnaire and open voir dire is, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case? That's the open-ended question you ask. That is what we call a recall question. And the cognitive task is, on the spot, I need to search my memory and see what's accessible and salient and what I can remember on the spot. And I'll tell you. And that's and then you usually followed up with, can you be fair and impartial? And what we find is people are not able to recall everything they know. And that information that they forgot to mention comes up later. So the common example is, tell me everything you know about a movie. I'm going to go with Star Wars. And you probably will tell me a lot because a lot of people have seen that movie or seen it a bunch of times. But if I asked you follow-up closed-ended questions, you'd find that you forgot to mention a whole bunch of things. Like maybe you didn't mention that Luke Skywalker was Darth Vader's son, right? And it was, do you remember that? Oh, of course I know that. I just forgot to mention it. So you see things like that. So the tricky thing is you can't ask people, have you read, seen, or heard if the defendant was stalking one of the victims? Because now you're poisoning the well. What if they didn't mention that and they're open-ended? Doesn't mean they don't know it, because we know about 45% of the population here does know it. So you're in that position where you are trying to make an assessment if this juror can truly be fair and impartial without knowing what this juror actually knows about the case. And that's one of the biggest problems you have in high profile cases that are not a problem in your run-of-the-mill typical case.
Have you seen that bear itself out in a real case?
I have. This was a case in Texas where we actually had community members come in during the venue hearing and treated them like mock jurors in a sense and asked them what they knew about the case. And they told us. It was a big case at the time in Latah County in Texas. And people told us what they knew. And then we asked, is that everything you know? And they'd say, yes, that's it. And because it's not real jury selection, we had the opportunity to demonstrate this whole problem. And we would say things like, well, did you know that he allegedly confessed? And then it would stimulate a memory. And the person would say, oh, yeah, I did know that. He actually confessed twice at a monastery. So it triggered a memory. And then it was, well, is that everything else you know? Do you know anything else? And they'd say, no, that's it. And say, well, did you ever hear that he had committed another crime? And they say, oh, yeah, that's right. He actually attacked another girl at a different church in a nearby town. And it was, well, is that everything you know? Take your time, search your memory. That's it. And then we do it again. And it was, well, did you know there was a cover up? Oh, yeah, the Catholic Church covered it up and the police department. And it just demonstrated the problem. Now, that was fine in that little demonstration we did. But you could never do that in jury selection, because if you did that, you just poison that juror. If they don't know it, you just poison them. If they did know it, then you have to get rid of them, right? So you're in this impossible position in terms of trying to figure out if this juror can be truly fair and impartial when you don't know what they know.
Do we have a glimpse of how that works in Bryan Kohberger's case based on the search warrant?
We do.
All right. How do we know? Tell me about that.
So we always use the open-ended question. What have you read, seen, or heard about the case, and code it? And what we found is, on average, people reported 1.6 details when asked that open-ended question. So we know that's the average number of details they report. And then we compare that to the closed-ended questions later, those 9 media items, to see if there's additional items that they actually recognized that they failed to mention in the open. And what we found in this case was that 96% of survey respondents knew at least one of these media items that they failed to mention in the open. And on average, they recognized an additional 4.9 media items. So almost 5 out of the 9 failed to mention. And these are just some examples. So, someone said, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case? Just what has been on the TV and the papers. So that's minimization language. They use the word just. There's no specific detail. But later when we asked those closed-ended questions, that person knew all 9 of them. Another one is just what I've read and seen on the news and newspapers. Again, knew all 9. Read articles about the case, knew 8 of the 9. Just what I read in the papers, same as everyone else, 7 of the 9. So these are just 2 examples, but this is what happens. This is what you see on juror questionnaires. This is what you see in voir dire. And I mentioned that, yeah, anyways, yeah.
And that's dangerous in this case because of the amount of prejudicial media coverage. Is that right?
It's dangerous in this case and in high profile cases. That's the unique problem they create. What's unusual in this one is 1, it's in a small community, and 2, people here have very well developed schema and attitudes and case knowledge.
I think you have some specific examples of some of the media items tested about how many recognized an item that had not reported.
Yeah, so just to give it two examples to make the point. So this is the one we talked about, whether or not the defendant stalked one of the victims. Prejudicial, 45% of survey respondents recognized this item when we asked, have you read, seen, or heard it? But when we asked them the open-ended question, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case? Only 3% mentioned it on their own. So 3% of people reported this item, but 45% actually recognized it later on. And we know it's not only is it not true, but it's also prejudicial because 81% of people that know it have already judged the defendant as guilty. So it's really important to know who are the people in this panel that know that detail. So your choice is to just assume no one knows it because they didn't spontaneously mention it, or poison the well by asking the juror specifically, did you know that Bryan Kohberger allegedly stalked the victim? So that's a difficult position to be in.
Let's look at one more example of how that worked.
So this is the one about the knife sheath, whether or not police found a knife sheath on the bed. So you probably want to know that. Well, 81% of people recognize that item later, but only 8% mentioned it when asked the open-ended question. So again, just demonstrating the problem. These are items that are correlated with bias. We know that there's a high rate of recognition in the community, but when you ask in jury selection, what have you read, seen, or heard about the case? Very few people mention it. This is what you see.
All right. The magic question, can you set it aside and be fair and impartial? Is that going to work?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Is this going to work? This question.
Yeah. So you want to, what is this a good question, bad question?
Will it work? Will it help
Will
us?
it work? What does work mean? I don't know if you think about that.
Help us find an impartial jury.
No, there's no data to suggest that this is a valid question. And just touching on the research again, what you would expect is people that know a lot about the case or been exposed to prejudicial pretrial publicity would be more likely to say they cannot be fair and impartial compared to people that do not know a lot about the case. And it's not, there's no significant relationship. People who know a lot of detail and have been exposed to prejudicial pretrial publicity are just as likely to say they can be fair and impartial as people who have not. Yeah. So there's no data to support that.
And do you have an example to tell us about?
So this is some research I did on this question to see how people respond to it. And so what I did was I went to a Facebook page that was about this documentary on HBO that got a lot of attention called The Jinx. The Jinx was about a person named Robert Durst who had been a suspect for multiple murders for his wife. He went to trial in Texas for murder, and then a good friend of his in California was killed, and he was suspected to be involved in that as well. What was unique, he was from a very wealthy family in New York, so it captured a lot of people's attention. And there was this mini-series on HBO. And at the end of it, they confront him with some evidence that would suggest he was involved with his friend Susan's murder. And he takes a break and he goes into the bathroom and he forgot that he was wearing a microphone, and he pretty much confesses. He says, of course I shot them all, or of course I killed them all. He's talking to himself. So it was a highly prejudicial documentary. And later on, he was charged with the murder of his friend. So what we did was we went to this Facebook page where people had made public statements about the defendant that were highly prejudicial. So this is just one example. Someone said, this is the true version or vision of a sociopath. I'm physically ill over the conclusion. I'm beside myself. I was overjoyed at the news that he was arrested. So if somebody said this in public about this case, I think we'd all agree that person probably can't be fair. You're publicly stating it to the world. You think he's a sociopath. So we recruited people that made these extreme comments on this page and went through a survey. And we asked if they knew about the case, whether they thought he was guilty, what they knew, and so on. You can see, as you'd expect, almost everybody we recruited who made these public statements reported that Robert Durst was guilty of murder, 92%. And reported strong opinion. 77% of the people we've recruited said that he could not change their mind about his guilt. So almost everyone. And then we asked those closed-ended case recognition questions, and many of these are either inadmissible or very prejudicial. You know, that he was like a suspect in his wife's disappearance, probably not admissible in a different case. His murder trial in Texas, we asked several of these. And the confession, the captured confession, you see 100% knew that, which is considered like the most prejudicial thing that can be in the media, according to the Supreme Court. And so what we'd expect is that these people would say, I cannot be fair and impartial. There's so much bias that they're demonstrating. So we give them the magic instruction that you often see. This came from a transcript in a high-profile case where the court had explained the burden of proof and that the defendant's entitled to a fair and impartial trial, and that the law requires that you set aside everything you know and only rely on the evidence, common things you hear. And all these people who express all this public bias and all this vitriol and reported that he's guilty and you can't change your mind, by just saying that to them, magically report that they can be fair and impartial. 81% said they could be fair and impartial after hearing that instruction. And they gave open-ended responses as to why. And so this is our participant who mentioned that they were overjoyed by his arrest and they were physically ill and that Robert Durst was a sociopath. Well, they, on a scale of yes, definitely to no, definitely not, they reported that they could definitely be fair and impartial. And they reported that I could start from the beginning and listen to all the information presented and follow the directions and wipe out everything I know. I would need to be convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt. So that answer, if you see in a courtroom without knowing that this person was making public statements about the defendant being a sociopath, probably considered rehabilitated, that's a fair and impartial juror. But it demonstrates like a person like that should be answering that question, no, but they don't. And even kind of going back to the Rideau case, which was recorded confession in the police station with the chief of police on one side and officers on the next, played in the media with music on it. It was highly prejudicial in a small town, and the Supreme Court ruled that, threw out the conviction because of it. All the jurors in that case who saw that confession reported that they could be fair and impartial. They all sat on that trial. They all reported that they could be fair, and the Supreme Court didn't take that at face value because the content of the coverage was so prejudicial.
All right. Based on your years of experience, your education, all of the work that you do in general, and then specifically the work that you've done in this case, the survey, the hundreds of comments, do you have an opinion about this case and whether we can seat an impartial jury in Latah County?
I do.
What is your opinion?
So my opinion, again, is based on whether or not there's a reasonable likelihood, so using that standard, which is less than the preponderance of the evidence. Latah County is a small venue, and the crime has been seared in the community's consciousness. People have been saturated with prejudicial coverage. Many people here have direct and indirect connections to this crime. People here demonstrated they experienced fear and stress, panic in this community. There's significant rumors and misinformation that have been spread and people have been exposed to in this community. There's a feeling of pressure to convict, I think, given the reaction that people think the community would have if he's acquitted. That's particularly concerning. We know from the data that jurors have closely followed the case, they've talked about it, they're familiar with prejudicial details. I think that the presumption of innocence has been undermined and a presumption of guilt prevails in this community. And I think the pre-existing attitudes and opinions will influence how people process evidence. So even if the same information is presented at trial, there's a big difference in terms of jurors being exposed to that for the first time. I don't know about the DNA evidence. I don't know about the videos versus a juror being exposed to something that they already know, where they're just confirming what they already know. I already know about the DNA evidence. It's just triggering a memory of what I already recall. And I'm processing this information through that filter of it's consistent with what I believe and I already know. And it impacts how they see government witnesses and how they will view and evaluate defense witnesses. And I don't think voir dire is an effective remedy, given the research I've done, my experience doing jury selections, and the nature of how memory works. So taking all that combined, I think it's appropriate to change that.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. And Dr. Edelman, hang tight if you should state mine.
Oh, here we go.
Ms. Taylor, so this would be a good time to take a break.
Sure.
And we'll come back at 3:20. Thank you.
Whew, long-winded. There it was. Oh, there we go. We had a hot mic. Now it's no longer hot. All right. So we will have cross-examination here after their 10-minute break. The court is currently on a break, in case you guys do not know. I mean, this guy clearly knows what he's talking about. Yeah, about that. I think everybody knows that it should move. It's just a matter of if the judge is going to move it. I know how Judge likes to do this whole like compromise thing. That's the only reason I said that. Is there going to be a way that after this is all done, he talks to them? He talks to the lawyers like, okay, like I heard everything out. Is there any way that we could be compromising here? So remember that they still have one more witness after this. So, but yeah. This is pushing to be the longest hearing yet in this case, I believe. Yeah. How does someone cross-examine this? Well, I have a feeling they're going to talk about these percentages and probably why did you guys pick these counties to do? And yeah. I don't really think there's much, I mean, it's all just right in front of us. Trust me, I'm biased. I want it to stay in Latah County, or I want it to be moved to Kootenai County. I don't want it to be in Boise. So, but you can't get a fair trial. I want no personal strings. And if I'm the family, I wouldn't want to do this twice. I don't know if I wasn't going to be going to the court house and I was going to be just watching it on, TV. I don't know. It's over the summer. I don't know. Why do you want it to stay in Latah? Oh, just personal reasons. I had an Airbnb all set up there. That's all. That's just personal reasons. But even I can, I think for media coverage, for like the juicy story, Latah County is going to give you that. But Kootenai County, well, again, personal reasons. I have something set up there too. So it's, but moving it to Boise, I mean, yeah. the moving it to Boise, it's about the personal aspect. It totally like goes away. There's not this that people know people that are, you know, cops or work for the school, or that percentage goes down to 8%, 3%, 4% in the certain categories of like personal connections. Latah County, if it stays in Latah County, I don't think, you might as well not even have a trial. That's my take. And the only reason that we're going to have this trial, we'll be able to see all this alleged evidence and how they got to Bryan Kohberger and everything like that. But I just don't, I think there could be a video of somebody else going inside that house and Bryan Kohberger would still be found guilty. That's how wild. For anybody to have to go in there and prove their innocence, that's backwards. That's not, you're shifting the burden. You can't put that on. That's not how our justice system is supposed to work. So. Let's see. Anne needs to drop some info for us to chew on. I think she's giving us a lot of stuff here. I do think she's giving us some stuff. If they move it, will the court date move? Well, I think the court date's going to stay where it's at. It may move slightly because obviously we're dealing with a different court. That's why this has to be handled now. Anybody saying that this has to be handled way more towards like the date of the court, you can't do that. It's impossible. Yep. I agree. This is about Bryan getting a fair trial, period. That's the only thing that matters, 100%. I don't know how you could possibly look at this and be like a judge and go back and even like look at all this and be like, all right, so I'm going to vote against all of this evidence, all of this expert evidence, and in all these 4 fields that we're going to be hearing from today. And judge is going to go against 4 experts. That'd be wild to me. That'd be wild. You know how much time they put into this hearing? But it was merited because this stuff's wild. I think this should have happened in the Karen Reed case. I don't think Karen Reed could get a fair trial. I think the best that Karen Reed will continue to do is get a hung jury in Norfolk County. Maybe there's a chance that the feds get involved and they start arresting people in that case that have to do with her case that testified. Once that happens, then yeah. But until there's any indictments on the federal level with Karen Reed's case, I think that she's going to keep on. The best she's going to do is get a hung jury because Norfolk County is that whole stealth juror. That's so real. Don't think that that's not real. It's so real. You can appeal it. You can appeal everything. Everything's appealable. But the other thing is that if anything was to get suppressed in this case, Latah County has heard so much stuff that let's say that they suppress and they can't use the sheath. Let's say other things, whatever may be suppressed. Let's say that the cast or whatever maybe came from a search warrant that they obtained illegally. So that gets tossed. All of these things that possibly were, read, seen, and heard that should have been read, seen, or heard because it was obtained illegally. When you go to have that suppression hearing, what's the use of the suppression hearing? Yeah, it may not come up in court, but these people have already heard about it. So, I don't think this is going to Nez Pierce. People keep saying that. I don't think this is going there at all. If they're fixing up that courthouse, I'm sorry, but it's in the same coverage area. That's if you would just leave it in Latah County, you know. That's basically what they talked about here today, is that there is no difference. It's the same media coverage area. It's the same market. So you would never even move it. It would just stay. Lana, please recap for those just coming in. Thank you. Well, the recap is that this needs to be moved. All the evidence. We've heard 12 cross-examination questions. When this begins, it'll be on the clock for 13, 14, and so on and so forth. So the 319 pages that they put out to the public, it's exactly what this man testified to here today. We got to hear from a social psychologist who is a professor at Eastern Washington University, who was amazing. She explained about social influences. It was a good portion. I am going to put out my notes that I took with the breakdown of the minutes, where you can find them on my channel. So I will take a screenshots of these pages and then I'll post them in like a PDF. You could just click on it. If you want to, depending on what part you want to hear. I want to put together a little clip of all of like a recap, but I don't see how you could possibly take your oath seriously and come back and say that this doesn't need to be moved. You know, everybody can say out there, I don't care about Bryan Kohberger's rights. I don't care about this. Well, that's awesome that you say that. The law cares about it. So I don't care what you care about. I care about if you're playing by the book and by the law, this case moves. This is 100%. This is that type of a case. So if stuff was to be suppressed, it would do way better in a different county like Ada County, where it would truly be suppressed because they wouldn't have been hearing and reading and seeing all that stuff. It's 12:18 a.m. where some people are. Wow. Okay, you're 6 hours difference. All right, take a shower. Ooh. Oh, it's gonna be a great trial. Yeah. I'm curious if the prosecution is going to put on anybody, because they wanted to talk about the cost of this. Maybe they just decided that it's probably in their best interest not to talk about the cost like that, because I think you, me, everybody would get laughed at, like if I tried to argue that we shouldn't move this because of how much it's going to cost us. Like, there's 4 people that were murdered. Their lives mean how much? Their lives it's priceless. Then there's a man his life is on the line. There's no amount of money that you can put on someone's life, let alone 5. So for them to even argue the cost of something, whew, bad luck in my opinion. Bad luck. I'll tell you what we're going to have to get used to, because we're so used to on the East Coast here. This trial every day would be starting, you know, at 11 or 12 Eastern Standard Time, because it's going to start like at 9 o'clock in the morning on the West Coast. So think about that. The coverage in this case will be going from like noon until 7 or 8 o'clock, depending on if Judge does a 9 to 4 with your 1 hour lunch break, then your 15-minute break in the morning. So that changes a lot of things with how people on the East Coast, So your streaming would be like 12 noon to 8 p.m. So So just think about that versus like, Karen Reed, for all my West Coast watchers, they were getting up and had to watch it at 6 a.m. to catch it live. So with this East Coast, it's 12 to 7 or 8. So today was a pretty good indicator of what a day would be like of trial. Just so you guys understand. This started at noon, which was 9 o'clock there. It started like, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes after 9. So it's going to be a full-time job watching this case. Yeah, it was pretty much full-time job watching that Karen Reed case and then doing stuff before it, after it, in the middle of the night. I was reading stuff all through the night to, keep up with everything else that was going on. I was doing the Karen Reed, then doing a live late at night for Idaho4. I mean, it was a lot of hours. So just, if you guys have a calendar, and it's during the summer, so how like people have like their summer plans. I'm just saying, for people that are going to be following this case, just kind of giving you, this is like a true day of what it's going to be like, and I'll put it in the summer. So June 2nd to August 29th is what it's slated right now. September 8th is what I have as the last day to get the discovery over to the defense. I'm gonna do a live, maybe even tomorrow, if not Monday, of the deadlines for everything again, just to remind everybody. Also, we're going to be having the Karen Reed case trial 2.0 happening. The Moore case is happening at the same time, both in January, at the end of January. It's going to be wild. The shit I got popping off in the Moore case, Dr. Drake Moore case. Oh, don't you guys wait for that. Those of you guys that are following the doctors, the chiropractors case, I'm waiting for the right time. Strategically, I think was it yesterday, the day before, I put out a body cam. It was like a, I don't know, minute clip of, that was the first responding officer that found Brian Drake's body. He was the one that had an automatic rifle on him and shot a woman because her husband called the police to help because she was having a mental situation, and she had a knife and she was pregnant. He called for help and they came there and shot her in 15 seconds with a automatic AR. Mike Valenzuela. And I got his Venmos. I got all of his Venmos that he's used in the past since 2020. I'm going to put those out there. I want you guys to see how these officers are talking to each other and what they're buying from each other and what emojis they're using. And you guys can make your own decision on what you think, but I got some goods.
Thank you. Appreciate for you being here. Okay. Another witness?
Yes, Your Honor, our last witness is Dr. Dare.
Okay, here.
I'll see you already. All right, so we're now back on the record. This is State versus Kohberger, case number CR 29222805. Kohberger is still
They didn't
in the
cross
courtroom
him.
along with counsel and also counsel for the state. And Mr. Edelman is ready for cross-examination, I believe, and you're still under oath. So go ahead.
And actually, Your Honor, the state has everything it needs from Dr. Edelman, so we won't be doing any cross.
Oh, okay. You just witness the excuse.
You may, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to stay, free to leave. Thank you.
We got
Appreciate
nothing
for you
over
being here. Okay, another witness?
Yes, Your Honor, our last witness is Dr. Dare.
Dare.
I love her. Come on up here, baby girl.
Okay, I thought maybe Dr. Dare was going to be
A rebuttal.
rebuttal to the state. No,
She's coming.
Your Honor, we disclosed Dr. Dare twofold. First, to talk to the court about the survey instrument itself, and then to provide rebuttal testimony. Part of that is going to come based on the state's objection too. So I don't know if the state has any witnesses to call, but we'd ask to actually stay for that if that's the case.
okay. So Dr. Dare, line it up. Please face clerk, raise your hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in the case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat, and then once you're seated, please state your name and spell your last.
Yes, Veronica Dare, D-A-H-I-R.
It's like this, guys.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor. go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
No
Good
problems.
afternoon. All right, let's start with your occupation. What do you do?
I am the director of the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies at the University of Nevada, Reno. I'm also the director of survey operations for the Nevada Center for Surveys, Evaluation, and Statistics, also at the University of Nevada, Reno.
Do you also do consultations outside of your role with the university?
Yes, occasionally.
And is it in that capacity that you're here today?
No, today I'm here at independent of my role at the University of Nevada, Reno. I am here as an expert consultant, and that is independent of my work at the university. Although my testimony is based on my previous experience, knowledge, and education that I received at the university.
I'm going to talk a little bit more about what you do for work, but let me back up and find out about your educational background.
Wow. And
I have a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's and PhD in interdisciplinary social psychology from the University of Nevada, Reno. My master's and PhD are from the University of Nevada, Reno. In terms of my work at the university, I have a joint appointment, as I mentioned. I run two different research centers at the university. One, as I mentioned, is the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies, and the other one is a survey lab. I also teach in the Judicial Studies program. I teach a graduate level course called Scientific Research Methods for Judges, which is a course for judges getting their PhD across the nation. They're sitting judges that are on the bench. I teach another course called Scientific Methods for the Justice Management Program, which is a master's degree program at the university. I have taught social psychology, criminal justice research methods. I've taught other courses, but that was quite a while ago. Right now, I'm just teaching this graduate level course. I serve on several dissertation committees for various departments on campus: social psychology, psychology, School of Public Health, computer science, natural sciences. There's many. I serve as a dissertation advisor and committee member for students that are getting their degrees, and primarily in the Judicial Studies program. I have served as an advisor and as well as the social psychology program on campus. In terms of my role on campus, I do primarily, let's take the Sawyer Center first. We do research on justice-related topics broadly defined. My background is social psychology with an emphasis in justice studies and law. And so our research that we've been doing there is specifically related to research in the justice system. We have many different populations that we research and do surveys with, including jurors, judges, attorneys, both defense and prosecution, court reporters. We've done many surveys on diverse populations as well, including people experiencing homelessness, LGBTQIA populations, the elderly, prisoners, inmates, Native American populations. So we've done many, many surveys in that capacity. In my role as the survey director for the Center for Surveys, Evaluation, Statistics, I am in charge of multiple research projects that have to do with surveys nationally, regionally, and locally. Most predominantly, the one that we have been doing since I've been there in 2006 is the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, otherwise known as the CDC, their BRFSS survey, which stands for Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System.
Cool.
I am the project coordinator for Nevada, and I've been doing that role since 2000 for the state of Nevada for the last 3 years. But before that, I was the data collection supervisor for this project since 2006. So I've been working on that project for quite a while. Prior to my role in both of these programs, I also worked on surveys. I've been doing, I would say, surveys and research for almost 30 years. Since I've been a graduate student, and even before that. So not before graduate student, well, I did research, but
She deserves
before
the
I
bell.
rolled into this area, I did research. Most predominantly for the Sawyer Center, we did a nationwide survey on Daubert, and it entailed 400 randomly sampled judges across the nation. And we looked at the effect of Daubert on judicial decision-making. In both of my roles, I work with many organizations to do surveys. We do work for, besides the CDC that I mentioned, many state agencies, Nevada Department of Transportation, Department of Training and Department of Employment, Training and Rehabilitation. I won't do all the acronyms. I won't do that to you, so because I can shoot off all the acronyms, but we work with the National Judicial College. They're right on campus. I'm in the building, actually. National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges. We've worked on projects with the Federal Judicial Center, the State Justice Institute, and many more organizations. I know you're going to ask me other questions, but I wanted to get those out. So
I do have a couple of questions for you. You said 30 years of your life you spent doing this work.
Yes.
And it sounds like it has a whole lot to do with survey work.
Yes.
Is that both designing surveys and then critiquing surveys?
Yes. So we have done numerous projects, as I mentioned. You're probably going to ask me, so I'll just say it. We have published in academic journals. I personally have published on different aspects of survey research in Judicature, Justice System Journal, Future of Evidence by the American Bar Association. I have a chapter in there. That one's not specific to surveys, sorry. I have other publications, but specific to surveys, Survey Practice Journal, Law and Human Behavior on the judge survey that we had done. There are numerous. I don't know if I can remember them all right now, but in terms of technical reports, we do a lot of technical reports for our projects. And those are basically reports of findings that we give to our clients specifically to use for their organizations based on whatever topic it is that they want us to survey or study. So I mentioned some of them before. We DETR, which is Department of Employment, Training and Rehabilitation, Nevada Department of Transportation, Nevada Department of Corrections. I don't think I mentioned that one. And we've done 140 over my career there, 140 technical reports, all of which in some way or fashion have related to surveys or survey research. We do a lot of evaluation projects, needs assessments, and most of those always entail a survey of some kind.
Are there guidelines or standards that govern survey work?
Yes, ones that have been mentioned here already. APOR, the American Association of Public Opinion Research, and specifically for change of venue surveys or community attitude surveys, ASTC, which is the American Society of Trial Consulting.
Are you familiar with the standards of both?
Yes, I'm a member of both organizations.
I want to know why people do surveys. It sounds like you've had a hand in a lot of surveys over the years. Why do people do surveys?
Many different reasons to find out information about a specific topic or population. People do it for needs assessments. They do it to find out more about support services. If they want to increase support services in their organization, or if they want to just find out an evaluation of what their program is, if they receive funding from a government organization or a grant to do a specific project, they want it evaluated, and that usually entails surveys. People want to know community attitudes. For example, as I mentioned, a couple of them, we did a survey for the Nevada Department of Transportation, specifically looking at highway maintenance in the state of Nevada, asking residents about their opinions on highway safety. We did another one for the Office of Traffic Safety, looking at seatbelt usage, car seat usage, and at the time when cell phones came out, texting and driving, distracted driving behavior. So we've done surveys on those. I'm currently doing a survey with DETR, which I had mentioned, DETR, on foreign labor wage surveys, where we're looking at the farmers in the state of Nevada on whether or not what their wage, the prevailing wages in the state of Nevada. There are many reasons in the justice system. For example, we do surveys on judicial, attitudes, jury attitudes, decision-making, looking at specific attitudes towards specific crimes. I did a survey on human trafficking. We did another survey on victims of crime. I could go on. Marketing research. You guys have been asked to take many surveys about projects that not projects, but things you bought, things that, they ask you to evaluate restaurants. You get surveys all the time. People do it, as you know, in the election that's coming up. I'm sure you guys have been bombarded with many surveys. Not all of those are valid, by the way. They're called push polls, but anyway, that's something different. But there are lots of surveys that reasons people do surveys, primarily to make decisions and to form policy, to reform policy, to make changes within their organization. And in this case, to assess community attitudes, bias, and the potential impact of pretrial publicity.
Sounds like it's to gain information, and that's in order to make a decision.
Yes, decision making, and especially within their organizations, and then related to policy. We do a lot of policy change as well. We've actually presented reports to the legislature for whoever our clients are. Like, for example, the seatbelt survey that we did. We were trying to do a survey of Nevada residents to see if they should have a primary seatbelt law in Nevada. I was involved in what we call Assembly Bill 122 in Nevada, where they were looking at the assisted living communities within the entire state of Nevada to see if there should be change in those areas. So those are some examples. And primarily, I guess a good example would be the behavioral health, BRFSS again, by the CDC. The biggest thing that we use that survey for is to look at population health and health outcomes. So we ask questions like behavioral risk that's related to how many fruits and vegetables do you eat in a day? How often do you exercise? We ask about drug practices, substance abuse, sexual practices, whether or not they've ever been told that they've had diabetes or a heart condition or asthma. So those are examples. So we look at the indicators that could predict or have outcomes on the population health. So outcomes, basically.
I heard you mention community attitude surveys. Are you familiar with those?
Yes, I mentioned a couple of the examples that we have done community attitudes on. And that's basically measuring attitudes of the community on a specific target population on specific measures of interest.
Did you have an occasion to review the community attitude survey that Dr. Edelman conducted relating to venue issues?
Yes, I did. Excuse me. I forgot. I have these.
Okay.
Exhibit F and F1. It's just my declaration and my expert report that I've already provided to the court.
Okay. And I can see you just place those face down. If you need to place them back face up, will you let me know?
Yeah, I will. Sorry, what was can you repeat the question?
That's okay. I'm wondering if you've had an opportunity to review the survey work done and conducted by Dr. Bryan.
Yes, I have.
Okay. And do you have an opinion about whether that survey was conducted in a valid way?
Yes, I do.
What is your?
In my opinion, it was a valid survey.
What do you base that opinion on?
So there are
boom
standards,
amazing
professional code
amazing
of ethics that I mentioned earlier, suggested by A4, again, AAPOR, American Association of Public Opinion Research, and the American Society of Trial Consulting, ASTC. And specifically, ASTC has a section on venue change surveys. And there are many things that can go into a survey to determine its validity and reliability. I guess I should talk about that before I go into that. When you're talking about scientific reliability, by the way, it's very different than evidentiary reliability. So evidentiary reliability is looking at the trustworthiness of evidence, whereas scientific reliability is looking at the consistency and repetition of a survey done over time, across different populations. And validity is more looking at trustworthiness or accuracy. So if we talk about reliability as consistency and stability of results, and validity as accuracy, that's how I'm going to talk about those things. And with respect specifically to this survey, there are many types of validity and many types of reliability, but I'm not going to go into all of them here. I think specifically for this survey, what's important is content validity, construct validity, measurement reliability, and response reliability, specifically with this survey, and looking at coverage error and what we would call external validity. There are other types, as I mentioned. There's criterion validity, there's inter-rater reliability, test-retest reliability, convergent validity. There's many types of validity, but I'm not going to talk about those here. I'm just going to talk about the things that made me come to my opinion or form my opinion based on the survey. According to the ASTC standards, when you're doing a change of venue or community attitude survey to look at whether or not a change of venue should be conducted, or a change of venue might be considered, you want to look at 6 things. You have screener questions, you have case recognition questions, you have questions related to the source or the media where the information comes from, you have demographic information, and then case knowledge questions. I think I got them all. And that's what I was looking at with respect to the content. And those were all there in Dr. Edelman's survey. The other thing I looked at was the questions themselves. Do they have what we would call construct validity, which is basically, does the survey measure what it purports to measure? And then does it have content validity? Does it cover all those things? And it does. I mentioned that already. That's the content validity, those 6 items. And was it done in a way that you can consider it? The measurement was reliable, and I would say yes. I read the methodology was brief, but based on what I could gather from the report that Research Strategies did, they did all of the things that we would have done. I would have probably done a little bit more in terms of looking at, some of the disposition codes were just a little bit hard to determine, but that's not that important for this. What I would say is that they did everything we do in our lab. We are very strict, I would say strict when it comes to our methodology for our surveys, because we follow APOR, which is the strictest standards that you could follow for calling on a telephone survey, or what we call an RDD survey, random digit dialing. And primarily that's because we have to do the CDC survey, and the CDC survey follows the APOR guidelines. And so for all of our projects, whether it's VRFSS, whether it's CDC or not, we follow the same protocol. So no matter what project we do, whether it be for NDOT or DETR or any of these other organizations that I mentioned, we would definitely follow the same protocol procedures. And that includes things like good questionnaire construction and design. That's the first thing. In order to combat what we would call non-response bias, the first thing you look at is questionnaire design. Are the questions
Non-response
written
bias.
in a
Oh.
way that would get the responses that you need? Do they have content validity? Are the questions valid? And by that, I mean, we look at things like question order. We look at the whether they're leading, whether they're loaded, whether they're double barreled, whether there's many things we look at. So
This is
I looked
fucking
at that.
amazing.
And then we also look at how the survey was sampled. And according to research strategies, they did use a random digit sampling frame. And by that means they probably, I don't have all the details. I'm just going based on my opinion, my experience. What we do for our surveys is we order our sample from a sampling company and we get replicates of phone numbers. And what that means is we get them in blocks of like 30, for example, and you would call your replicates of 30 phone numbers until completion. And that's to make sure that you are not biasing your sample. So you don't want to call, here's an example. If you get 20,000 phone numbers, you don't want to call all 20,000 phone numbers just once. That's not how it works, because you're only getting those people that answer the phone on the first ring. So that's biasing. Also, you're reducing your response rate by doing that. So what we do is we call them in blocks of numbers, and we call them several times. From my understanding, they called them 4 times. Research strategies is they called once, if they didn't get a hold of them, they called 3 more times, they did callbacks. That's also proper protocol. We like to call our surveys at least 3 times during 3 different time periods, either the morning, afternoon, and evening. We also like to call them during the day and on the weekends. My survey lab that I run is open 7 days a week, and every single holiday except for Christmas, Thanksgiving, and believe it or not, Super Bowl Sunday. It's the other American holiday, apparently. Anyway, people get mad when you call them on Super Bowl Sunday versus Father's Day, Mother's Day, and Easter, believe it or not. But anyway, so we call these numbers at different times. And from what I could tell, they did follow-ups, they did different call timing, they did callbacks, they did the replicates, they used both cell phone and landline. It is customary practice now when you're looking at coverage validity, you want to get more you want to make sure you're getting the population that you're interested in. And now so many people have cell phones. So in our lab and most labs across the country now, we do like 90% cell phones versus 10% landline. Now it's customary because of the reduction in the number of people that have landlines. Anyway, those are some of the things that I looked at, and whether the questions themselves, like I said, were valid in terms of what they were being asked.
It sounds like
Did I answer the question?
You had a really
Okay.
thorough look.
Okay.
Before you had your opinion as to whether the survey was valid.
Yes.
Do you have an opinion about whether it was reliable?
Yes, in terms of measurement reliability, which includes things like if you are an interviewer and you are asking questions, it could be biasing if you're not trained properly. And the mode of survey that you're doing for change of venue surveys, the typical mode is RDD surveys, which is phone surveys versus paper or in person. And so the interviewers must be trained and supervised. My understanding is that research strategy has been around for 20 plus years. So I'm assuming they're like our lab where they were trained properly and they have supervision where there's supervisors also supervising the interviewers. So that's another way to combat.
They didn't ask any of that in
non-response bias,
cross-examination. They
which
screwed up.
includes refusal conversion training, which is, I think Dr. Edelman alluded to it earlier, things like soft refusals. If someone calls up and says, I'm making dinner, I'm too busy, I'm giving my kids a bath, I'm running to the store, whatever it is. We train the interviewers on how to handle those situations so that we don't get only the first person that answers the phone or only those people that are saying that they're busy. So that's all part of the training to make sure that we get at non-response.
Right. I think that you have answered my questions really well, and based on, just to sum it up, based on your look at the work done by Dr. Edelman with this survey, your opinion is that it's a valid survey.
Yes, basically it's what I would have done or what we would have done in our survey lab.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions right now, but hang on, prosecutor. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh God, here she goes. There's Bill conversing with the.
We have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay,
Oh,
great.
shit.
Thank you. Is it
Nobody that easy.
so easy? So.
Oh,
witness
shit.
be released.
She may, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for
How
being
could
here.
they?
It's very
They
important.
ruined their opportunity. They should have been asking about
Help
the
yourself.
training.
Yeah.
That's the only thing she was saying.
Thanks.
Oh
All
my
right.
God.
Fit for witnesses, Your Honor.
No more witnesses. Okay.
Okay,
Any
is this-
witnesses?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Oh, I
Okay,
told you.
for argument?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's
go
do it.
ahead.
Argument.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's do it. Ann Taylor says, damn. Wow.
Your Honor, the decision to change venue rests on what you've heard today and the court's determination that there's a reasonable likelihood that all of the media coverage has impacted the impartiality of a Latah County jury. That comes from Paul and Shepard. Your Honor, it's important to think of that standard in light of the Constitution of the United States and the state of Idaho. Mr. Kohberger has a constitutional right to a fair trial by an impartial jury. And to guarantee that, this court must change venue. Your Honor can look at the media coverage in this case and know that it's prejudicial coverage. The amount of coverage is a huge amount of coverage. The kind of coverage is prejudicial coverage, and it's had an impact on the Latah County potential juror. The court can see actual prejudice by understanding the results of that survey. Reading the hundreds of comments from Latah County residents, you can see that the media has been prejudicial and it's actually prejudiced potential jurors in Latah County. The court can also presume prejudice by looking at this case as it is. It's an extreme case that comes out of the Haddon case in Idaho, and you can presume prejudice in an extreme case. You have heard all day long how much coverage this case garners. It's Latah County, it's bigger, it's a state of Idaho, it's nationwide, it's outside of the nation, it's continuous, it's every day. Social media, books have been written, primetime television shows have happened in this case. It just doesn't stop. And you know that this is prejudicial coverage as well. The state has agreed things that were surveyed are false media items. At least some of them. This is all before the other things contained in the media are subject to admissibility rules, even if they're offered. Subject to cross-examination and full context explanation of what they mean. So you have this coverage that permeates the community.
Welcome.
Bigger than the community, the state, bigger than the state, the nation, and this is an extreme case. The court should think about things that have happened in this courtroom too, when considering whether this is an extreme case and the amount of prejudice that exists. This court has issued courtroom rules to determine who can have a camera, where a camera can be. The court on our motion limited things and finally removed cameras from this courtroom, and the court right now is live streaming. That doesn't take care of all of it though. The live stream is captured and replayed almost in real time, if not real time. Everything that happens in this case is on social media, and all kinds of things that don't happen in this case run rampant in news stories and social media stories and impact all of the jurors. It is particularly important when you're considering this extreme case to look at the size of this community. You heard a lot about that today. You heard how bias is created. And when you think about this little community and all of the people that spoke out early on about this case, that's how the bias starts in this case. people in this community have a lot of ownership in the case as well. They're connected to the case by being related to or knowing people that conducted the investigation. They're connected to the case by knowing the community leaders that have spoken out about the case. They're connected to the case by the relationship with the University of Idaho. That's a pretty tight connection. And that is how you have to think about the human bias that exists and how it cannot be fixed if we get to jury selection. Your Honor has to look at the content and know the content of the media and know that there hasn't been positive stories about Bryan Kohberger. It's negative stories. There's not a media story talking about Bryan Kohberger's right to be presumed innocent.
Come on,
There's
Ian.
not a media story talking about Bryan Kohberger being loved by his family. Nobody's talking about the good grades he achieved all through his undergraduate career and graduate programs. Nobody's talking about the dog that he loves and helped train. It's all negative. It's false. It's misleading. It's stuff that's rumor and never coming into court. There are things about his character that are just untrue that are out there. When you have this much information surrounding a case, it's an extreme case and it's all over the place. I don't want the court to think all this social media happens and it's not centered in Latah County and think that's okay, because it's just not. There's plenty that's centered in Latah County. I'm sure the court remembers where we started earlier today with the two pie charts that we were shown by Crusoe this morning. One talks about how big the coverage is in Latah County that projects into Latah County compared to how small of a piece of the pie of the whole population in Idaho that Latah County is. So that's a lot of coverage directed into Latah County, and that's the stuff. Those are the news stories, the nightly news that's coming into Latah County residents' TVs. That's their newspaper that they're going to get in the morning. But that's not all. Latah County has as much access to primetime news stories, as much access to Facebook groups, to different podcasts, to watch things on YouTube, to buy books containing misinformation. They have as much access to do that as anybody else. So you have to recognize how big the case is, how much coverage there is, and just how prejudicial the coverage is. You understand that, we understand that learning from Dr. L. O'Leary this morning, when she talked about bias. So having that as a backdrop and thinking about the survey results that we just talked about, you can see that there is a huge correlation to the few media items that could be tested and prejudgment of guilt for Mr. Kohberger. And those are people in Latah County. You can see the case connections that are bigger than the other counties, and they just don't go away. You also should be aware that the coverage doesn't drop off. It's not going to stop. It may peak and it may dip a little bit. It comes right back up. You can expect that will continue. We have a pretty good schedule of hearings coming up for pretrial motions. The court issued a scheduling order a couple of months ago. And so you can expect that the interest in the case is going to pop back up every single time we have one of those hearings. And that's a lot of media coverage, and people in Latah County are going to see it and read it, and they're going to continue with their opinions. So what do we do? What do we do about it? It's tough. It's really tough in Idaho. There is a lot of case recognition, and there's prejudgment in Idaho, but there's hope. When you look at the survey and you recognize that in other parts of this state, people don't recognize as many media items as they do in Latah County. That's good, because that means right to prejudgment. So that's good. That's hope right there, that we can find a jury somewhere in this state to give Mr. Kohberger his right to a fair trial. It's also a much larger population, so the impact on people sitting on the jury would be much smaller. Imagine with me that we are here in June of 2025 and we're here and we've seated 16 or so people over here. You're going to recognize some of them. People that sit in the courtroom in our audience that want to come and listen to the trial are going to see them. Even if they don't listen to the trial, people are going to know whose car leaves their driveway every morning to get to the courthouse by 8:30 for 3 solid months. And those jurors that sit over there are going to feel an immense amount of pressure to answer the call of the community to be safe. You can read those comments about what people in this community think about Mr. Kohberger and what they think would happen if the jury found him innocent. It's hard to imagine that one of those jurors who all of a sudden said, you know what, I'm not sure, and listened to more evidence and said, I'm really not sure. I don't think he did it. Are they going to be brave enough to do that, to write not guilty, to say not guilty, and to stand their ground? That comes right to impartiality, that the court has to be sure that that's not going to happen. You can't be sure that there's a way to pick an impartial jury in this community. In Ada County, we don't have it. We don't have it. Canyon County, we also don't have that. Those are jurors that are not from this small, close-knit community. Those are jurors who aren't going to run into a police officer that investigated the case at the grocery store, or maybe somebody from the prosecutor's office at the jazz festival at the college. They're people who don't have those connections. The other difference that I think is really important to think about too is the location, the connection to the house where this happened. That has been a pretty big deal in the community and wider, but in the community about whether the house should remain standing through trial or should be torn down. And there's been an awful lot of publicity about that. People in this community have an opinion one way or the other. We aren't going to know what their opinion is, but they're going to bring that into the courtroom. People in Ada County do not have.
They don't care, exactly.
And why Ada? Why not Canyon, or why not Bannock? I think that's something that we should talk about. The easiest one to talk about is Bannock. The numbers look a little better there in a lot of regards, but it's a smaller community as well. And so I think that there's a danger that if the court says, I'm going to change venue and we're going to Bannock County, I think there's a danger with that small community. There could be more interest all of a sudden, and we may run into a bit of a problem. So that's why I'm not here telling you Bannock County, but if you tell us Bannock County, I think we have a lot better shot at seating an impartial jury than we do here in Latah. Canyon County is the second largest. And Your Honor, honestly, if the court says, let's change venue, let's go to Canyon County or Bannock County, I think we have a better shot at getting an impartial jury. But we picked Ada County specifically because we're aware of the structure of that courthouse, the way it's set up. We're aware that there's at least some statewide precedent for moving these big cases to Ada County. And we're aware that it would be easier to get our jurors to and from that courthouse in a way that they wouldn't have to go through the media. They would be kept private and in secret and secure. It makes sense to focus on Ada County for a lot of those reasons. Your Honor, we are mindful that that's a lot of miles away from here. But at the end of the day, the interest that we have is to protect Bryan Kohberger's constitutional rights. His right to a fair trial is as important as our right to free speech, our right to bear arms, our right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures. And the right to a fair trial cannot happen in Latah County. There is way too much media coverage. It is biased media coverage. It has impacted the potential juror and it causes bias in the potential juror. This is a tiny little community, and this case needs to move where there's a chance to get jurors that haven't prejudged guilt of Mr. Kohberger and will have the ability to be anonymous and not known by everybody else in the community. The pressure to convict here is great, and it won't be in Ada County. The venue needs to be changed.
All right, Ann Taylor.
Ms. Taylor. Ms. Beatty.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here we go. First time that we're going to hear from the state.
Your Honor, the case law in this case just does not support a change of venue, given the evidence that the court has before it. The state does not disagree with counsel on what the appropriate standard is. The appropriate standard is that the defense has the burden of showing a reasonable likelihood that the defendant's ability to get a fair trial is going to be diminished as opposed to some other county, or put another way, a reasonable likelihood that pretrial publicity will deprive him of a fair trial. So in looking at the evidence the court has before it, we can start with Exhibit C. Those were the charts presented by TrueScope. And we can see in those charts that for at least 6 months on one of those line graphs that compared Ada County and Latah County, Ada County had significantly more coverage than Latah County. And that more recently, in the past couple of months, that line graph comes together again, and they're just a couple points off. The fact is, Your Honor, this case has media coverage everywhere. That is something that was acknowledged by the defense, and that is something that is abundantly clear in these surveys. So looking to Exhibit C, comparing Latah County and Ada County, it is clear that this could easily be a back and forth scenario where at some points Latah County is higher and at other points Ada County is higher. And it almost looks like we may have recently been headed in that direction as recently as a few weeks ago. In looking at the survey numbers, Your Honor, I'd like to talk about what the numbers from the survey actually say. And I'd like to start by looking at Defense Exhibit F1, Dr. Dare. We don't dispute any of the testimony that she gave today. We don't dispute anything in her declaration. And one of the things in her declaration that she discussed was a 5% margin of error in surveys such as this, with 400 survey respondents in a population within the range of our population in Latah County and in the population of Ada County. So if we're talking about a 5% margin of error, according to the defendant's own expert, and we're looking at case exposure in Latah County of 98% and Ada County of 93%, those communities are within the margin of error. Looking at presumption of guilt among jurors who knew about the case, Latah County, 67%, Ada County, 68%, Canyon County, 69%, and Bannock County, 76%. Latah County, Ada County, and Canyon County are at best within the margin of error. And if these results are to be taken literally, Latah County has the lowest number of jurors who knew about the case who are going to presume Mr. Kohberger guilty. Now, when you zoom out and look at the survey results for presumption of guilt among all respondents, Latah County is at 66%, Ada County is at 64%, Bannock also at 64%, and Canyon at 62%. Again, you're within this margin of error here. I would also point the court to the fact that jurors among the total sample size who had no opinion about this case, potential jurors, survey respondents, Latah County had the highest number of folks who reported having no opinion about this case at 17%. Ada County, 12%, Canyon, 13%, and Bannock at 9%. And then again, jurors among the total sample who had no opinion about Bryan Kohberger, Latah County, 29%, Ada County, 25%, Canyon County, 23%, and Bannock County, 24%. Again, we have the highest number of survey respondents in Latah County saying that they have no opinion about the defendant. When you zoom out, this is the big picture. These are the questions that matter. The question is, which community is the most likely to give Mr. Kohberger a fair trial? We can split hairs and say, well, if this person knows this media item, then they're X% more likely to think he's guilty. That's not the big picture. Those are trees in the forest, but we're ignoring the forest. And if you're looking at the forest is which community has the least amount of bias. And there are obviously some personal connections in Moscow and to the University of Idaho. The state does not dispute that. We believe those can be dealt with through other measures short of venue change. But when it comes to bias itself within a community, the court can take this entire 300+ page document of all of the survey responses and look at these surveys and see that the pervasive media coverage across the entire state has simply created some complications and difficulties. Those are not unique to Latah County. The more productive conversation to have is how can we craft questionnaires that will ask jurors factual questions that help us identify sources of bias. For example, are you employed by the University of Idaho and how? Or did you know one of the victims? Things like that are factual that will allow us to then follow up and ask more questions. And frankly, Your Honor, the state would be willing as we approach trial to engage in good faith discussions with defense counsel and the court about potentially just excusing some jurors who are too factually close to the case for cause from the outset. We're willing to have that discussion. Another thing that the court can do that would address some of the concerns that were testified to regarding bias and social pressures is to allow potential jurors to have individual voir dire and outside the presence of other jurors and outside the presence of cameras or audio recording that are being live streamed. In this case, it's going to be critically important that potential jurors who come to jury duty feel like they can give honest answers and feel like they can be forthright. And in order to do that, I think individual voir dire would be very appropriate, and the court has that option available to it. I think another possibility that the court should consider, particularly after looking at Exhibit C and those line graphs where we're talking about peaks in media coverage, is sealing some potential hearings coming up. And the defense may not want to seal certain hearings for good reason. We're not asking the court at this point to seal all hearings going forward, but the state believes that there may be certain evidentiary hearings. For example, if the state files 404B notices or motions in limine related to the evidence, some of that information might be extremely prejudicial, and the state would agree to seal hearings where prejudicial information is going to come out in that hearing. And that too is a tool that the court has before it to alleviate some of those peaks in media coverage, because of course, part of the court's consideration is going to be the intensity of media coverage over the life of the case. And so one way that the court can address that is by sealing certain hearings, and the parties can use good faith and seal certain motions or briefs addressing prejudicial information temporarily until the trial is complete. When we're talking about bias and individuals who come to court for jury selection, I think it's important to remember that we have to deal with what the law says. And what the law says is that voir dire and jury selection is the appropriate process for ferreting out bias. We don't get to hand wave the jury instructions that are based in case law and that are handed to us by the Idaho Supreme Court. We don't get to hand wave those and refer to them as indoctrination and act like all potential jurors are going to come to court and lie, that they can't be trusted. Now, certainly, there are some human biases, but a good voir dire is the tool to address those. And we don't get to just burn the system down. That's not what we're here to do. We have to use the voir dire process. I would also point out that when we're looking at, well, actually, Your Honor, let's talk about some numbers. Let's assume, we've heard a lot about the Daybell case. Let's assume that this court decides to summon 1,800 jurors. Let's assume that this court decides to seat a jury of 12 with 6 alternates, given that it's going to be a very long trial. If this court were to summons a jury of 1,800 jurors, which was the amount that was summoned in Ada County in Dale, this court could just as easily summons 1,800 jurors in Latah County with a prospective jury pool of 32,000 as a court could summons 1,800 people in Ada County. It doesn't matter that Ada County's population is 16 times higher than the population in Latah County, because in Ada County, the court, if the court moves this trial to Ada County, is not going to say, well, we're in Ada County, I guess I'll summons in 20,000 jurors. That's not how it works. This court could just as easily summons in 1,800 jurors in either location. And if this court were to summons 1,800 jurors, only 1 in 100 would have to qualify to sit on a jury in order for this court to proceed to trial. So if you look at that 1,800 number and you look at some of the survey numbers, let's look at total prejudgment. Total prejudgment by total sample. 17% of Latah County jurors had no opinion on total prejudgment. That sounds low, but when you look at it out of a jury pool of 1,800, that's over 300 people walking into this courthouse with no opinion about the case. You look at the question, given what you have read, seen, or heard about this case, would Bryan Kohberger have a difficult time convincing you that he is not guilty of murder? 19% said no, 16% said no opinion. You add those up and you have over 600 jurors out of an 1,800 person jury pool who would answer that question in that way. What is your opinion of Bryan Kohberger? No opinion, 29%. That's over 500 jurors that would come into this courthouse with no opinion of Bryan Kohberger. A large jury pool is a solution to the media coverage in this case, and this court is going to have to summon a large jury pool wherever this court holds this trial, whether it's in Ada County, whether it's here, whether it's in Bannock County, or whether it's in Canyon County. And frankly, Your Honor, as we move toward the issue of convenience, if anything, these survey numbers being so close to one another and so tight with each other should tell the court that if the court did determine that a venue change was appropriate, if the court made that determination, Kootenai County or Nez Perce County would be a far more logical choice, because those are geographically closer and the state would not have to pick up and move all of its evidence for 3 months down 300 miles to Boise. The court would now have to move its entire court staff. People could still go home. There would be less witness travel expenses. So if the court decides to change venue, the court should look at more convenient options closer to Latah County. Either Kootenai County or Nez Perce County would alleviate some of the concerns laid out by the defense about the connections to the university or the connections to Moscow itself. But again, even looking at the survey on those issues of connections to Moscow or connections to the university, 39% of folks in Latah County visited or walked by the home where the murders occurred. 60%, nearly 60% didn't. That means that out of a jury pool of 1,800, over 1,000 people would not have gone by the home where the murders occurred. Are you or a family member, student or employee at the University of Idaho in Moscow? 75% of folks in Latah County said no. That's 1,300 out of 1,800. I don't want to beat a dead horse here, Your Honor, but a large jury pool alleviates these concerns so much better than simply moving venue to another locale where the public sentiment is so close that it's within the margin of error, or if you're taking these survey results literally, worse. That makes no sense, Your Honor.
What? They're worse?
The other option that the court has available to it would be to bring in a jury pool from Nez Perce. Again, the state does not believe that a venue change is warranted given the evidence that the court has before it. But if the court were persuaded that a Latah County jury could not successfully be sat in this case, the court could bring in jurors from Nez Perce County, Lewiston is approximately 30 minutes away. It would certainly be a longer drive for them, but the court could deal with that in scheduling and make those accommodations. It has many months to prepare to do that. Moving to the convenience issue, I think it's important to note that Latah County is not a tiny little community. Latah County might be close-knit, but it is not a tiny little community. Latah County is one of the top 25% of most populated counties in the state of Idaho. It's 11th out of 44 counties in Idaho. There are 32,000, according to Dr. Edelman, jury-eligible citizens in Latah County. It is not so tiny that we could not summons in a jury of 1,800, a jury pool of 1,800 folks. Since the convenience argument focuses primarily on Ada County, that's what I'm going to address today. So starting with the size of courthouse and the ability to house parties and court staff, it's already built into the Latah County Courthouse for the court to have a place to go, for the court's employees to have a place to go, for court staff, for the court staff attorney. All of that is built into the Latah County Courthouse. Unlike moving to Ada County, where the courthouse would have to accommodate the court and all the court staff. Similarly, the prosecutor's office and their staff already built into the Latah County Courthouse. No separate accommodations would be needed. The defense will have to have accommodations wherever they go, and certainly they are entitled to privacy and accommodations that will allow them to prepare for this extensive trial. They absolutely should have that. But they are going to have to find those accommodations regardless of where this trial is located, unless it does get moved to Kootenai County. And so keeping this trial in Latah County would be a lesser burden on the Latah County Courthouse in the sense that they would simply have to find accommodations for the defense team rather than finding accommodations for everyone. As to juror space and security, as well as the argument of overall security, it is true that the Ada County Courthouse has a precedent of handling large trials. And it is true that Ada County does a very good job with that. But the reason Ada County does a very good job with handling these high-profile cases with security, with court staff, with organization, with getting jurors in and out in an organized fashion, the reason Ada County does a good job with that isn't because Ada County has a physically bigger courthouse. It's because Ada County has diligent, competent, and professional staff. And I have every reason to believe that with the 9 months we have until trial, that this court staff here and security could also have the time to prepare and make operation plans and all of the things that go into having a trial of this magnitude. I have no doubt that they could accomplish that with careful planning and preparation over the many months between now and trial. It is also my understanding that there is a means to bring jurors securely into this courthouse outside of the public view. Moving on to the cost of travel expenses, council referenced the cost of transportation to and from the airport and correctly noted that the Spokane Airport is considerably further from the Latah County Courthouse than the Boise Airport is from the Ada County Courthouse. That's absolutely correct. However, the Lewiston Airport is a shorter drive, again, about 30 minutes, and does connect to some major airport hubs. That would be another option. But even taking into account that there may be some additional rental car expense for the few out-of-state witnesses that we're going to have, that would be negated and then some by transporting all of the local witnesses from Latah County down 300 miles to Boise, by paying for accommodations in Boise for the court and court staff, the prosecutor's office and prosecutor's office staff, and the many local witnesses that will be testifying in this trial. There's also the logistical issue of transporting evidence for a 3-month trial, the chain of custody issues, the evidence tech from the Moscow Police Department, and it's my understanding there's only one, taking him out of his role up in Moscow here for 3 months and having him in Boise, trying to manage this evidence in a location that we would also have to arrange for, and dealing with the chain of custody issues, transporting the evidence back and forth. I think the court can also consider, since this is a pretty broad standard on the convenience side of things, the effect of prosecutors and law enforcement being away from the community for up to 3 months. And I think the court should also consider the nature of Latah County itself. The infrastructure of Latah County and specifically Moscow, which has a university of nearly 12,000 students, is that this community is tailor-made to expand and contract with the rhythm of the school year. So this isn't going to be a situation where there aren't enough hotels or aren't enough restaurants. This town, as well as neighboring Pullman, which provides additional accommodations, is designed to handle large influxes of people. That should not be any concern for the court at all. Again, we are not talking about a tiny community here. We are talking about a mid-sized town that's on the, frankly, a larger side, on the larger side for counties within this state that can amply accommodate a jury trial of this magnitude, particularly in the summer months where you don't have these major academic events. Finally, since we are talking about the interests of justice in the convenience prong of the rule, it is completely appropriate for the court to also consider the fact that most of the victims' families, not all of them, but most of them, live closer to Latah County than they do to Boise. That means that for them, traveling to this trial, which they will have a constitutional right to attend, and again, we're only asking the court to consider this in the convenience prong, will be much easier for them and more convenient for them than it would be for them to have to travel hundreds of miles to Boise. I think the court can and should consider that factor as well. Your Honor, at the end of the day, these surveys have given the court a factual basis to deny this motion to change venue, and we hope that's what the court decides to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Judge. Governor, as I sat and listened to Ms. Beatty talking about all of the prejudicial coverage and how there's a problem in other counties as well as Latah County, it really struck me that everybody knows how prejudicial this media coverage is. Everybody knows that. And that's really the question the court has to answer today. Has there been prejudicial media coverage that there's a reasonable likelihood that it impacts the impartiality of the jury, that it impacts Mr. Kohberger from getting a fair trial? Don't think about county's numbers. Don't think about Canyon County's numbers, and don't think about Bannock County's numbers. Think about Latah County's numbers. Your first question is, do you grant the motion to change venue to protect his constitutional rights? Don't get mixed up in thinking, well, Ada County's numbers aren't so great either. Maybe Canyon County's numbers aren't so great either. You have to make this decision based on what's going to happen in Latah County. You know, the jurors have been exposed to prejudicial media. You know that there's been an impact on you. You know that that's going to be really hard to ferret out in a jury selection moment. And if you know all that, you have to change venue. You can't just say, well, it's bad in Ada County too, so I won't change venue here. The question for the court is, in the county in which Mr. Kohberger is charged, can you seat a fair and impartial jury? And that answer is no, you cannot. The court then has to decide, what do we do? But answer the first question first. Answer the first question first. And don't be tempted to say, well, maybe we could go to Kootenai County, maybe we could go to Nez Perce County. We don't have any surveys on them. We don't have any information on them, except we know that Dr. Edelman pulled a couple hundred stories from the Lewiston Tribune and looking at the local media coverage because of the closeness of Moscow and Lewiston. And except that we know that people in Lewiston have the same nightly news as those in Moscow. And by the way, so does Kootenai County. KXLY that broadcasts all the stories on their nightly news, that happens at my house, it happens at Mr. Thompson's house, and it happens to somebody who's from Lewiston too. That's the same news. The difference is the newspapers, and the difference is the community connection and what that means in this case. So don't be tempted to go to another county we haven't surveyed. We've surveyed a lot of comparative counties. Stay in the place where your decision rests on what's going on here in Latah County. For sure, when we do get to jury trial, you should do individual court. For sure, we should do a jury questionnaire, and we should talk amongst all of us and try to figure out if we can excuse some jurors before they're ever brought in. They should never be on camera. We should try to keep them as anonymous as we can. Those are all things that we absolutely must do.
I agree with that.
To be the very most protective, you have to answer the first question. And that question is, we have to get this case out of Latah County. That's an important decision, and it's important to make now. We're 9 months from trial, and we need to have the venue issue settled. We need to be able to have our subpoenas out. We need to have our experts planned. We need to have time set aside. I've got my time set aside, but we need to have our experts be able to get tickets and reservations for hotels. Don't answer all the questions at once, Your Honor. Answer the first one first. And then think about where it's most reasonable to have the trial. Think about the differences in the communities. But answer the first question first. We can't have this trial here. There is no way Mr. Kohberger can get a fair and impartial jury.
Well, I'm not gonna give you a decision now. Number one, I would say this is probably professionally the most difficult decision I've ever had to make. Both sides, okay, have made really solid positions and supported that. I know there are a lot of considerations. Practical, in terms of logistics and prejudicial media. So I have some work to do. I'm gonna go through everything, okay, even I thought I got most of everything, but that's gonna take me a little bit of time. And go through the law again, too, including the rule itself and the interpretation of that. So I'll do my best.
All right, guys, that's all they got for us today. So we will be back. They just cut it just like that. So we will be back, though. Thank you guys so much. Oh, yeah. Can we get 2 ice water?